2016 USAPL Raw National Championships. My name is Dr. Patrick Anderson, and I'm here with my partner and world-class powerlifter, Jennifer Thompson, in my opinion, the greatest bench presser that female powerlifting has ever seen. We'll get to that later. We are here at the Atlanta Convention Center, America's Mart, downtown Atlanta. We're getting ready to start the Primetime Powerlifting session, day 2. We have seen awesome lifting so far, and this evening we are going to be bringing to you some innovative features you've never seen in a powerlifting competition online. We're going to have slow-mo replays. We're going to have a sideline reporter pulling lifters off after big lifts. We'll be interviewing them on the spot. We're going to have camera angles from 5 different views, and we're going to be doing a scoreboard show where when we finish the bench, we're going to actually set the stage so the fans at home can follow along and see who's going to be battling for those important title spots and world team spots. I want to throw it to Jennifer to find out a little bit of what she thinks of this evening's battle in first flight, 52 kilogram class, 57 kilogram class. Let's start with the 52s. Susie Hartwig, Marissa Inda, the number 1 and 2 lifters. What do you think, Jennifer?
Yeah, that's going to be really interesting to watch. Marissa won, I think, the last couple times that they've met. But Susie's a strong competitor, and she's been around for a while. So I think it'll be really great. It'll be a lot of fun. It'll be very interesting. I believe they'll push each other a lot. But I do think Marissa's probably going to come on top on the end of this. She's got quite the deadlift.
I like the bold prediction. Yesterday I went 4-1 because I have to make predictions on this show. So I didn't ask Jennifer in advance. My prediction in that class is Marissa. I've actually known Susie for a long time, big fan of hers, but we got to call it like we see it. Now there's another lifter, Tina Daneshmand, in that class that we're going to keep an eye on. Now we're going to move to the 57 kilos. Now this class is really up for grabs. We've got lifters like Kelly Lynn, we've got Jennifer Millican, and you were telling me about a surprise name that you specifically mentioned.
I said we need to keep our eyes on Lauren Rutan. She is a national weightlifting champion.
Nice.
And she's done powerlifting for just a couple of years now, but she's making great improvements with every meet, and she might be able to sneak in there, I think, and be a little bit competitive. So I think we should probably keep our eye on her a little bit.
I like that. Another lifter that I interviewed, Gabrielle Tucker, is a junior lifter, and she's working her way up, but based on what she told me, her lifts are making good progress. I really think this class is wide open. My prediction is going to be Jennifer Millican. She's from Tennessee, huge squatter. Watch out for her. I think she's going to win this class. Now in flight 2, Jennifer, we move to the men's division. We're going to have the 93 kilo, 205 pound weight class. The number 1 seed coming in on qualifying totals, Jesse Norris, but we've got Superman himself, David Ricks, as well as Ellis McClain lifting in this class. Tell us what you think of this class.
Well, I think probably Jesse will probably will probably do quite well against his competition, but you never know.
Yes, Jesse's definitely the number 1 seed.
He's going in there pretty strong based on totals, but anything can happen at these nationals, and I am really excited to see David Ricks. He is the GOAT in my opinion, and
greatest of all time.
I just hope
that's coming from the greatest.
I love watching him lift, and I hope that I can still be that competitive when I am up at his age.
Yeah, think how strong you'll be when you're 57.
Wouldn't that be great?
57 years of age, and he holds right at this moment the open world record in the squat. So that means there's not somebody of any age in his weight class that's out squatting.
That's incredible.
It's historic. In my opinion, I don't think there's ever been an open record holder in the IPF at age 57. It's amazing.
I don't think so.
Ellis McClain, I know you're a little bit familiar with him.
Yeah,
Tell me about him.
He's a great bencher.
Great bencher.
He is a very good bencher, and he could surprise us too. He made the world team 2 years ago when we were in Finland, and he did quite well. He's a competitor. He's a cheerleading coach.
Yeah, Texas State, actually. I just interviewed him.
Yeah, so it's pretty cool. So I think we don't count him out.
Yeah, that huge bench, as you know, can be a big equalizer in a raw competition because the pounds can be such a big advantage against your competition. Well, what we're excited about this evening is some close battles. I also will go on record as picking Jesse Norris in that class. But as we saw yesterday, there were some amazing battles, American record set. Like I said, we're going to have features that you maybe have never seen before. And we want you guys to tune in. As we said yesterday, get your popcorn ready. Get yourself something ice cold brew. Get yourself a nice couch or chair to sit in and get ready for some primetime powerlifting, USAPL style. We'll see you guys soon.
It's going to be great.
Powerlifting is becoming incredibly competitive. On the men's and women's side, every single age class, every single weight class. And so my strength book really is a tool for athletes who want to get better.
In order to break those barriers that you could achieve with only basic training, you need to be analyzing your metrics. You need to be properly programming, and we're giving that power back to the athletes so that they can start managing their own training and make sense of it in a way that a professional can.
We want athletes to be able to program the most effective workouts and training programs possible using a numbers approach. And right now, there's not a numbers approach. It's more just guesswork. And we're taking the guesswork out of programming and designing workouts and using numbers and metrics to give that power to the athletes to understand what's going to work, what's not, and keep focusing on the target, keep focusing on moving forward, gaining momentum, and ultimately building your powerlifting total.
What I tend to tell people when it comes to not just powerlifting or any other sport, as far as us getting to the next level, it's all about effectiveness and efficiency. You're basically trying to figure out how can you make yourself faster and stronger and smarter.
The product Avi's creating is going to be essential. I think it's going to be absolutely great for people from beginners to right through to the elite level, be able to track numbers and be able to look back year after year after year and see your progression and know that, well, 5 years ago I was only doing this, and be able to see that visually.
I think if I would have had that 5 years ago, I would have been able to maybe be at an elite position a lot sooner, because then you're able to make changes that you need to make to your training.
It will help me look at my tonnage, it'll help me look at my intensity, and it'll actually graphically show me over time what I'm good at, what I need improvement in.
At the end of the day, when you're doing your workouts, when you're doing your peaks, you talk to any of the top end lifters, they all have a plan. We all want to know what's going on. We want to know what percentage we're working at. What they've done is what everyone's tried to do so many times. There's variations of the app out there, but this one literally accumulates it all in one.
I'm very much into stats. Metrics are extremely important. It allows you to see areas where you've improved. It may also allow you to also pick out weaknesses as well. So any type of application, program, therapy, modality that can do so will definitely be a tool that any lifter or an athlete would use, because it's going to help you reach those goals.
Good evening. We are here for the beginning of the Primetime session. My name is Dr. Patrick Anderson, and I'm here with Jennifer Thompson, world-class powerlifter. She's going to be lifting tomorrow in the Primetime session, and she's so talented she is willing to announce the Primetime the day before she lifts. I was not near as skilled a lifter as her. I would need about a month and a half off from announcing a meet before I'd lift, but that's why she's so great. So good evening, Jennifer. Welcome to the Primetime broadcast. Tell us who we're starting out here with.
We're starting off with South Carolina's Heather Faas. She's a South Carolina lifter. I believe this is her second Raw Nationals.
Yes, she got 5th place at last year's Nationals.
Yep, and she and her husband BJ are very active in the powerlifting community. They both just became state referees for us.
Excellent, that's a big help for you.
Absolutely.
She told us to shout out to her kids, Peyton and Wesley, and her family and friends in Charleston, South Carolina.
Yeah.
What do you think of that lift, Jennifer?
That looks smooth and easy. I think she's got no problem with that.
242, the lights are popping up there
Yep,
on the left,
all
3 white lights.
Yep,
and
that looks perfect on that, actually.
Her PR is 265, so that was a pretty conservative opener. There should be more there. Who do we got next?
We have Elizabeth Picardi, and she's opening up with 254 pounds.
Elizabeth, interestingly, she lifted last year at 114. She got 11th place. I interviewed her. She's considerably stronger. She's, of course, up a weight class. She is out of California. She's a personal trainer. And this is interesting, Jennifer. Her first powerlifting competition was 2014, and she's in the Nationals in 2015
that's fantastic.
and now 2016. So less than 2 years, she's on the big stage.
Oh, yeah, she's got some
Quite colorful hair.
crazy colored hair.
Wouldn't it be great if you could get an extra white for your hair?
Woo!
Narrow stance, Jennifer.
yeah.
It's fascinating how the different techniques are. Let's
And
see what
she's
the
got
judges
3
say.
whites on that one, so that was an easy opener for her.
Yeah, a lot of strength there.
Oh, yeah, she's being conservative there. Next we have who her screen name is Tina Tornado.
I love that. Tina Tornado.
Tina, she is big on Instagram and Snapchat, and she's opening with 264.6 pounds.
And I have her PR is 276, so that means she's either pushing the opener or she's considerably stronger.
Yeah.
She's coached by Joey Franzo.
That's Joey Flex to you.
Joey Flex.
Joey Flex.
So Tina Tornado, coached by Joey Flex. See,
That's
this
right.
is why we have you here. In addition to being such a great lifter, you know all the little nicknames.
That's
I
right.
love that Tina Tornado, and I love her headband. Matches my tie. I like
There you
this.
go.
This is very
Put some
good.
good spirit there. There you go. She just sunk it there and
A
pulled it up.
little bit forward as she came out of the hole, caused
Got
her
a
to
lot of
slow a
groove
little,
bit.
but
She's all right. 3 whites.
still strong opener.
Oh, yeah. That was no problem. Gino's out there rocking the mic.
Yeah, Gino is definitely enjoying the prime time. He only has to do one platform. That's a cakewalk for him.
Yeah, that's probably good. All right, we got Melissa Erwin coming up. She's going with 270 as her opener.
Melissa actually got 13th at 63 kilo last year, so
Okay,
she's
she
dropped
dropped
down a weight
down.
class.
The 63 kilos a tough weight class.
Yeah, I know. Unfortunately, for the 63 kilo lifters, the greatest bench presser who ever lived, not to mention the best deadlifter in the world, my partner in crime, Jennifer Thompson, cleans out the weight class. It's a nice honor, though, to get second to you, so somebody should show up.
Oh, it's pretty stacked outside of me, too.
That was a solid opener. Her knees came in a little bit as she came out of the hole.
She got one red
but
light on the
it was
side
a 2
judge.
card, so maybe they thought she didn't lock out.
That must have been.
It looked good to me, but
Yeah,
obviously
well
we're
done.
looking at a front angle, as we had last night on the broadcast. We want to make sure the fans at home know Jennifer and I are literally about 40 feet away from the platform, and
Yeah,
we're
we can't
behind
even
2
see it.
screens. So it's because our great producer and director, Trey Cunningham, has set up such a fantastic setup.
Yeah, we got
We're
to see
actually
the
able
video.
to see all the views and angles.
Yeah.
Now, this lifter's interesting. I got to meet her. This is Ashley, and I got to pronounce it right, Svendbye. She's out of Massachusetts. She's expecting to have some really big deadlift today.
All right.
Significant improvement in the deadlift. So she's got to get some good
quick and
squats
easy
in.
out of hips.
It was an easy opener at 275.
Yeah, all whites on that one, so that was easy for her. It was a lot of speed on that, very quick out of the bottom.
The thing that she jumped out at me was her PR deadlift. She actually exceeded it by 40 pounds in training this training cycle. So 40 pounds in the deadlift's pretty good progress.
Now we have Jenny Lee, and you said this was one to watch, yeah?
Yeah, Jenny is going to be interesting. Jenny is actually only 21 years of age, and she's really looking to make the junior worlds. This will be her first national championships. She actually did her first meet in November of last year.
Oh,
Jennifer.
really?
So she hasn't even done a full year of powerlifting.
Wow, that's crazy.
And opening at 281.
Yeah.
Her PR is 300, so she's definitely got a close distance between this and her PR. Let's see how much
Oh
room.
my gosh, was that easy?
Yeah, it'll be safe to say that she's going to be
I was
over
so fast
PR.
and spatter, didn't know what to do with that.
Very explosive, great opener for Jenny. Another nice thing, Jennifer, we've got all successful lifts so far.
Yeah, and they're kind of holding out on us on this one. Oh, there we go. There, it was anticipation.
A little bit of drama.
All right, next we have Marissa Inda. She's the reigning national champion of this weight class here out of California. So
yeah, Marissa, you and I both picked her. She's clearly the favorite. Now, Susie will have something to say about it, but Marissa really comes down to, does she make lifts? If she makes lifts, she's going to be able to hold Susie off.
well, Susie's going to sell in the squat, and Marissa's going to sell in the deadlift.
Yeah.
So it really is, we're going to have to see how it
And
plays
Susie's
out.
bench is working her way back up, but Marissa will have an edge there too.
Yeah. So she
3
got
white
3
lights.
whites.
And what was that, 281?
Yep.
Now her PR we have is 303. She hit 292 at the Worlds last year, so I would say it's safe to say she looks like she's headed over 300 today.
Oh, yeah.
And a big deadlift for her. Very big deadlift.
Yeah, she holds the world record in the Masters, I believe.
Yeah, and in the American record in the Open, she holds the bench, deadlift, and total.
There we
so
go.
Susie's clearly the squatter extraordinaire in this class. Now this lifter right here, Gabrielle Tucker, I had a nice interview with her. She is quite tall for this class. As you'll see her, you can clearly tell she's got a good deadlift build.
I totally understand that.
Yes. We discussed that last night, how you are not built for the bench, despite being the best bencher in the world. 3 white lights.
Yep, she had an easy opener as well. We have Jessica Edwards coming up. A lot of these girls are opening up with 281.
Yeah, look how close some of these battles are. How many in a row is that?
That
1,
was
2,
4.
3, and this will be the 4th.
4 with the same openers.
And there are a couple classes here, so some of these lifters aren't lifting against each other, but that's still, it shows how close the battles
The
are.
openers are in order between their 52s and 57s. So this is Shay Edwards. She, her name's Jessica, but she goes by Shay. And
out of Virginia.
She's gone to a few nationals here.
Yeah, she got 5th place last year at 63 kilos.
Yeah.
So she must have run from you too. Man, you are bad for business at 63 kilos, Jennifer.
There we go. Nice and easy.
Very good opener.
Well, with her height, she can do 57 pretty easy.
Yeah, she actually looks more like this is her class.
Yeah, I think so. All right, now we have Melissa Barber. She's taking a jump up to 292 here compared to the others.
She got 8th at last year's Nationals.
Okay.
She's out of Maryland. And you'll get a kick out of this. This was her words, not mine. The reason why she started powerlifting was she wanted a bigger booty. This is not my words. I'm just reading it off the page.
This is a common reason.
Yeah,
you may not know that. But
I don't totally get it, but I mean, it certainly makes sense anatomically. As a doctor, I know how to build the glutes. Squatting is a good way to do it. So, and it certainly provides more firm and more definition. So, she looks like technique-wise, she's
right
got a good
on it.
squat.
Yeah, I think she got 2 reds on the side.
Now that was interesting because
she got some depth problems.
Yeah, and watching it from here, I thought it was good, but obviously we're on a front angle, and the head referee gave it a white. So
yeah, I don't ever call depth from the front unless it's extremely obvious. You just can't really tell unless it's
unless it's really high.
So those side referees got good view of that.
Yes. Now this is a treat here. This is one of the best female lifters in powerlifting history. One of the best masters lifters alive today, Suzanne Hartwig-Gary. You probably know Susie really well. Tell me a little bit about your thoughts on Susie.
Well, she's been doing it all the way since she was a junior. So she's got a lot of
I think she told me 1991 was her first meet.
I believe it. That's the year I graduated high school.
Oh, man, that makes me feel old.
Yeah. So, she's a lifter. She's a coach. She's got her own gym. So.
Yeah, great gym. Have you ever been up to that gym?
We were up there last summer.
Yeah, great gym. I've gotten to train there in Maryland. I originally am from Maryland, so I still go back to visit family. And yeah, Susie is the world record holder in the Open and Masters. Kind of like a David Rick. She's out beating everybody.
Good speed
Very
on that.
easy at 3:08.
She's got a signature smile there.
And I got a little bit of a secret that I promised Matt I wouldn't tell anyone until we got on the broadcast. Susie's squat went really well to the point that Matt said he's pretty confident she's going to have a third attempt PR, which would be the American record, and it would exceed the world record. As you know, it wouldn't count for the world record here.
Right.
Now, here's the lifter, and this is why you're so smart. You told me to look out for, and all of a sudden, she's got the squat open at 319, and I've got her PR at 330. So she's either got some serious gains going on in the squat, or she's open pretty close to the top. So this will be interesting.
Yeah, well, we'll see how she does here. But, she's a seasoned lifter in weightlifting, and she's transitioning over to
now, I think that was a little high. Yeah, I think that's going to be a depth issue.
It looked easy, but that was
And that's interesting because transitioning over from Olympic lifting,
sink that.
they would typically be extra deep. You know.
You would think so. That's her husband back there with her.
But that could also be a situation.
It looked easy.
Yeah, strength is great. It could be a situation, transitioning over, just a technique issue. There was clearly a lot of strength there.
Oh, yeah.
Be interesting strategy.
She did do CrossFit for a little while, so maybe that was the problem.
Yeah, that could be. Well, and you know what would be interesting is what do you do? That lift was easy. Traditional advice would be to repeat it.
I'd go up.
But, in a battle, you might need to go up.
I think she has to go
up. It's maybe you go up, but you don't go up as much as you were originally planning.
Yeah, maybe
like a 5 kilo jump, maybe.
Yeah. This is, yep, see, she's going 150, so,
Yeah. So, hey,
she was listening.
you and I, yeah. Well, she's smart to listen to you. Now, this young lady I met, had a nice interview with. She's only 24 years of age out of California, and she is quite impressive.
336 opener.
And wait till you see her bench. She's benched 230.
Nice.
So she's starting to, she's no Jennifer Thompson, but at least she's starting to show.
Impressive.
Yeah, even you can appreciate a 230 bench in this class is a big time bench.
Sure it is. Anything that's double body weight, you know.
Yeah, actually, that'll be interesting.
Pretty
She'll be
close.
closing in on double body
Yeah,
weight,
pretty
depending
close.
on what did she weigh in at. Let's see, 55 and a half. So actually, yeah, that means she's actually only about 122, and she's got a 230 bench. So
All right,
you probably know this. She'd only be the 4th woman ever to double body.
know
Did you
that.
know?
My husband
Your husband
probably does, yeah.
He does. He pointed that out very vociferously. When I was proud to tell him you were the best bencher in the world, he said, "I know." I was like, well, I need to study more. Now, this is my pick here.
Okay,
Jennifer. This is
Millican.
my Jennifer Millican. She's from Tennessee. I've
Okay.
done a lot of the Southeast meets for Josh Rohr, and so I've gotten to see Jennifer lift on a couple occasions. Check out this squat. Technique, depth, power. This is 347. I've actually seen her do 363
Yeah, she came
before.
up to one of our meets once up in Carolina, and she was quite impressive.
Very impressive.
Yeah. There we go. She's really making sure she's got a good setup
Yeah,
here.
really good technique. I think she might be close to 400 today, Jennifer.
Wow, that was so easy with how hard that looked to walk out.
Well, and you can relate, for the women in particular, when you're handling that much weight pound for pound, you see that in the light men too. Sometimes the walkout is harder than the
Yeah,
lift.
you're right.
You know, you see a big Ray Williams, Blaine Sumner, they typically can walk out relatively easy.
You start getting a little swing there, and it's hard.
Well, yeah, think just in terms of what we saw right there with Jennifer. I mean, that was nearly a triple body weight opener.
Yeah.
I mean, she weighed in at about 123, and she opened at 347.
She might be breaking Susie's record.
She's
After
actually
she's
one class up.
Oh, she's one.
Because this is
mixed. I
mixed.
looked at that wrong.
Yep.
Okay.
But actually, I can tell you the American record is Kelly Lynn's at 330. I'm sorry, yes, 336. So Jennifer Millican, did they not announce that?
They did
That would
not.
actually be the American record.
All
So
right.
that'll be interesting.
All right, here goes Heather for her second. She took a conservative 5 kilo jump. And I know she's coming off a little bit of an injury, and she's just
Her
finally
knees
feeling
came in
good.
quite a bit.
She
Took
got
a lot
white
out of
lights
her,
on
but
that. She
still a
was
good
really
look.
excited just to be in this primetime section that she made it. She was just stoked about it.
That's been one of the nice things is some people had an issue at first that it was, exclusive. But what I said is you're going to drive lifters in the daytime to get
she
stronger
was
next year.
stoked. And there actually were people that went and did meets again to get higher totals to make it into the primetime.
Well, and people today that were lifting really good, they were actually telling me they were trying for next year to make it into the
there you
primetime.
go. All right, Tina Tornado. Love saying her name.
I know, and she's coached by Joey Flex.
Joey Flex.
All right, I'm learning.
All right.
Jennifer's
5
definitely
kilo
the
jump.
nickname guru when it comes to powerlifting.
Let's see, 276 here. A little bit slow.
Looks
but
like good depth,
she's
leaned a
got
little
it.
forward, but I
That's
think
all
that's
right.
clearly a good lift.
I think that's just sort of part of her form.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
3
and
weights.
that's the fascinating thing when you get to do the internet broadcast, Jennifer, is you see all different shapes and sizes, all different body types, all different techniques. And you'll see lifters who lean forward more and other lifters who squat upright.
Oh, yeah, it's a
Now
mixed
this
bag here.
Elizabeth Picardi out of
Yeah.
California.
Yep. She was hanging out with Marissa Inda, so I think they may know each other maybe.
She's a personal trainer, and her first meet was just 2 years ago in 2014. She wanted me to give a shout out to Mary in LA and Seisha in New York City. Those are training partners and buddies of hers that she said they'll
talk
be
about
watching.
leaned over. Oh, goodness
Yeah.
gracious.
And see, that's a situation, Jennifer, with the narrow stance like
Yeah.
that. She's got such a long lift.
Gotta
When
keep
you
that
round
chest
like
up.
that, that's really difficult.
Yeah, it's important. All right, I think she can come back and get that.
Yeah,
though.
actually, that could be a technique. If
I
she
think
can
so.
fix,
just
she
got
could have it
bent
in her.
over.
Yep.
Yeah. So we have Melissa Erwin coming up next here. She's,
286.
she made a 7.5 kilo jump here from her opener, so it's pretty good.
Yeah, and this is another one of the taller lifters in this class. It's fascinating as you see them come out and you can see the rack height differences.
Yeah, squats are tough for tall lifters, tell you what. Long distance to travel.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't favor you.
See, she's pretty narrow too, but she kept her chest up.
Yeah,
nice
and you
high.
could see the knees come in, but she did keep the chest up. And the lift is good, 3 white lights.
All right, so Ashley here, she's a coach, says.
Yeah, I think I got some info on her. She is a CrossFit coach, and check this
Oh.
out, Jennifer. She's quite the eclectic lifter. She has competed in Olympic lifting. She's competed in CrossFit, and she's competed in strongman.
So she just likes strength sports in general.
Well, and I asked her, why are you powerlifting? And she said, because this is the one I'm the best at. So.
Oh, well, good.
And this is the one that she's looking to maybe deadlift over 400 today.
That'd be great.
So that would really stand out among the crowd.
There you go. She's got
No
knees
knee
real
sleeves.
wide.
You don't
No
see that a
knee
lot at the
sleeves,
Nationals.
yeah.
Don't see that a lot.
No.
You don't get any extra points for it, but it's still noticeable.
Yep. So she got all whites on that, looked nice and smooth. And we have Melissa Barber coming up. She's going to go 292. She missed it on her first. So,
Oh, this was the depth call. This
yeah,
was the
so
one that.
so she decided to repeat it. The other one, Lauren, went up, but she decided
Well,
to repeat
and the
it.
situation here could be maybe she doesn't have as much experience in the Nationals. A newer lifter
Yeah.
should repeat it, but obviously top lifters know what they're capable of.
Yeah, I
Now
think
that's
she's got
clearly
it there, yeah.
Clearly deep.
It makes a big difference when you hit her or not. It's quite a bit harder. you
Yeah.
get that dip. Yeah.
And especially when you're competing without gear, it's really a big difference of how impressive it is to be able to rebound out of the bottom. Now we move to Jenny Lee.
She has an interesting fact. She said, I can lick your elbow and you won't notice.
That is fascinating.
I don't know if I want to find out and
I
investigate
know, and
that.
she also says she licked the elbows of Vinda and Contessa.
I don't know who that is.
Those are, I guess, friends of hers that she has
Licked,
the ability
but
to
they
lick
didn't
their
know.
elbows and they didn't
She's
know.
like the ghost licker.
I've actually seen where somebody can lick their own elbow, and that's impressive, but I've never really heard of somebody licking someone else's.
Yeah, that's just a little odd.
Yeah, that's like a lot of flexibility.
Oh, easy lift on her. Yeah. That was Trey.
Very
Trey.
true, very true, very true.
I know. He can't. Oh, I can hear him.
Jennifer
Okay.
and I just have little jokes being told to us in our ear, so if you hear us laughing sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, anyway, here we got Gabrielle.
Hey, this is a nice fact.
Yeah.
IPF deadlift world record holder in the junior division. 57 kilos.
Wow,
That's pretty
excellent.
impressive.
She's still ranked.
And look
as
how
a
tall
junior.
she is, narrow stance.
There you go. Let's see.
Knees came in,
here.
but she was able to keep the chest up a
Oh,
little
yeah?
better that time. Let's see. One red for depth, but the
Okay.
lift was good.
2 is good. So she got 298 in the books there.
And if she's got such a big pull, obviously the junior world record, it's nice. As you can relate with your bench and deadlift being so phenomenal, you really need to get as many pounds as you can in the squat.
Yeah,
and
without
not-
wrecking your back.
Yeah, not
Yeah.
worry so much about going like to an absolute max, but just get the pounds.
Yep.
Put yourself in a position. As we talked about yesterday, one of the things strategy-wise, when you're coaching a great squatter or bencher, you don't know what you're going to need because the lift is still going, the meat's still going.
Right.
The deadlift's the one lift where you know exactly what you need. So obviously having the better deadlift's an advantage. Now this lifter you're familiar with, Shay Edwards
Shay
out of Virginia.
Edwards, yep, real nice, just nice girl. She's,
Looked like a good lift to me.
yeah, let's see, she got,
There's some suspense, Jennifer.
yeah.
Judges are making us wait.
Delay in lights
Gino
here.
has said this is 3 times. Lift
Huh.
is good. The lights, I guess, weren't showing, but Gino confirmed the lift was
Okay,
good.
well, maybe he just called it himself.
Yeah, Gino is a state referee.
So Marissa says her nickname here is Mighty Mamacita.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's a cool
Yeah.
nickname, Mighty Mamacita.
She is the Mighty
Just so you know, what
Mamacita.
that means in Spanish is little mama. So it means typically, my mom is actually Mexican, so I know this. It actually is a sign usually of a grandmother, so it's possible she might be a
Well,
grandmother.
I know she's part Basque.
Okay, brought it up a
Side
little
view.
bit.
Well, she
Lift
got
was
it.
good.
All right, good job. She's coached by Chad Wesley at Juggernaut Gym in California. Actually, Bonica Law and Kimberly Walford and myself will be joining Marissa this summer at Juggernaut for an all-women's training camp.
Whoa.
Yeah, we're going to Barbell Brigade for a day, and then
So
we're doing
is
2
this
days
like
at
through the
Juggernaut.
USAPL, like a
No,
training camp?
it's
Okay.
just a
But
good
it's
old
open to
woman,
any woman
open
out
to
there that's
anyone,
listening
yeah.
to us. Okay.
It's, Iron Sisters USA is where the information is, and you can sign up. And
Well, let me tell you, women out there, those are about the best women you can learn from. It covers age group. It covers great Kimberly Walford, unbelievable deadlifter.
Yeah.
Bonica squat and bench. Obviously, your bench and deadlift, all the experience in the world. That is a great.
We found like just going women-centered workshops are working really great with powerlifting. When we got women of all ages that show up, and it's really just a great weekend of camaraderie and sisterhood and learning about how to be strong. So
we need to keep talking about that. That's going to be interesting. Let's see Susie.
Oh, she nails that quite easily.
325. She had to struggle a little on that one, but it was
and
not.
She got one red for depth.
Yeah. But it's interesting you said that about the event being a training camp. So as a teacher, we're going to watch a replay of Susie's lift. Now watch here, Jennifer. She shifts a little forward. Hips go backward, but still an easy transition.
It was. It looked a little shorter than the one prior. So
and Susie's got a great ability to fight. So even if she hits a tough squat, you can almost add 2.5 kilos. She can fight through it.
Now Lauren missed this first one, and she went up 5 kilos.
Yeah, this was the one where we said it was clearly depth, but the strength was not a problem. So now
really,
this is interesting. She's got to go lower. I think that lift is good.
Oh, no. Oh, boy.
Now, see, this is where that upping could be a big deal, because now she's got to, on the third, got to get it deep, but obviously she's got a little more weight on the bar. And, you know, it's hard because you're such a world-class lifter, you might not remember this, but when you're early on in your career, that's a lot of pressure.
Oh,
all
absolutely.
of a sudden,
even now it's a lot of pressure. It doesn't matter who you are. That's a lot of pressure.
Well, let me ask you, and I don't know the answer to this, so I hope it doesn't bring up sore memories. Have you ever bombed in a lift before?
No, I almost did my very first meet.
So you've been up against it where you had, okay.
And I almost think it was my very first meet. I almost think they were just very nice to me on that last one.
So really, the truth of the matter is we need to go back in the record book. Jennifer Thompson should have bombed.
That was back in 1999. I don't think it goes back that far.
We'll keep that to ourselves. Now, Kelly Lynn, this is one of the lifters that we are spotlighting.
She's going to 5 kilos here.
And she's going to be battling Jennifer Millican, in my opinion, for the gold here.
Yeah.
She is clearly going to be one of the top lifters. Her PR is 335.
347. That's a heck of a squat right there.
Oh,
boy. Yeah. She finished it hard. Good.
Well, it's interesting. That would tie the American record that Jennifer set earlier.
Oh,
so Jennifer is the... No, Kelly's the lighter lifter, so Kelly would actually hold the American record. That's interesting how that works. Jennifer said it already.
Well,
Kelly just broke it because she's lighter. But
she'll still get credit for it, though, because she said it first.
But now Jennifer's going right now, so very likely, in my opinion, she's going to up the record again.
Oh, yeah, I think so.
I think Jennifer's close, probably not quite to 400 today, but I think she'll be in the range. This is 363. I think she'll have room to spare on this.
Yeah. This is impressive.
We got Lemon City Barbell, our sponsors that pop up in the corner occasionally. We want to make sure we represent them. They're the ones that allow these broadcasts to take place. They're the ones that help support us. So when you see that logo up in your top right corner on your screen, make a note. Support the people who support us. Lemon City Barbell Club. I'm actually not familiar. Miami, Florida. Miami, Florida.
All right.
Hey, that's a great place to go vacation and get a good workout in. Stop by the Lemon City Barbell Club.
Yeah, all right.
All right, now watch Jennifer here.
Oh, man, was that fat knee? Oh, man.
I'm telling you, she is a strong squatter.
Impressive. Wow.
Strong squatter.
Man.
American record.
She's got more on that.
Yeah,
I
think based on having seen her, I've seen her fight really tough lifts. I think 5 kilos. Now we're going to watch a replay. Look how she hits the hole.
Yep,
the
knees out.
Knees stay out, chest stays up. It's fascinating how when you get to watch these replays, there's such a dramatic difference when you see the knees come in and the hips go back, and how a lift can be missed just because of that one technique error.
Yep.
Now Heather Faas.
Heather Faas is coming up
Looking
here.
to go
She's
3 for 3.
Yeah, she's got 120. She's got 5 kilos each time. 264. I think this is a fairly good spot for her.
This would tie her PR, so this would be good. In the Nationals, I would almost count that because national PR means more than a regular PR.
Does.
And last year's national, she actually missed this lift. She hit 253. So she's trained a whole year. You want to be able to up that squat from one year to the next.
Heather. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, come on, come on. Nice way. Good fight on that.
I think that should be a good lift, but it was a slight uneven. Let's see what the judges say. Yeah, the rules for those of you at home, I actually took the national referees test, so I know the wording. The rule is that the bar cannot go back down, on the way up. So you can be slightly uneven. It just can't go back down.
Yeah. So it was good for her.
It was interesting. We talked about the bomb out earlier. I've actually retired from competing, bomb out free. I never bombed out. And I never was up against it on the third attempt. So when I see that, I always think, how nervous must you get when you walk out there? It's one thing when you miss your opener. I've had that happen.
A lot of pressure.
But when you get on your third, and people don't realize, like, it's beyond just how much you can lift. Then there's so much psychological and
and you've already missed it twice, so it takes a lot out of you.
and you
know?
expended energy.
Yeah.
Elizabeth Picardi looking to hit a comeback attempt.
Ooh, knees. Ooh.
I
Oh,
think
boy,
her
she
knees
fight
almost
through
touched
that.
each
I think
other.
they did, actually.
See if we can do a
but,
replay
Oh,
of
she
that
pulled that through with the two whites.
We're going to see if we can get a
She's
replay
pretty
of this.
excited about that.
She should be, but watch this.
Woo, that was a fight.
I know, and it was fascinating because if those knees would have come in any farther.
She might have used the rebound to help her as
We're
they
going to
knocked
get
together.
an instant replay. Watch this. Let's see. Do they actually touch?
Yeah.
They did.
Oh, yeah.
Amazing.
And then she pushed him out, and then she finished the lift.
And
so.
you know, like I said, I just took the National Referees Test. That is not a rule infraction.
Yeah. Usually that's
You
a
can't
sign
use
of really weak hamstrings.
Yes. And you can't use your elbows against your knees,
No.
but your knees hitting each other. That's a strategy I've never heard, but
Well,
it's not
actually,
illegal.
I don't know if it's a really good one.
Yeah, I don't recommend it either.
But she pulled it through, so that was good.
At my size, that would probably decapacitate me. That would not be an interesting.
All right,
Tina Tornado.
Very slow
Now,
out of the
she
bottom.
brought it up on depth.
Yeah.
I still think it was good.
It's
But it was
close.
borderline.
Oh,
Let's see.
no, she got
See,
too
that
much
was
on
one
that.
where, to me, she clearly pulled it up from the previous.
Yeah,
I
was
thought
a
it
little
was
higher.
good, but we have a front angle, and of course, from the front,
It was
she got
definitely
away.
in the questionable range.
And, you know, that's the type of lift at the Nationals that can make or break a big total.
Absolutely.
What do we got? Marissa Erwin.
I got Marissa coming up here. She's going 297.6, so just a little shy of 300 on her third here.
Yeah, now that's a big barrier, 300. One of the young ladies I interviewed today, she said, I really want 3 plates, you know, 315. And I said, well, at this meet, it won't look like 3 plates, but we'll all know.
But we know. It's still significant.
We'll still count it.
Yeah. There we go. She's got good depth. Oh, knees out. Melissa, push them out. Woo!
And you know what you see there, Jennifer, is how strong her back was because you hit it on the head. Her knees were coming in. All her leverages were in a bad position, and she just kept fighting.
Yeah,
and
she
earlier
stayed with
we
it.
saw some lifters who, when they rounded forward, they weren't able to.
They lost it, yeah.
She's probably, she's probably going to have a good deadlift. In fact, we can look. She's got her opening deadlift. Look at this, 336-pound opener.
Nice.
So you know she's a good deadlifter.
Yeah. All right, we got Ashley up next. She's taking a 5-kilo jump, same weight, 297.6.
Svendbye. This is our CrossFit coach who competes in every strength sport available. She's only been competing for 3 years, and her goal is to try and make the world team. Now, again, she brought that up, but I think that lift is going to be good, Jennifer. It will be close, though.
Yeah, let's see if she dipped
She
it
did
enough.
get one rep.
She got 2-1, so.
Yeah, it's a good lift, though.
That is a good lift.
I would have weighted that. I thought it was close, though, and it's interesting on the third attempt. There's something to be said for if you can put it in that perfect spot, it might be enough to give you an extra 2 or 5 kilos in what you can make. Of course, the risk there is if you pull it up too much, you don't get it. Or some lifters are worse when they cut a squat. You know, some lifters get more power out of the hole.
All right, we got Jenny Lee. I like that name. Jenny Lee.
Jenny's out of California,
308.6.
junior lifter.
Yeah.
21 years of age. Can you imagine this? She's only been competing since November of last year, Jennifer.
Yeah.
And she's here at the Nationals with a big squat, 308.
Oh, man, nice one. Yep, that was a perfect pick for her. Yep, good lift on that.
And the judges agree, 3 white lights.
Yeah. You see Arian coaching out there. She's hanging on to him. He's a busy guy today. He's one of the coaches for the world team.
Yes, Arian and Matt Gary were huge assists for me in doing the pre-interviews because I would ask a name and they'd point them out and they'd give me good feedback. And
Yep, he's got a lot of lifters here, and he's got his own team.
yeah, I've actually seen him coaching nonstop.
Yep.
All right, here's Melissa Barber now. She had a issue of depth on her opener, but she got it on her second, so now she's jumping 15 pounds.
Oh, let's go push. Knees out. Come on, still. Oh, I thought she was going to get it.
Yeah, that was one of those
Yeah,
where
I think she
she got a little forward and she got it moving again. But what we find, especially among the third attempts, is if you hit a stall and you keep it moving is one thing, but you very rarely see a lifter have 2 stalls and then lock the lift out. That second one usually just seems to overwhelm you.
Yeah.
Gabrielle Tucker.
She got one in, though, so she's all right.
Yep. Gabrielle Tucker, the junior world record holder in the deadlift, Jennifer. And looking like we talked about with you earlier, when you have such a great deadlift, you just want to get pounds in the squat, and she's looking to go 3 for 3.
We're just trying to get through them and then.
Well, in your case, you're looking for the beating you're about to deliver in the bench. But
oh, boy. Ah, that was a good try. Good try for her. Saw those knees come in again. That's a good try. 2 for 3.
Shay Edwards. lifter
we
out of
got Shay.
Virginia that you're familiar with.
Yeah, she's just a real sweet, nice lady. She'll come up and talk to anyone and be supportive, and that's what makes it fun to powerlift and be a female. It's a very good community, and it doesn't matter who you know. Everyone's back there cheering each other on, and she's a good piece of that.
You've been competing long enough. You've really seen, we've been noticing how much more numbers of women lifters there are.
Oh, it's huge.
In across the board.
Particularly in North Carolina, where we're at.
Well, part of that probably is the influence that having the greatest female lifter in the world in their state probably helps.
Well,
I know you can't say that, but I could say
I
that.
would say that, but I think just there's a big social shift in women's lifting, and we're seeing it.
Well, and how cool is that also when you see all these women in all these different age groups and weight classes for female empowerment, different body types, like we said, different age groups. I mean, there was a 13-year-old girl in the flight before that I was judging, and, then we had a woman who was in M4. I think she was 82 years of age. So what other sport can a 13-year-old and an 82-year-old compete in the same?
I can't think of one, but it's pretty fantastic.
Yeah,
all right,
great.
so we got Marissa. She's going for 145, which is 320. I think this is up near her.
Yeah, actually,
max.
the PR is 303, and it's getting close to Susie's American
record.
record.
Nice. She really needed that to be competitive.
Yeah, I
so
think
that's
if she got that lift, I think that's almost going to seal the deal.
She's pretty elated with that. She gets the big jump, the big hug.
The reason is I talked to Matt Gary, and I've known Matt for years, so he kind of was telling me off the record. He said, Marissa's the favorite. Even though Susie's his lifter and his wife, he said if Marissa makes her lifts, Susie won't be able to beat her. If Marissa slips up, Susie's going to have a shot. And that lift right there is one of those that could seal the deal.
Well, Marissa's gotten more competitively strong over the last few years. She's really toughened up and really made a difference. So Lauren needs this to stay in the meet here.
Is this yep,
so
she needs
come on,
this.
Girl. Chest, knees out.
And clearly the easiest
Why
of the
didn't you
three.
do that on the first one?
Clearly the easiest of the three.
Yeah. So, I mean, that gave her with a 330. I mean, that's not bad.
No, not at all.
I mean, that still puts her in the top 3.
Yeah, she'll be behind Millican and Kelly Lynn.
Yeah, so she's still standing in a good spot there. It was just a little more drama than she probably wanted.
All right, so here we're going. This is the lift we talked about that earlier. Susie will be exceeding the American record in the squat as well as her own world record. Now, for those of you at home, the world records can only be set in international competition, so this is what we would call an American record, meaning it's the top lift ever done by a U.S. lifter, but it would be an unofficial world record. And Susie, as most everyone knows, is the best squatter, regardless of age group in this weight class in the women's division. And this is a master
the crowd
lifter.
is excited out there. You can hear them yelling.
Yeah, the room is actually shaking. Gino is doing a great job, but how amazing is this? Talking about David Ricks earlier, this is Susie at age 48 outlifting any woman, period, any age group in her weight class. I hope I'm as strong as Susie when I grow up. And I told you earlier, she's got great guts. If she can keep her chest up and her knees out, I think this lift's going to go. Chest up, chest up, chest up.
Oh, yeah. I love the top part when she starts knowing she's got it and she starts smiling and yeah-yeahing.
I think we're going to get a replay of this one, and this will be exciting to watch. On these slow-mo replays, what you can see is, first of all, you'll see, as Jennifer said, when she hits the sticking point and she knows she's got the lift, a big smile comes across her face. And it was great to see technique-wise, she really is a technician. You could see the chest up, the knees out. I'd go so far as to say she had a little more left in her. I mean, that was really exciting record. Here we go with the instant replay, Jennifer.
Oh, okay, here we go.
So watch this, keeping the chest up, and then that big smile. How cool is that? And that's pure joy. I mean, for those of you at home, that's a lifter having trained all year long for this moment.
And it finally paid off.
Yeah, and all those, those workouts, all those sets and reps. Now, Kelly Lynn, this will be 352. So what this does not break the American record because Jennifer actually said it earlier.
Yeah.
But this will be a PR. So how amazing is this competition, Jennifer? Kelly Lynn comes in as the best squatter in the country in this class. She's going to exceed her personal best and still be in second place. I mean, that's a tough competition.
Yeah, well, it's nationals.
Yep.
Oh, no. That was
So
close.
she will be credited, as you said, she will get credit that she set an American record. Jennifer has the actual record and is looking to add to it
This
again.
is like almost 370 pounds.
Yep.
I mean, this might even exceed what the 63s do.
That'll be interesting
I'm
because
just saying.
I actually have an inside scoop on the 63s because I'm sitting next to the best one. So that will be
It'll be
interesting
close.
to see.
I
Yes.
mean, yeah.
Well, how about this? In this weight class, the world record by the Russian Filimonova is 383. So Jennifer will be within 14 pounds of the world record, and Filimonova, as you're aware of, is an absolute superstar.
Oh, yes.
She's held world records in 2 weight classes. All right, now I've seen Jennifer Millican lift quite a few times. She has got great technique. I believe she's got this lift in her. She might even have a little more left in her. I think this is conservative. They only jumped 5 pounds, but I think they're going for the big total.
Yep. Yeah.
But her technique, every time I've seen her, has been consistent.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. There was more there.
Woo!
Hopefully we'll get to see a replay
That's
of that. But
definitely
what would you think? Another
conservative.
5 kilos maybe?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
And the great thing, if you saw there, that chest up, and it just never budged.
It's perfect.
Never budged.
It was perfect. It was great. Yeah.
Yeah, it's exciting to see. Instant replay here from Millican,
yeah.
and look how she hits the hole. The knees jut out and then drives back.
You can see by just her face and the breath, the pressure that she creates inside is crazy.
Well, and we just talked about, she weighed in, I believe we said 123, so that means that literally was a triple bodyweight squat.
Man.
And triple bodyweight, you know, throughout the history of powerlifting is out of this world. When you talk about wearing no gear, that's just unbelievable.
Yeah,
That's,
absolutely.
like you said, that is a world class. And she very well might out-squat all of the 63
She may,
kilos.
or come close. I think, you know. All right, so here we're starting with the men. We have Derrington Wright. He's in the
93 kilo, 205 pound weight class. Derrington Wright, let's tell you a little bit about him. 24-year-old out of Texas. His nickname is God-Given Strength.
That's his nickname?
That's what he told me. I just go, he's a personal
Did he give
trainer.
it to himself?
I actually don't know. I do not know.
That might have gone in the wrong column.
It is interesting how some people actually, their nicknames, we don't know where they come from. The interesting thing here, he's a personal trainer, and he's looking to do 617 is what he told me.
Oh, boy, that looked like a warm-up.
And that looked very, very easy.
It's 562.
And you could see, just by his build, he's clearly also got a very big bench. He's looking to bench in the range of mid-4s.
Yep, and we got Chris Dunn opening with the same number here.
He's coached by Erwin. I didn't get to talk with Chris earlier, but if you look, if we can go over to our side shot, we'll see Steve Goggins.
Yep.
Look at the size of this guy's arms. This guy's definitely going to be bringing some serious muscle to the table. It'll be interesting to see a 562 opening squat. He's in a really tough battle. If you look at this weight class, the squats are really close together for these first about 7-8 lifters.
Yeah.
Some of these top lifters at the end, Jesse Norris, David Ricks, are really going to set it on fire. But
right. Well, they're 35 kilos more than.
yeah, the top ones will be huge.
So Jesse Norris must be opening with a record at 307.5.
Let's see. Actually, David Ricks holds the current record at 310. So it's interesting. Jesse must be wanting to keep suspense because he's opening just below the American record.
All right.
And the interesting fact about that David Ricks record, that lift was good for Chris, very easy at 3 white lights. I believe that David Ricks is the oldest lifter to ever hold an open IPF world record. He's 57 when he set.
I would easily believe that.
Well, there was a great bencher from Japan. You would probably remember Hiro Asagwa. I don't think Inaba ever held an open record at 57. By then Stanizek was beating him. But I think Hiro Asagwa, the great bencher from Japan, you might have seen him at meets. I think he set an open record around 54, 55. I mean, it's 57. That's a whole new ball game.
One of the things I love about LS is his smile.
Oh, and I have a great fact about LS, and you might appreciate this. He owns, according to his coach and girlfriend, Steph, more than 200 pairs of shoes. And he is quite the shoe aficionado.
Oh, boy.
Whoa.
Easy. Nice wide stance.
And different color shoes on his opening squat. And look at how deep this opener was. I mean, this was
amazing.
a fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
That's a classic case where there's no debate on the white lights on that one.
I asked him about his name once.
Oh, tell me the story.
It's just a family name.
So it's not initials. It doesn't.
No, it's
LS.
not initials. It's actually the letters LS.
So it's almost like when somebody's name is Ellis, like ELLIS, but his is LS.
It's
I like that.
Just the letters LS. It doesn't stand for anything.
It definitely stands out.
Yeah. So we have Michael Garozzo.
Michael Garozzo.
He's going with 573 here.
He's out of New York. His nickname is the Professor. Once
Okay.
again, I don't know if that's a self-given nickname. I just go by what they tell me. He's looking to squat 650 today, and he's opening at 573. So this should be an easy opener. And it is pretty easy.
Yeah.
A little bit rounded at the top, so he's
Yeah,
gonna need
all
to
right.
he's gonna need to get that chest up if he wants to hit a big third. But
Right.
he's on the board. Danny Sullivan. Let's see what we got out of him. A junior lifter, Jennifer, 22, out of Illinois.
Illinois.
Got second place in last year's juniors. Squatted
Well,
567.
in the worlds, yeah.
Second place in the national, sorry, at last year's juniors.
He was a silver medalist.
Oh, so he must
at
have gotten the
Worlds.
silver in the world.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
He was second in nationals, second in the worlds.
So he's opening up with 579.
This should be conservative. He's got a 612 PR in the squat.
Oh, yeah.
So this is looking like a taller lifter than we've seen. Let's see. Looking like some pretty big arms too. So clearly deep,
There
Jennifer.
we go. Oh, yeah. These came in just a little bit, but he worked it out. He got one red
So
on the side.
maybe that meant
That
at
was
the
a blue
top that
card.
he that would be not standing upright and locked at the top. So for those of you at home, when the lights pop up, we actually are able to tell you there's card systems the judges use color-coded to give us an idea on what the rule infraction was. So the red card, the most common one in the squat, is for depth.
All right, so we got Samuel Bernstein here.
Let's
What
see
do we
if
know
we
about
got
Samuel? Anything?
Samuel is out of Pennsylvania, 22-year-old junior.
All right.
He's coached by Joey, what'd you call him?
Flex.
Joey Flex.
Joey
Flex. I was told Joey Flex is lifting in the Primetime tomorrow and is coaching 28 lifters in this
I
competition.
believe it. Yeah, he's
So
got quite a good program going out there. I think he's in California.
Oh, well, Samuel's out of Pennsylvania, so maybe Joey is coaching him like long-distance internet.
Yeah, online coaching is quite
Becoming
good now.
quite common. Yeah, Josh
Yeah.
Rohr, teamrohr.com.
Yeah.
One of the best online coaches. Josh coaches lifters internationally. He's had times he's told me he's been coaching a lifter over in Europe. Josh has to get up early in the morning or stay up late at night he'll coach him live. He'll do a video coach where he watches them and gives them
technology great.
I know.
All right, we have Kristopher Hunt. Now, I'm Facebook friends with Chris here.
Well, see, that would mean that you'd be able to help us. He's 34 years old, out of Indiana. Oh, he's got a good fact here. You'll appreciate this because you're probably quite familiar with Judy Gedney is one of his coaches. She's the first female inductee into the USAPL Women's Hall of Fame.
Yep.
And at 70 years of age, she just pulled in the gym nearly 300 pounds.
Wonderful. Yep, I remember. I was there for that.
Great deadlifter.
All right.
So Kristopher
Let's
Hunt,
take this.
Facebook friends with Jennifer. So I think what I've been told is when you become Facebook friends with Jennifer, now I'm not confirmed this, but your bench automatically goes up 5 kilos.
You'll have to
I'm
ask
told
him.
just by clicking on the accept request, your
Don't
bench
say
goes
that.
up. No, I'm just telling you what I heard. I don't know.
I have like thousands of
But
Facebook requests.
I'm just told it helps your bench just by being friends with Jennifer.
That's not true.
Well, how about this? I don't know if that's true, but I can tell you it won't hurt your bench if you become Facebook friends with Jennifer.
Probably not.
I'll give you that much.
Okay. All right, we got Benjamin Rice here. He's opening with almost 590.
Let's see. We've got Benjamin Rice, and I think I've got some information. He's out of the state of Washington. So next year, the Raw Nationals, actually in 2 years. 2
Next
years,
year's
sorry.
Scranton. Then we got Washington.
Yes, 2 years. The Raw Nationals will be in his home state, Spokane. Aaron Ribick, who will actually be on our broadcast at some point.
Oh, good.
Where we can chat about the Raw Nationals
I know
in 2
they're
years.
really excited. They're
Next year's Raw Nationals are in Orlando, correctly. Rob Keller. Let me make sure we give credit where
I
credit's
thought they
due.
were in Scranton next year, no?
Last year was Scranton. Next year's Orlando.
I know, but I thought it was coming up again. All right, never mind.
All right, we got Benjamin Rice. He's got a 650 PR squat, and he's open at 589. So, Jennifer, this should be room to spare. Now, he leaned forward. I still think it was deep, but he definitely was borderline. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights.
White lights, all white lights. He did fine.
Now, this lifter I'm familiar with, Jennifer. He is from Georgia, and I did a nice interview with him, Matthew Treherne.
Oh.
Some little interesting facts about him.
Give it to us.
He has only been competing for 1 year.
1 year?
He is a seminary student at Emory Ministry School. He is also sponsored by RTS and Citadel Nutrition, and he is a youth minister. and he has got a PR squat of 617, but he's opening at 595. So this would be a situation where he is considerably ahead of his PR, because I think this lift is going to have room to spare, and that's a pretty solid lift. He did lean forward, Jennifer, but I think that was more of a natural technique. You know, some lifters do a lean as part of their form. It didn't look like he lost a groove. It just looked like he leans in his natural
I'm
squat.
just saying I like to lean.
Well, you know, sometimes there's, in fact, a good picture of awesome Steve Goggins.
Yeah.
Steve Goggins, who has competed in 2 IPF World Championships, got a bronze medal in the IPF Worlds in 1992. Steve Goggins, well known for leaning forward and having a great deadlift. Brad Gillingham, another lifter, is known for doing that a little bit. When you've got the big pull, you use your muscles the way to give you the best advantage. Now this, Jennifer, will interest you. Ashton Rouska, just 19 years of age, opening at 617, one of the biggest openers in this class, and he's a teenager. He's the only teenager in this entire session in the prime time. And what this means, folks at home, he was put in the prime time based on his total. This has nothing to do with his age group, so he's that strong, and he looks like he's that strong. Let's see how. Easy lift,
opener.
And you know what stands out to me? He's coached by Gene the Machine Bell, multi-time IPF World Champion, and in my opinion, my humble opinion, one of the best powerlifting technicians who has ever lived. When Gene was on his game, all you had to do was put the weight on the bar in all 3 lifts, and his technique was just perfect. I mean, he would make lift after lift just by staying in the groove and fighting through some tough lifts. And of course, his son Ian Bell, one of the best current lifters, has dominated the collegiates and junior division. Phenomenal deadlifter, and working his way up in the squat and the bench. Benched almost 500 pounds this year. Now we've got Brendan Greene. Now this lifter is out of Maryland, and I must confess I'm originally from Maryland, but he's so young, I'm not familiar with this lifter. He's only 27. So.
Yeah, he's opening up with 617 pounds. He's a tall dude.
Yeah, that means he's probably a good deadlifter.
Came off the back. Yeah, well, it came up so fast, it bounced right off his shoulders.
That was not a situation, in my opinion, where he dumped it.
I don't think so. He came up so much that weight flexed down and up, and can we get a replay? It popped right off, no?
We won't be able to have a replay, but I believe what happened there, what Jennifer's talking about, was he came up so fast that literally the bar popped off his shoulders.
Yeah, the weight whipped down and up, and then it just went back, man. I don't think that was on purpose.
We're going to go to a commercial break while they load the bar.
My name is Marisa Inda. I am a 52-kilo powerlifter in the USAPL and the IPF. I'm currently the 52-kilo national champion. I have the American record total, the American record bench, and the American record deadlift. My proudest moment in powerlifting, which might sound a little bit odd, is actually just jumping into my first meet with zero programming going into it, zero idea of what powerlifting was, and just getting through that meet, having a really good time, and just being bit by the bug. Over time, my training has evolved. In the beginning, I wouldn't say it was haphazard. I was doing my own programming, and I was doing it linear periodization based on an RPE scale, and it worked for some.
All right, we are back with Superman, as he is known. David Ricks, a 5-time Open IPF World Champion, and most importantly, he is, in my opinion, the oldest lifter ever, I'm not 100% sure, but I believe so, to hold an Open World record, Jennifer. 57 years of age, he squatted 683 at the Worlds this year. How amazing is that? I mean, you're talking the best of the best.
Yeah, he was telling me he almost didn't make it. He is part of the disaster relief group, and with the big hurricane that came through up through Virginia, he didn't find out till yesterday that he was going to be able to come.
Wow, that is a great, I didn't know that. That's amazing. I mean, that just shows.
So he's been working like monster hours all week helping clean up after the hurricane, and then he got the okay to come.
And he told me he wants to shout out to the guys at Brute Strength Gym in Norfolk.
Oh, yeah. Nice and easy.
Very strong, 639 opener.
Impressive. So he's the second to last heaviest opener. I just think that's so cool.
I know, isn't that amazing? And how about Jesse Norris? Interestingly enough, Jennifer pointed this out earlier, and I assume this is intentional by Jesse's part. The American record is 683. He's opening at 677. He's clearly well over 700. In fact, Jesse told me, I talked with him, that his PR is 766. He's looking to squat around 750. He acknowledged to me that his whole focus is 9 for 9 and going to the Worlds. So he's not so much looking for going for any type of super third attempt. He just wants to make the world team.
Okay.
And this guy is a phenomenal deadlifter.
Yes.
Phenomenal. I mean, has pulled over 800 pounds.
Yeah.
I actually lifted in the Nationals in Palm Springs in 2010. This young man was, I believe, 15 or 16 years of age and squatting close to 700 pounds as just a teenager.
Wow, that's incredible.
Yeah, and he's been a stud from day one. Mm-hmm. He won 3, I believe it was, sub-junior world titles.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Now, I remember I watched videos of his meet from last year, and his squat is considerably stronger this year. He opened at about that same weight last year, and it was not that easy. Mm-hmm. I would say 750 is not out of the question for him today.
Let's see. See what he's got.
Our prediction of him winning the gold definitely looks like we might have been onto something.
Mm-hmm.
He's got the huge advantage because obviously he's got the big squat. Ellis McClain will outbench him, but the deadlift is the equalizer. Now we're going back to Derrington Wright. Now Derrington Wright is actually out of Texas.
Yeah, he looks like he's coached by Hani. Hani was an assistant coach on the world team last summer. He's out of California. He also writes for Power Magazine, Slingshot Mark Bell's magazine, Power.
Okay, and he's
he
called
did
the
an
strength.
article on me. It's coming out next month.
Nice.
Yeah.
And he's called the strength athlete, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
He's quite a good lifter himself. And then he's also a pretty great coach.
I've seen a lot of lifters mention him as their coach.
Yep, he works hard. So he must be doing some distance coaching with Derrington here since he's in California.
Yeah, out of Texas, yep.
Texas, so.
Now, Derrington told me 617 was his goal, so this 589 Jennifer should set the stage.
Right.
If he hits this well, he should be right on target.
Big breath. Now, you know what's interesting, too? You see a lot of squatters looking down now, too.
Yeah.
That's kind of something that's developed over the last few years.
And that's more common in Europe. If you go to the Worlds, you'll see oftentimes European lifters looking down, but you don't see that as much in the U.S. lifters.
No, and you're starting to see it more and more and more lately, I've noticed.
Yeah.
A lot of more squatters looking down.
I know for me, I was not strong enough to look down. I had to have every absolute tightness in my chest up to have any chance to make a squat.
Yeah, it makes me kind of go forward if I have my heads up, but some people it just works for them.
Yeah, actually there have been some famous world-class lifters who've looked down.
Right.
Chris Dunn is now your lifter. Chris Dunn out of Georgia. And Chris Dunn hit a very nice opener of 562, and he has jumped up to 595, so a nice 33-pound jump, Jennifer.
Yeah, he's one of the taller guys, too.
How amazing is it that this class is so stacked that we're almost at 600 pounds, and he's the second squatter in the group.
Isn't that crazy? And it's raw. It's all raw.
Yeah, we got to keep mentioning that. Even though I spent my whole career in gear, I'm becoming a huge fan of this sport. Now look at that.
Nice.
That was an amazing lift.
Was very nice.
I don't know. That's a situation where if you're watching at home, as soon as he hit the bottom, Jennifer, he literally drove his knees out. Some lifters, the knees will crash in. Some will just maintain. You could see, and that's a technique. If you think biomechanically, when your knees go out, your hips have to come forward. When your knees go in, your hips have to go back. So for most people, it's a strong benefit if you can keep those knees out. Now we got, Ellis McClain.
Ellis is back up. He's at 600.
He told me to give a shout out to his coach at home, Ben Escrow. He said Ben is not going to be here. His girlfriend Steph told me he owns 200 pairs of shoes, 100 Jordans, and he's the coach of cheerleading at Texas State University, and he also has UK and South African lifting family and friends he wants to shout out to.
All right. So deep.
Yeah, I was going to say, so far he's been the most clearly deep and strong squatter of this session.
So do you think he has so many pairs of shoes he couldn't decide to wear red or yellow, so he just won
Well,
one
it's
of
interesting you asked that because I asked Steph, was his coach, you see on the broadcast, and she said he'll mix and match. And I said, so he doesn't even have the same lifting? And she said, no, not always. So, which I found that fascinating because, again, I wasn't strong enough to do that. I had one pair of shoes that I, protected as if it was made out of gold. And when I went to a new pair of shoes, I did the same with that one. I couldn't just try on new shoes for a big squat workout. So now we've got Danny Sullivan. Danny Sullivan Looked very impressive on his opener.
Yeah, he's opening with, or he's second is tying LS's with 600.8.
Sullivan here is out of Illinois, junior lifter, just 22 years of age.
It's crazy. Knees out. Good. Nice and
now
smooth.
his knees came in, but he still had plenty of strength there. And we talked about him as the silver medalist last year.
We're getting a shout out from.
Where is that from?
That's from Canada. It's Heinrich. He's the media guy for the IPF. He sent me a text saying we sound amazing.
Well, thank you very much, Heinrich. We hope you're enjoying yourself. We're really looking for any feedback, so by all means, give us suggestions. I have to jump in here. He doesn't like to get the credit, but Trey Cunningham really is the producer and director of all this, and he's the one that makes us look good. Now, to be honest, Jennifer, it's easy to make you look good. It's very difficult to make me look good. So when Trey is making me and Kurt St. Romain last night look good, Trey deserves a miracle award.
I thought you guys did a nice job. I watched it till I couldn't stay up
Yeah,
anymore.
I'm sure you had to go to sleep. We'll see, and that's what we want. We want fans at home as well as lifters, and as you talked about, IPF officials, people to really feel like they're getting entertained more than just a typical broadcast.
All right, here we got Michael
Garozzo out of New York. Michael Garozzo,
606.
33 years of age, clearly deep. The knees came in there, but again, as we talked about, some lifters are able to fight through that.
He looks very solid. Form is very solid. Legs are a little wider than most, but he looks most solid form.
The thing that concerns me with him, Jennifer, on the opener I mentioned it, and again on the second, is his knees came in. Well, now when you go to the third, it's very possible, and we'll make a note of that, that's going to be the one where he's trying to fight, and if those knees come in, it can make or break a third attempt. Again, some of the top lifters are able to do it, but as a general rule, you want to push those knees out in the bottom. Now, Samuel Bernstein will be our lifter. All of these lifters, Jennifer, in the same weight class, 22-year-old junior, coached by Joey Flex.
Joey Flex, yep.
I love that name.
Here.
Now, he got 10th in the juniors last year, and his goal is to make the junior world, Samuel Bernstein.
Look at that weight bounce as he walks that out. Woo.
You
all
see those
red plates.
Yeah, beautiful red plates.
Yeah, oh, come on now. Nice.
Now, that was interesting there, Jennifer. He really kept his chest up, and that made all the difference.
Sure did. Looked very smooth.
So it's fascinating when you get to watch the replays, and on some of these with the live broadcast, you really see how technique can make or break the big lifts.
So we got Chris Hunt from Indiana coming back up, and they're just kind of bumping up a little bit each time. He's at 623.
How about all that green up there, Jennifer? We only have one lift unsuccessful out of all the first and half of the second. You're right. Really Again, I have to admit, I was judging earlier today, and the only complaint they had is I was taking my test, and there weren't enough challenging calls because everything I was judging the women, everything was white light. So I'd like to think I'm still a good judge, but I didn't have a lot of challenging calls today, I have to admit. Kristopher Hunt, and he's down now. He brought that up a little. I still think that lift was good, but he did bring it up depth. Yep, 3 white lights.
Yep.
And the interesting thing there, Jennifer, a little bit of a forward lean, but again, he looked more like that's his form.
And we have Matt and Benjamin. They're all doing the same weight, all the same seconds.
Let me tell you about Matt, Jennifer. He's out of Georgia. We talked about he is a seminary student. He's a youth minister. He goes to Emory Seminary School here in Georgia, and he has only been competing for 1 year, Jennifer. 1 year. You can see he's sponsored by...
It's impressive to make a Primetime.
I know. That's what I told him, and he looked at me like that was just no big deal. I was like, trust me, it's a huge deal.
It's a big deal. There's a lot of people have been trying for quite a while to get there.
Now, this will be interesting. Again, I think this lift was good, but this was one he pulled up. He might get some reds,
all reds.
Yeah.
Yep.
Generally, from the angle Jennifer and I are watching, which is the front, we do have side views, but we're mainly watching the front. If we think it's high, that's usually going to indicate it's probably from the sides more obvious. Now, Benjamin Rice. Benjamin Rice is our lifter out of Washington. He is also coached by Hani.
There we go. Oh, there we go. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I thought it was interesting. It says he's a singer in an a cappella group called 2020. And they have a professional album out.
Full-time strength coach, part-time musician.
Isn't
and he wants
neat?
to shout out to his family in Washington and his internet friends wherever they may be watching. Hey, Jennifer's got internet friends in Canada watching us, so we should have a contest to see who can text Jennifer from the farthest part of the world. So any European lifters, Asian lifters that are watching, text Jennifer. We want to have a contest to see how far away somebody can be watching us. I woke up at 4 a.m. to watch the Masters Worlds in Estonia this year, so I think I get a record for that.
Yeah, you get a prize of some sort.
Benjamin Rice.
All right.
Now that's a good lift in my opinion. Very deep and very strong. Let's see what the judges say. He did get 1 red for depth.
Yep, but 2 whites, that's all you need.
Yeah, hey.
623.
In the record book, Jennifer, it's a 3 white light squat. Nobody notices.
No, it doesn't matter. That's why you got 3 judges.
This broadcast view we're looking here in the back right, that's Ian Burgess. Let me tell you about him, Jennifer. He competed in the first World Championships. It was not even called the IPF. It was the AAU, but it's listed in the records. 1971 in York, Pennsylvania. He actually got 4th place.
Wow,
I'm from Maryland. That's how I know him. He owned the gym that Matt Gary started and Susie. Matt first started lifting. Susie, Kurt Kowalski, some of the great Maryland lifters lifted in.
Now, Brendan missed his first one of 280.
Yes, he is from Maryland.
He jumped up 5 to 285, which is 628.
He must be getting coached by Ian.
This is the one that lost the weight at the top. So
yeah, so let's see if he can hold it.
He's going to be a little more careful. Well, no, that
Actually, he wasn't more careful. Interestingly, Jennifer, I had turned away on the first one, so I didn't see what happened, but now it makes sense. When he gets to the top.
Yeah, it bounced. It just popped right off the last time. So.
Yeah, and I'm not strong enough to do that. Let's watch an instant replay, Jennifer.
Okay.
He literally accelerates at the top. Yeah, he needs to work on that because that can be dangerous.
It was dangerous.
And as an upper cervical doctor for my patients, you don't want to add extra force going back down on your spine. We already put enough force on our spine. Yeah. Let's not add to it. All right, Jennifer, we've got the Ashton Rouska out of Texas, 19-year-old. He is the sub-junior world champion in 2014 in the equipped division.
Nice.
And
so he's coming over to some raw lifting here. He's
representing, or he wants a shout out to Texas San Antonio Powerlifting in San Antonio, Texas.
Nice.
There's some great powerlifters in San Antonio. Wes and Molly do some great meets down there. I lifted in their nationals a few years ago.
Oh, that looked easy.
Yeah, this guy's just, he's a prodigy.
Yeah,
I mean, you're talking about 639. And you know what's fascinating here, Jennifer? We go from a 19-year-old 639 to the 57-year-old David Ricks, same weight class.
Yeah. I mean,
now, how great is powerlifting?
Shows you how diverse it is,
yes,
isn't it? It's for
a
everybody,
19-year-old.
of all ages. And that's, you know, what I love about our sport the most is it's got such longevity. If you are really great with your training and your technique, you can really do this for many, many years.
Yeah, and successfully at a high level. Yeah. I mean, we just saw, like you said, the Primetime, a 19-year-old is strong enough to make it, and a 57-year-old. And they're not just making it. These are 2 of the last 3 squatters in the group, Jennifer.
It's crazy.
Like, they're putting to shame all the, so basically what happens is all the middle-aged people from 20 on 56, they got to get stronger because you really got no excuse because you can't say I'm too young. Ashton can blow you away. You can't say I'm too old.
You gain strength as you get older. So, I mean, Ashton, boy, when he gets a little bit older, he'll be pretty incredible.
So when you and I get to David Rick's age, think how strong we'll be.
I know. Very strong.
Of course, Rick's by then will be squatting like 800. So.
Right. Who knows? Sky's the limit on that.
Superman, right here, ladies and gentlemen. Superman has flown in. Clark Kent changed from his suit into his wrestling singlet.
Here.
683.
Yeah. Oh, all right.
That right there, ladies and gentlemen, ties the American record that he held coming into the competition. It ties the world record that he held coming into the competition.
Second.
And the only thing that's going to change that is what's about to happen in about 30 seconds. Oh, we got an instant replay. Let's watch Superman. Superman deserves an instant replay.
Absolutely.
A little bit uneven. Interestingly, you can see the left side trailing behind.
Straightened it out, so he was all right.
Now,
so Jesse's going to 722 here.
Yeah, and I had a nice interview with Jesse. Jesse is a huge internet following. Lots of people follow him. If you just look at him on this view we got over here, he's got muscles bulging out. He's got tattoos. He's really very soft-spoken. I had a great interview with him. He's just strong. He's been strong since day one. He started lifting as a football player in Idaho. And he told me he thinks 750 might be there today. So 722, well within his range. Mm-hmm. The thing I like about him, Jennifer, when you watch him, he's very under control. Mm-hmm. There's no wasted energy. He's not yelling and screaming. And when he walks out, look how controlled he is. For a young lifter, he's just 23. Yeah. To me, he's a man behind his years, ahead of his years. I mean, a lot of times the young lifters, as we saw the lifter earlier, they're shaky, they're rocking and rolling.
He kind of looks like more like he's taking a few breaths and centering himself.
Yeah, watch how controlled this is.
More of a meditative way, I guess.
This is more my style. I'm not strong enough to waste energy, and this guy just puts it all into the bar. And I think this is going to have room to spare, Jennifer. Let's see. Yeah, I mean,
no problem.
He really looks like he's under control. That,
audience
ladies
is
and
going
gentlemen.
a little bit nuts out there.
Well, and they should. That's the American record. We're going to get a replay of that.
Yeah.
But it's also blowing the doors off the world record. Obviously, it's not official in this competition. But, Jennifer, that's 40 pounds ahead of the world record.
Yeah, that's
I mean, only someone like Jennifer Thompson smashes records by 40
well,
pounds.
I don't know about that.
Even you, 40 pounds would be a big deal.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Watch this replay, Jennifer. And look what we talked about. Watch the knees out and the chest up. Knees do come in.
They come in just a tad.
And
but
again, the
it's
chest
steady.
stays up. Be interesting if Jesse, depending on what he jumps to, if he drives his knees out, how much more he has in him.
Yep, we're back up to the top here. We got our third attempt, and we're going to go right into the bench for the ladies. So we'll finish out these squats.
Yeah, there will be no break other than a 5-minute break to set up the bench. This prime time, we are much on target compared to last night, as you know, Jennifer. We left here at 2:30 in the morning.
First day is always the toughest. Takes a little while. Get everything in the swing.
Danny
There you
Sullivan,
go. Knees
third
out there,
attempt.
Danny, nice job.
What do you
3 for
think,
3 for
White?
Danny.
I think that's
I
White.
think he's got that easy. Yeah.
So between Jennifer and I, we gave it 2 whites. That means it's a good lift, right?
Absolutely.
You're Cat 2? What level
Yeah.
official? Okay,
Yeah,
so
Cat 2,
I hopefully will be a national referee by the end of this competition. I took the test, so we just got to make sure I pass.
Yep, we just always need, that's the one thing about our sport is it's a volunteer sport. And we always need people to step in and help out when they're not lifting.
Yeah, actually, that's the reason I took the test is I do a lot of announcing for Josh Rohr's meets, and inevitably the local meets I'll be announcing, and they'll have an American record, and they literally have to pull judges from other parts of the room. And I told Josh, if I can help you when I'm announcing, I can sit in. You know, you hate to see someone set an American record and not get credit just because they didn't have
You can only do those at state
judges.
meets now, so that'll sort of alleviate some of that running around at meets, but still it'd be nice for state meets. There we go. Oh boy, he pulled that through. Good job.
I must jump in here because I didn't know that. Is that a new rule that an American record has to be at least a state level?
Yep. you
And
can't-
then obviously nationals.
Yep, and regionals now too.
Okay.
But
So
you
that's
can't
good.
just do
When
them
did
at
that
any-
go in?
The last NGB meeting.
Okay, so that's
Yep.
on the books.
Started. They started in September.
Okay.
So
Well, that's
started
good.
now.
For those of you out there, I did not know that. Well, I don't know if that would count. I guess that would count for the National Referees Test, but the book that I studied off of didn't have that. So.
They may not have updated it yet. 'cause
But that's a
it was
good
so
rule.
recent.
That actually is a good rule because a state meet should have a higher, when I got into
Yeah.
the sport, and probably for you, the state championships was a big deal.
Well, as a
And-
local meet director, it became tough to try to find enough, national referees because you want to be able to offer that to your
Yeah,
athletes.
absolutely.
So,
But I like the fact of making that state feel more, it's different than a local meet. It should be. It should have a little higher level.
Right.
All right, how about
champions
Derrington here?
Yep.
Looking to go
He's
3 for
got-
3 in the
Yeah, I
squat.
hope so. Let's see. This is 617.
Whoa.
There we go.
And you know
Nice.
what, Jennifer? He told me today, I said, what are you shooting for on a perfect day? He said 617.
Perfect. All
And
right.
I think he had room to spare.
I think so too, and that always feels good when you hit that. I love that. So I love Michael's card here. He wrote 3 paragraphs of what we should say.
Tell us a little bit about Michael Garozzo,
He wants to
Jennifer.
say I was biggest supporter, his wife Sandra, who's coaching him today.
Hi,
and will be
Sandra.
Rewatching the broadcast later. So
Okay,
hi, Sandra.
Hi, Sandra, when you're watching this next week.
And then he's got a couple of kids here, Salvatore, and I think that is Gabriella. It's a little bit cut off. And,
I don't actually have that in my notes, but we'll give a shout out to his children and to his wife Sandra. Hopefully when you're watching this, you already know we're thinking he's about to go 3 for 3. Now this
think
is the
so.
lifter I said his knees were coming in. So this could be the make or break. Is he able to fight through it or drive the knees out? Because technique-wise, that can be a huge issue.
Not sure about the depth on that one. We'll see.
Yeah, that'll be interesting, but he did
No, we got 2 reds on that one.
He
That's
did
too
fight
bad.
through it, but that lift will be no lift. But Sandra, we have a shout out to you for your husband going 2 for 3.
Yeah, he gave it a good go.
Now we've got Ellis McClain. Now Ellis has put on a show because Jennifer and I have unofficially given him the deepest squatter award.
Yeah,
he has been clearly deep. He's also quite fashionable in the fact he comes to the platform with 2 different colored shoes.
Yeah.
And Ellis McClain is looking for 628.
He's got that signature smile going. I love it.
Now, he told me coming into today he was looking for around 644, so this should be well within his range. His first 2 attempts were very easy.
Oh, yeah. So we'll see if he's going to push himself a little bit on this last one with 628.
Yeah, out of Texas here. Texas, a long, long history of great powerlifters.
All right, big breath. Oh, chest up. Nice.
And
he
if
had
we
more.
do a replay of that one, those knees drove out. I mean, that's one of the best. If you watch this lift again, I know I harp on this a lot, but it's one of my pet peeves. You can watch this. When he hits the hole, Jennifer, his knees actually drive out. Watch those knees go out.
I was a little worried right there. He was going to go forward, but he just kept it up, and he was great. Yeah.
And it really is
happy with that.
It really is one of the more difficult things is when you hit the bottom and you drive with your legs, your knees naturally come in. So it's a difficult concept to be thinking under a big weight. But, man, that's a great finish for Alice, 3 for 3.
Nice job.
So we've got Samuel Bernstein, the junior lifter, coached by Joey Flex.
Yeah.
Joey Flex.
Well, he's attempting the same weight as LS with 628 here.
And this is
Spotters
a junior.
and loaders are happy about these same
Yeah,
weights.
I know. In the deadlift, I was judging, and there were 4 women in a row at the same weight. You could see the spotter loaders.
Like, woo, got a break.
And my opinion, spotter loading is the hardest thing in all of powerlifting, especially in the deadlift.
Definitely.
And the reason why I became a lifter was so I wouldn't have to spot and load.
Knees, oh, nice job. Great lift for him on that.
Let's see what the judges say. I think that's 3 white lights.
Easy.
We got our sponsors up in the corner. They pop up there, so we want to shout out to Slingshot.
Mark Bell's Slingshot.
Yeah, Mark Bell, long and very strong supporter of USA Powerlifting. Look at this lift right here that we just saw by Samuel. That was a fascinating example. His knees came in, and then he pushed them back out.
They did that in the last one. It almost like they were just shaking. I don't know that they even came in. I think they were just like working so hard they were shaking back and forth. So we got Matthew here. He's going up 2.5 kilos to 634.
We've talked about Matthew being a seminary student at Emory here in Georgia, and this is only 1 year of powerlifting. 1 year. Now that's going to be close on depth. I think that might be Reds, but he's got
a little folded over on that.
That was borderline. I thought that was tough.
That's too bad.
Again, we are a good distance away, and we have some wonderful monitors and different angles that we're watching. We actually have 5 camera angles. Wait till you see the bench. Jennifer was watching last night at home, so you might have seen a few. We have an overhead camera in the bench. Looks straight down. We have a squat view. Looks straight up. Camera 5. I mean, we've got some
all the
amazing
funny faces that we make.
Yeah, we'll see on this next lift if we can show camera 5 before the lift, just so the crowd can see what I'm talking about. The close-up looking up at the lifter as he walks out. It's really a fascinating view. I was telling Heather Connor, I don't know if you got to see, she won the 103s last night.
She's a North Carolina lifter.
Okay, then you would know. Cornbread, they call her back there. She looked like a giant from the
I watched
camera
it.
angle.
Oh, yeah. She had a phenomenal day yesterday. Phenomenal. All right, so we got Benjamin Rice here going with
Look at this angle. This is what the fans at home are seeing. I mean, if that doesn't make you feel huge, nothing will. We'll pan back to the full view when we get him under the bar, but this is just good for you guys to see all the amazing views. We got bodybuilding.com sponsoring us, their logo in the corner. Most of you who are watching this are actually on that site. Yep. They've been huge supporters of the live broadcast that the USA Powerlifting has been doing for years.
Tons of great information.
Yeah, lots of great nutrition information, programs.
Oh, yeah.
And for people starting out all the way to advanced lifters.
Yeah, it really is a great resource.
Benjamin Rice, 3rd attempt.
Okay.
Now, I think that lift was deep. It was right there, but I think it was a good lift. I think that's 3 whites. He got 2. Now, it's interesting. There was a blue card. I don't know from our angle if that was a situation. Typically, that would mean you weren't standing upright or legs locked. So we'll get a replay. Let's see if we can see this. It might have been something at the lockout where he didn't quite lock out. Or the knees. Actually, it's interesting. His right knee might have come unlocked. So lift was good, though. In the record books, it says 2-1. Or it says good lift.
Sometimes people are higher in one hip than the other, too. I mean, it really is a natural
That
thing
actually is fascinating you say that, Jennifer. Since I've been doing these internet broadcasts and Trey has angles from both sides, I've actually seen a lift where I said, that's deep, and they showed me the side, and I said, well, that was high.
Yep.
So you're right, yeah.
Sometimes
some
it's
lifters,
good on the right, sometimes it's not good on the left.
And some lifters, you know, it's their biomechanics. They're literally uneven.
All right, we got
Brendan Greene.
Here.
Now, he's the one that pops it up at the top, so let's see.
Oh, nope, he's not going to make it up there.
He's not going to have an issue on that one.
Oh, boy. Well, he got his second in, so that's good.
All right, Jennifer, we are down to the last 4 squatters. Yep. I mean, we are into some serious poundage. Kristopher Hunt, 655, out of Indiana.
Yep.
34 years of age, coached by Mike Tushur. I'm sure you're familiar with Mike Tushur. Mike Tushur is a former gold medalist in the World Games. Just about the most tough competition in all of powerlifting. There's only a few lifters who, for the U.S., have ever even been able to compete
He's
in that.
He's an ER physician. Haha.
Oh, that's interesting, an ER physician, so
Yeah.
we can call him Dr.
That's how I
Kristopher
remember him,
Hunt.
because he talked to Donovan a bit. They were both ER doctors.
Okay, so we'll call him Doctor.
Yep, says hello to the ER staff in Indianapolis.
And look at him fighting
Look
it
at him pull
up.
out their knees out. Oh, so close.
Wow,
Darn
great
it.
catch by the spotter.
Yeah.
He's at St. Vincent Hancock Regional Hospital and Henry County Hospital. He wanted to shout out to his wife Ashley and his dad in Greenwood, Indiana, and his mom in Bloomington, Illinois.
And he's actually our TUE guy for USA Powerlifting.
Oh, okay. For
Yeah.
those of you at home, that stands for therapeutic use exemption. When a lifter is taking a prescription from a physician, he is allowed or she is allowed to present her case or his case to the organization if it's a drug that would typically cause a failure, so that they're not failed. You know, for instance, sometimes there's heart medications that would cause failures, things like that.
So Ashton says that Harambe is his spirit animal. I'm not quite sure what that is.
I don't actually know what that means, but as strong as he is, I think maybe we could all benefit from that. Much like being your friend on Facebook, maybe having a spirit animal helps your squat. So
Yeah, maybe.
this is a teenager, Jennifer, with 661 in the 205-pound weight class. And he was considerably lighter, Jennifer. He was 7.5 kilos below the weight limit, so that means he only weighs about 190 pounds.
All right, see what he got here.
Now, I think he brought that up. I
Might
think
have
that
shorted
might,
that a
yeah,
little
that might
bit.
not be depth, but it'll be interesting. I think he might get one white. Yeah, he got the head
yeah,
judge white.
darn
I thought
it.
that lift was high.
It was definitely shorter than his others.
But, you know, strength-wise, Jennifer, 661.
Oh, amazing.
I mean, you can watch this replay, ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen at home. You'll see here.
It's David Rick's giving him some love.
He
over
clearly
there.
brings it up just a little bit. Those of you who are watching at home, especially in other organizations or maybe not familiar with competitive powerlifting, the rule book states the top of the thigh at the hip joint must descend below the top of the knee. When you watch videos online, sometimes you'll see lifts and wonder why are IPF or USAPL lifts turned down. That's the strict interpretation of the rule. And at this meet, the judging has been very consistent.
Oh, yeah.
And Jennifer and I, like I said, are 40, 50 feet away watching the screen, and when we say that looks like it's borderline, it's usually been turned down.
One of the things you watch David Ricks and some of the more veteran lifters is you have the same cadence when you walk up to the bar. Every single time you do the same thing.
Yep, and Jesse Norris, notice that.
Keeps
And
yourself in the zone. You just do it the same way every single time.
Well, and I'm a big believer in that you put all your energy into the lift and no wasted motion. And like you said, repetitive. You want to have that groove because you're developing neural pathways. I mean, you want to have that groove locked in. So look at this, 705 pounds. This would exceed his American record coming into today. Jesse already broke it, but it would also exceed the world record coming into today.
Chest up. Come on, David. Wow.
Now that's going to be close on depth. He was a little bit uneven. He got one red.
Nice. Look how excited he
I'm a
is.
huge Superman fan. I would have read it, but it was close. But that's a phenomenal 705 squat. As Jennifer said, he has been working on emergency relief all week.
Yeah, and he didn't even know he was going to come until the other day. Isn't that crazy? So you'd think that takes him out of you. But you know what? When you get out there in front of this crowd and your adrenaline gets going, none of that other stuff matters.
It is true. Some of the best lifters of all time. Let's watch this replay. Well, we're going back to Ashton Rouska. See, you know what this is, Jennifer? This is David Ricks is so strong, he's getting younger.
Yeah, there you
All
go.
of a sudden, he's 19 again. That's why we
you
watched
should have
Ashton
seen. He gave him a
Rouska.
good. David gave him a good fist pump after. You know, that's pretty neat to have.
Yeah, well, the bond between a 19-year-old and a 57-year-old. No, that was good. We have to compare the 19 to 57.
So
All
this
right,
is
now,
just shy of 750.
simply put here,
749.6.
we got to focus on right now. This is the biggest squat ever done in the USAPL in this weight class. This would smash the world record. This lifter really is, he's a superstar on the rise. He is going to be,
the crowd to get him going.
he's going to be closing in on a 10 times body weight total, which he would be the heaviest lifter in the USAPL to have ever done that raw. I mean, this is a stud. No, the heaviest to do 10 times body weight. It's harder when you get heavier.
Yes.
Yeah. Yesterday there were 2 lifters who did 10 times.
Gotcha.
So to do it at 205 would be unbelievable. And watch the technique here, ladies and gentlemen. The chest up, chest up.
I'm not sure about the depth on
Yeah,
that
he
one.
pulled it up, but clearly the chest stayed up. No lift.
No, that was clearly short even from the front.
Yeah.
That's too bad, though, because he was pretty strong for that. He didn't need to cut it, probably.
We'll see if we can get a replay of this. Jesse's very knowledgeable because he told me coming into this meet, he has squatted 766, I believe, but he said he knows that this meet has strict judging, and he said
I don't think it's
consistent.
Consistent, yeah. I mean, the rules is the rules, so.
Yeah, it's clearly high.
Yeah.
The thing is, a lot of times, and you see this, Jennifer, people see stuff on the internet. They do meets that aren't USAPL or IPF, and you see the numbers come down. The bottom line is, Jesse proved he's strong enough. That's just. We're going to head to a commercial before we set up for the bench press.
All righty.
Powerlifting is becoming incredibly competitive on the men's and women's side, every single age class, every single weight class. And so my strength book really is a tool for athletes who want to get better.
In order to break those barriers that you could achieve with only basic training, you need to be analyzing your metrics. You need to be properly programming, and we're giving that power back to the athletes so that they can start managing their own training and make sense of it in a way that a professional can.
We want athletes to be able to program the most effective workouts and training programs possible using a numbers approach. And right now, there's not a numbers approach. It's more just guesswork. And we're taking the guesswork out of programming and designing workouts and using numbers and metrics to give that power to the athletes to understand what's going to work, what's not, and keep focusing on the target, keep focusing on moving forward, gaining momentum, and ultimately building your powerlifting total.
What I tend to tell people when it comes to not just powerlifting or any other sport, as far as us getting to the next level, it's all about effectiveness and efficiency. You're basically trying to figure out how can you make yourself faster and stronger and smarter.
The product Avi's creating is going to be essential. I think it's going to be absolutely great for people from beginners to right through to the elite level, be able to track numbers and be able to look back year after year after year and see your progression and know that, 5 years ago I was only doing this, and be able to see that visually.
I think if I would have had that 5 years ago, I would have been able to maybe be at an elite position a lot sooner, because then you're able to make changes that you need to make to your training.
It will help me look at my tonnage, it'll help me look at my intensity, and it'll actually graphically show me over time what I'm good at, what I need improvement in.
At the end of the day, when you're doing your workouts, when you're doing your peaks, you talk to any of the top end lifters, they all have a plan. We all want to know what's going on. We want to know what percentage we're working at. What they've done is what everyone's tried to do so many times. There's variations of the app out there, but this one literally accumulates it all in one.
I'm very much into stats. Metrics are extremely important. It allows you to see areas where you've improved. It may also allow you to also pick out weaknesses as well. So any type of application, program, therapy, modality that can do so will definitely be a tool that anyone lifter or an athlete would use, because it's going to help you reach those goals.
Hello, we are back at the 2016 Raw Nationals. I'm Dr. Patrick Anderson, my partner here, world-class bench presser and women's world champion and the best deadlifter in her division in the world. I know I could talk all meat about her. Jennifer Thompson is my partner in crime. I know she's shy, so I brag about her, but her husband Donovan helps me brag about her too. We are going to be moving into the bench press, Jennifer. We had very exciting squat. I mean, quite a bit of excitement. We saw Jessie Norris break a record. We saw Susie
It was incredible.
with a display of exuberance and excitement and amazing powerlifting. And we're going to be moving into the women's 52 kilo and 57 kilo bench press first.
Yep.
And then we're going to move up to the men's in the second flight. We have about 40 seconds before we start the flight. And one of the things we like to do on this broadcast is to bring in guest speakers and people that are somebody related to the sport of powerlifting and events coming in the future. So we're going to have a special guest that we're going to be asking questions throughout the rounds of the bench press. I'd like to introduce Erin Ribbick. Say hello, Erin.
Hello, everybody.
Okay, so Erin has the 2018 Raw Nationals in Spokane, Washington. Her co-meet director, Dana Snow, is also with us. She doesn't have headset, so Erin's going to speak for her. But we want to acknowledge Dana is the Washington State Chair, also a Masters silver medalist, just got back from Estonia. Erin, as she informed me earlier today, has stayed away a little bit from competing for a while on the big stage, but she is a former sub-junior world champion. She's won 2 women's nationals, and she's really excited about the Raw Nationals. Last year had over 1,000 lifters. This year over 1,000 lifters. It's becoming the biggest meet in powerlifting. So it's in Spokane, Washington. Tell us, as we go through the lifts a little bit each, what are we looking forward to in 2018 in Spokane?
Well, what we're looking forward to in Spokane is bringing powerlifting back to the West Coast. We really haven't had a nationals on the West Coast.
Palm Springs would have been the last
Springs
one. I lived
was the
in
last
2010.
time. Yep, in 2010, and then before that, I believe it was women's nationals in Seattle in 1997.
That sounds about right. So
right, so it's been a
2
long
meets on the
time.
West
That
Coast
was
in 20
before my
years.
time.
Exactly. So it's in California. Priscilla actually just told me today, California, second to Texas in memberships.
Yeah.
For the whole federation now. So we're growing on the West Coast.
I'm going to jump in here. Heather Faas successful on her opening attempt at 132. As we noticed earlier, in the Raw division and the women in particular seem to be very consistent on their openers. So we're going to try and get the conversation going now because we want to be ready and focused on the lifters for the second and third attempt. So Jenny Lee will be our next lifter at 148. So now Spokane, Washington, I've actually not been familiar with the Northwest, but I'd be love to go out there. So tell us a little bit about where Spokane is, in relation to the surrounding area.
So Spokane's in eastern Washington, so everyone asks us about the rain, but that's Seattle, other side of the mountains. We're on the desert side of the state, big, tall ponderosa pine trees. Weather's fairly dry. Raw Nationals is October. It might be a little rainy, but just kind of mild fall weather.
So what was the temperature when you left?
When we left home, I think we're getting cooler at night now, but maybe 60s, high 50s during the day.
I remember
sunny.
when you guys launched your proposal for this, and it won hands down just based on the beautiful pictures.
I know. I put lots of pictures in my presentation.
It was gorgeous. We were all like, yeah, we want to go there.
Jenny is the lifter. Let's jump back to 148. A wide grip, Jennifer. Very wide grip, very easy opener. And the judges say 3 white lights. Well, I've been competing for 30 years and been blessed enough to go to a lot of nationals in a lot of parts of the country. And I've actually never been to one in the Northwest. So Erin just mentioned earlier that based on what the history is on the West Coast, this has only had 2 national championships in 20 years.
I believe so, as far as, I'm aware.
So clearly we need to get more meets on the West Coast.
Well, she was also just mentioning the number of lifters we have in just this session alone from her area.
Tell us about that, Erin.
Ben Rice is a Washington kiddo that we see. I say kiddo, he's my age. Jessie Norris is out of Boise, Idaho.
Jesse, quite a lifter.
Yeah, we love Jesse. He actually came to Spokane, lifted in our Pro Deadlift Invitational that we had at the Empire Classic a couple years ago.
Yeah, Brad Gillingham has lifted it.
Brad's lifted it in every year that we've had it.
That lift for Gabrielle Tucker was good, 3 white lights.
You know, everybody loves Jesse because you bring him out for a pro event. He's the little guy. Everybody just is impressed with how strong that little guy was.
800 deadlifter. He's deadlifted over 800
Right,
pounds.
and so you put him on a stage next to Brad Gillingham and Sean Coleman and Brian Dermody, and then you bring out Jesse, and it really shows his
size difference.
Yeah, it shows his strength. Grant Higa will be lifting Primetime on Sunday afternoon. He's also out of the Seattle area.
I've known Grant for over 20 years.
Yep.
A very strong lifter, masters lifter, but is competing in the Primetime as a master, so it shows how talented he is.
Yeah, he's pretty excited about that. And of course, Spokane is hometown of Priscilla Ribic. So.
Oh yeah. Her roots.
And Priscilla, in addition to being the best deadlifter in the world in her weight class, pound for pound, has been one of the top female lifters in the U.S. for a number of years. She's broken IPF world records. One of her first records was by a deadlifter named Ruthie Schaefer, who was the best female lifter of her era, and Priscilla is really one of the best. Tell us a little bit about the meet itself. I mean, the venue, some of the things that the meet directors are bringing to the table for this
competition. So the venue we picked was a hotel that's right downtown in the heart of Spokane at Riverfront Park, which is a 100-acre park right in downtown Spokane. Nice. Lots of restaurants. There's a mall. It's beautiful. The hotel sold us on. They've got free bicycles that you can rent, and we kind of giggled because of powerlifters, and they said, "Oh, don't worry, you can rent Segways too if you want to tour around."
I've always wanted to do that.
Right.
Jumping back, Susie was successful with her opener at 154.
Easy
Melissa
openers.
Barber also successful on her opener.
Now opening with the same here, 154 for the next four
actually
lifters.
The next few lifters.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about how far is your venue from the airport? I know for a lot of lifters that's a big deal.
It is. Oh gosh, you're gonna ask me for specifics.
Just give me an estimate.
It's 10 to 15 miles. We've got the free shuttle. You know, the hotel is gonna be able to shuttle people. Free parking at the hotel, which is great.
That is a huge thing. I'm paying $25 a night at this point.
Yeah, I know it's expensive. You know, the bigger the city. We're a mid-sized town, so there's some benefits to the mid-sized town as far as that kind of stuff goes.
Well, and the interesting thing that you hit on, when you put a nationals in Georgia, obviously you get a lot of Southeast lifters. Certain lifters will travel anywhere, but you're going to bring in a whole new group of competitors, California, all over the Northwest, and then you talked about some of those states, Montana and Idaho, the Dakotas, Wyoming. You might see lifters who maybe have been competitive or could be competitive on the national stage. They just couldn't fly all the way to Atlanta or Strand.
And what we're also seeing, even with bringing regionals to Spokane this year, is that we've got a lot of lifters from other federations who are excited about the idea of regionals, who have come over to USA Powerlifting to qualify to go to regionals. And
well, let me ask you about that. Did you already hold the regionals in
No,
Spokane?
our regionals is November 5th, and we're having it at the same venue we're having Raw Nationals.
Are you and Dana the meet directors?
We are, yep. And
How many lifters?
It's our dry run. We ended up with 70 lifters for the first go around.
So that'll actually be good, because obviously those lifters, those lifters are very likely going to be, in a lot of cases, trying to qualify for the nationals.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
It's a good lift for Melissa there, all with the same openers. And
yeah, we're perfect so far on the bench. So one of the things, the rules are, when you're an interviewee on the live stream and they're perfect, you stay until somebody misses.
Until somebody
so
misses.
Now that's my rule.
Lots of green going
Trey
here.
might not agree with it, but so you might be here for a while. Aaron was the one who proctored my national exam earlier today, and we had a stretch where there were no misses.
I know.
And so I told her, I'm really getting off the hook here because the women weren't missing.
I know. I made him stay extra. I made him stay for the deadlifts.
And it
longer
still
than
didn't
he
help.
needed
I think
to.
I only had one. Yeah.
Yeah, he did good though.
But as we talked about, Jennifer, that's how talented the women are in the USAPL.
Well, of course.
And good coaching. Because picking the right attempt is also coaching.
I think the girls concentrate on form, right?
I think women, they're way better to train, to teach, and they're more worried about doing things right than how much weight they're doing.
Well, and
make some good lifters
as the one guy here, and I'll admit this, it's a lot ego too. It's a lot ego. If you coach men have the ego, and it's very hard to rein them in. And women are much more about, like you said, the performance of the lift. I mean, you know, because your husband Donovan deals with coaching world teams, and coaching the men, especially like the bench pressers, drives you crazy because they all want to open at 1,000 pounds. And, you know, so a lot of it is wanting to perform at a higher level. And then I just think we have a lot of talent. We were talking, Jennifer and I, about how amazing the women's division is and how many lifters you're getting. Out in Spokane, what type of demand and interest are you getting in the women's division?
It's growing. I mean, I would say in our local meets, it's about 40-50% of our entries in meets is typically female. So it's definitely growing. It's definitely popular. I think women tend to take on the challenge. Men want to show it in the gym and don't ever sign up for the meet.
Ouch, Aaron.
I know.
Yeah. Man, Aaron is not messing around.
We were we're seeing the same thing on the East Coast in North Carolina. Our meets are almost half women.
Yeah,
now,
which is awesome. I mean, when I first started in the gym, I worked out at gyms in college where I was one of 3 female members at the gym.
Oh yeah,
let
people
alone
looked at you weird standing
right.
over there.
Yeah.
All right, we got Marissa Inda from California, so she'll be excited that this is going to be over in Spokane here.
Oh yeah, that would be good for Marissa.
Yeah, 182 here for her opener. We're getting towards the last 5 lifts here.
Since I'm not familiar with the Northwest, give me an idea from, like, for instance, Northern California, Oakland, San Francisco. How far is that? Is that driving distance? Is that flying distance? Like, how far are we talking?
Northern California is going to be a longer drive, maybe 16, 20 hours from Northern California. But there's, Southwest Airlines, God bless them. You can get anywhere on the West Coast, pretty easily. Yeah. We fly to Phoenix.
How far are you from the Canadian border? How far are we from?
About 2 hours south of the Canadian border, and we're about 20 miles west of the Idaho border. So we're right by Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, which is gorgeous, huge, beautiful
I was
lake.
just going to say, people going to the meet maybe that aren't lifting, but a lot of times your family and friends, there's a lot of things you could go sightseeing.
Right, and while you're all the way on the West Coast, you can hop on, Alaska Airlines has flights to Seattle and Portland every hour on the hour almost for pretty inexpensive. While you're out west, you might as well see out west.
I hope my wife doesn't have the broadcast on because she is desperate for me to take her to Alaska to see whales and dolphins and stuff.
Well, we're not that close to Alaska, but...
All right, we got Lauren. Let's see. She's got an easy 182.
Lauren Rutan, she was the one who took 3 squats to get in the competition.
Yes.
So the bench was a little bit easier for her.
Yeah, she made the squats a little bit of a nail biter. But she opened that bench with no problem.
Since you're on the live broadcast, what are your thoughts of the prime time for when you put the meet on?
We love the idea, absolutely. I know last night's prime time went a little late, so we need to figure out the logistics. Today went great. The number of lifters they had today, and to have prime time start on time, and
I think when you try anything new, though, there always going to be that kind of adjustment, figuring out things are going to come up you didn't anticipate, So obviously they've got it worked out by today.
Absolutely. And kudos to Josh. I mean, he's the pioneer of it. He thought of it. This is his baby. This is what his vision is coming alive tonight, which is amazing.
I'm glad you mentioned that because Josh doesn't get enough credit for he's stepping out there because this was he had some backlash. Plus, if this failed, then it would clearly come back, well, why'd you do this?
Well, and he also spent some time where he called a lot of the lifters first and asked them what they thought of that before he actually put it in play.
I know, isn't that another thing, how nice Josh is?
Yeah,
a lot of meat
wanted the input.
A lot of meat directors would not care. We won't name the meat directors, but there are a few meat directors out there.
He really did his research and made sure this was something that majority were interested in having before he actually pursued it.
I think it's amazing. We've loved the idea since he brought it up. I think he's pulled it off, honestly.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, this is amazing, and
the whole
we hope
competition.
to expand on it and hopefully get feedback from lifters and from Josh.
I really think this is one of the things that could make us more of a mainstream sport.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially with CrossFit games and things like that. This is something that's going to resonate and get us to that next level. I think it has the potential anyway.
Exactly. That's been my thought all along, is in order for us to get credit for the value that we have. Like, you have a product as a USAPL, and our value is in the Jennifer Thompsons. It's a value in of the Ray Williams and the Dennis Cornelius and Jesse Norris and Marissa Inda and Susie and Bonica. That's value. Well, how do you demonstrate that? Kim Walford. Yeah, you don't demonstrate that value when you have 5 platforms of all Kim Walford and Jennifer Thompson lifting on 2 platforms at the same time.
Right.
So now some lifters and people have been arguing, well, you're putting too much emphasis on the top lifters, but I flip that and say, look at what we're getting. Oh, we did have a missed lift for Jennifer Millican. Now that's a big deal in the bench because she was in the lead in the squat.
Yeah, and it looked like an easy lift, so I didn't really see what the cards were on that, but it didn't really look like it was
she fooled me because everyone was making whites. I wasn't expecting a miss. Jennifer,
she messed up our green chart here. You have to go now, Aaron. Sorry.
It was all Aaron's. Jennifer was very dominant in the squat. She squatted 369 in both. Jennifer Thompson and I felt there was more left in her, so Jennifer was very impressive. But it was 369,
Yeah, so
triple
can you
body
believe
weight.
that, Aaron? I mean, that's amazing. 57
no, that's
kilos.
crazy.
Oh my gosh.
But to wrap up, my point is that we're also seeing lifters in the daytime saying the prime time is driving them to get stronger for next year. Because they're wanting to get into the prime time, and I think that's something we should celebrate because there isn't 20 Jennifer Thompsons in a weight class. There isn't 20 Jesse Norrises, but somebody who's maybe 8th or 10th can climb into the prime time, and that's a big deal.
It is a big deal, and it gives people something to strive for. Not everybody wants to go to Worlds or make a World team.
Well,
so I think the balance between our elite lifters and the lifters that just want the national experience, which the regionals is going to help.
Oh yeah, it'll bring another level.
Bring another level in. But no, I agree. We need to find the balance. We need to find what's doable, and we need to.
But, I was talking with Heather Faas. She's from South Carolina, and I was talking to her before this, and she's like, I am just so stoked I made that prime time. She's like, I can't tell you, this is like the highlight of my powerlifting career, that I made it to lift with these other athletes in this event. I mean, she was just so stoked about it.
Well, and as soon as Josh announced it, I mean, it was all over my Instagram and Facebook feed. People were screenshotting their name on the primetime list. It's a big deal.
And some people actually did another meet to try to up their total to try to get into the primetime.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, that's...
Well, we did a conference call leading up to this meet several times with the people involved, and one of the things people said was there were a few people saying, my total should have put me in the prime time. And what the decision was once you see how great this is, next year it's going to spur people on
more competitive
to get into a meet. So it could help local meets, because if you're someone who you want to get in the prime time, maybe you'll do an extra meet.
Yeah, and I think, too, it's going to keep people from just getting that bare minimum qualifying total, right?
Absolutely.
We're going to really be able to pick our flights based on where they should be, right? Based on what they can actually do. So
we did have another miss for Heather, so
yeah,
all of a
sort
sudden
of
we're having
collapsed on her chest. I'm not quite sure what happened with that one. She lost her tightness, and it just sort of went oof.
Well, it's interesting you say that, Jennifer. We noticed that in last night's lifting, when you're dealing with particularly the lighter classes and the smaller females, getting that arch and that tightness is absolutely paramount, because you're lifting so much more than your size. So sometimes the setup, if you're not locked and loaded, it'll look like you get crushed, and then the lifter will come out on the next attempt and hit it easy. You don't typically see that as much in a larger male bencher, because if they get out of the groove, they can almost muscle it up. So it's really fascinating how the handoff can be critical, and for you, obviously, it's a big deal. Getting a good handoff.
That's important, but,
Of course, you're strong enough to overcome a bad handoff.
I don't know. I do lots of practicing, so if it happens, you're ready.
I know Jennifer's not lifting tonight, but I heard of a 525-pound hold that my co-partner did for 11 to 13 seconds. There was some debate how many seconds. But when you're holding 525, I don't think it matters.
That's one of the reasons I do it, though. When you get a bad handoff, if you can hold 525, that bad handoff is insignificant, because you can handle that weight no problem.
The time is funny, because I know who thinks it was 11 and who thinks it was 13. Because when I'm doing pause squats, I'm pretty sure my husband can't count.
Yeah. Well, you're training.
I don't even remember what it was.
Well, here's how funny it is. Your training partner was telling me about this 525 hold you did for 11 seconds, and I was like, man, that's impressive. I was like, so she walks out the squat and holds it, and he looks at me and goes, no, it's a bench press. And my eyes just dropped, because I'm thinking she did a 525. He told me you did 590 in the squat walkout, right? Is that about right?
Yeah, it was like 580, but it wasn't that much more than my bench.
We got to get back to some of the exciting lifting. Let's give Aaron just a little. Do you want to close? What do you want to tell anyone out there who's looking to come to your meet?
I think we need to watch Susie lift first.
Yes,
right?
because
Susie's,
this
165 here. What is that for what Susie normally does?
Susie's best is currently 181. Matt was telling me earlier that Susie's coming back from an injury in the bench, and progressively her bench is climbing up. He was thinking 176 would be there today.
Okay.
Susie's one of those lifters, you guys are probably aware. She literally goes 8 or 9 for 9 every meet. I had her 2016 Worlds 8 for 9, 2015 Nationals 8 for 9.
That's really important to her, and she really makes sure that she's got those numbers dialed in. She's very self-aware of what she has.
And it makes a huge difference come total time if she can get these extra pounds. Strong setup.
That good speed down to her chest. Yep.
And Matt was right on target. That was 165. I'm wondering if they'll jump the full 5 kilos. I think they'll only go up 2.5. But I think that she's right on target for that.
She'll get it.
Melissa Barber doing the same weight. And then, as you noticed earlier, Jennifer, 4 straight lifters doing 75 kilos.
A lot of people don't like the bench so much. They're more squatters and deadlifters. It's not to say anything.
Well,
but
not all of us can outbench every other person in the
planet. A lot of times they don't push themselves as much.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
Well, especially women, too. We're not naturally gifted, strength-wise in the upper body like men are,
That's
so
true.
it's definitely a weakness that's harder for us to overcome. Whereas, our legs are a little more stronger.
Yeah, actually, pound for pound, you're absolutely right. Anatomically, women will tend to have a pound for pound.
It's just
squat
a
or
genetic
deadlift.
thing, man and women thing.
That's why you're so special, Jennifer.
Well, I'm just weird.
Well, you probably are a little weird too.
Yeah. So
But that's why you fit in powerlifting circles. All right, I think we're closing up with Aaron Ribick. Anything you want to say about your meet?
We're excited to have everybody out. We hope we can have, the crowds for prime time like we've had here in Atlanta. It's deafening out there.
Get Trey Cunningham to do your broadcast.
He's coming. Okay. He's told me that he's quitting, but he's coming to Spokane.
He says that every meet, just so you know. Every time he says
I was going to say, I've been his announcer for like 4 straight meets, and he says it every meet.
I've known Trey since I was 16 years old. He's not going to say no to me.
Okay, good.
There you go. You got that on him.
That's the key. Get Trey there.
Yeah. Thanks, you guys.
Bye, Aaron.
Thanks, Aaron. All right, she is going to grind this out. Go Elizabeth.
Now, it's interesting. It looked like her hips came up from our view. Did the judges catch that? Let's see what the lights say.
Well, it's different if your hips come up or if your butt comes up.
Well, from our angle, I couldn't tell. I saw the hips move, but it was turned down.
2-1.
So was it for what were the cards? I believe it was that her butt came up. Okay. That's why I said the word hips, because from our angle we can't see that. We can only see. But there's a certain way you see sometimes people's hips lift that looks different than just a drive.
If they lift straight up or if they go towards the bar.
Yeah,
and that's going to be whether it comes up or if it's just like
Check this angle out. I love this overview angle for the bench press. This is Melissa Erwin. Looking straight down.
She's got a very narrow grip.
But look at the muscles. I love this view because you can really see how strong and powerful. You talked about how the female lifters tend to, the upper body is the area that they have to work harder on. But look at how strong and muscular a woman in the 125-pound weight class looks like.
She's got some long, lean muscles in those arms. She's got long arms like I got.
Well, and it's fascinating. I was talking to a woman who's lifting in the prime time in the 185-pound weight class on Sunday, and she was saying one of the things she loves, this is her first nationals, is seeing all the different women, different heights, different sizes, body structure, and celebrating like the look as not being just one look.
Oh,
like,
I love that about powerlifting.
She was
it's
saying
for everybody.
Well, she said she came from a physique background where like you had to look a certain way, and if not, you weren't whatever qualified or you weren't considered aesthetically pleasing. And powerlifting, we've got
so Tina does not
Tina
take
Tornado. No lift off.
Tina.
We call that Sandvik style, named after the huge bencher from Europe, Kenneth Sandvik. He would do world record attempts, literally lifting the bar out himself.
Crazy.
So that lift was easy for the Tornado.
Yep, she was just very disciplined, very strong and methodical on that.
Ashley Svendbye, we talked about her earlier as being very eclectic. She can do CrossFit, she can do strongman, or strong woman would be the correct term. She can do Olympic lifting. She's a CrossFit coach, and her goal is to try and make the world. So now one of the things we can start to see, Jennifer, is the total building. We can actually start to see what some of these battles are going to look like.
Got some good subtotals going on by the end of the bench here.
Yeah, that will actually give us a good idea on where some of these subtotals are at.
There we go. Very good. Very strong.
And that lift was, we apologize. Our lights, the lift is good. Our lights are no longer up on our screen, so what we're doing is waiting until we hear the announcement from Gino, or till we see it pop up on our screen. Marissa Inda will be your lifter.
Yep, she's now this for 193 here.
Well, and check this out. If you look over here, Jennifer, all the lifters are mixed in. Marissa is by far the biggest 52-kilogram bench. Everybody after her is 57.
Yep.
And that's a big deal at the Nationals. Other than somebody like Jennifer Thompson, another no lift-off, Sandvik style. It's rare to be able to outbench people in the class above you.
Squeeze it, come on now. No.
Looked like her elbows flared out a little too soon. Some lifters have a technique where they keep the elbows in. That'll be interesting to see if
she have a lot of throw off her chest like she did on the first one.
Needs more power off the chest. I'm getting food brought to me. Wow, that is fantastic.
So we got Lauren coming up here with one.
Behind Kelly Lynn, because remember, Jennifer Millican did not get a bench. So right now, Lauren could move all the way up into the second spot if she can hit some good benches.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's going to be no lift.
Yeah, she's real slow on that one.
But now here, Jennifer, we are looking at Jennifer Millican.
Yeah,
and
I think she's going to come back and get this, no problem.
This is critical, because at this point, what happens, although she did up it by 5 pounds,
what happens? Feel confident in it. It was 2.5, but yeah.
Well, 2.5 kilos, 5 pounds. What's going to happen in this situation for the U.S. lifters?
I
use pounds. When I announce an IPF meet, I do use
when you do the pounds.
I do use kilos, but I'm figuring the majority of our fans at home and most of the friends of people are U.S. You and I, though, we all learned to speak kilos pretty quickly. Now look at the wide setup. You can really see on the overview how wide her feet are, and you can see she's locked and loaded. Now this is 198, and I had Jennifer down as a 148 PR, so she's well ahead of what her PR was coming into today.
Oh, yeah. See?
Easy lift.
Yeah, she just has, like, technical problem on that.
So now Jennifer moves all the way up after that lift, 2-1. That was interesting. Did you see what the red was for? I could not tell. From our view, it could have been a situation where it was feet or her butt. It appeared like the lift was good.
Now, Shay was sort of at the bottom of the squatters, but she's up at the top of the benches here.
But just so that we can touch on this, Millican now moved into first place at subtotal.
Yep.
She is currently ahead of Kelly Lynn.
She really just needed to get a bench in.
Kelly will actually be looking to tie Jennifer, and Kelly is slightly lighter by 0.2 of a kilo.
Okay.
So this battle's going to be close.
Yep.
This is going to be
Looking
close.
Good. It's going to come time for a
I love
deadlift
this
battle.
overhead view. Just look how strong
Squeeze
these
it,
women
Shay.
look.
Nice job.
You're right about Shay. She is really, much like my partner here, she has really made her hay in the bench press.
We've tried to make a time. She wanted to come train with me. We've tried to set up a time a couple of times.
Have you been able to? Not yet?
but
So,
we will.
once again, look how good her bench is if she hasn't trained with you. Once she does, and I'm told 5 kilos when you become friends on Facebook with Jennifer. If you go train with her, I'm told it's this 10 kilo automatic added to your bench. I think it's an IPF rule. They just immediately put 10 kilos on your bench. So now we have Kelly Lynn. Kelly Lynn will be attempting 220. Now this will break her American record in the bench. She holds it at 209.
Nice. So this can be 220 and a half. So that's quite a bit of a jump in the record.
Yes, this will be exciting to see. She only weighed in, looks like, at about 122. So she's getting into that range where she's not quite there, but shouting distance of double body weight.
She's almost doing a close grip bench.
Very powerful, though.
Yeah.
She told me she hit 230 at a meet training for this meet.
Wow, that's good. She's
in
got
competition.
that, I think, for sure.
She told me to shout out to her girlfriend Kellyanne, I got to say it right, and that her coach Sean. Those are the two she wanted to shout out. And Kelly Lynn is really in position now where it's going to come down to her and Jennifer Millican, I believe,
We got
for
a
the
good
gold.
battle.
Yeah.
Good battle going here. So we're back up to top. This is our thirds. So our last benches here for the
Heather Faas is a comeback attempt, Jennifer. Comeback
yeah,
attempt.
I think she'll get this if she can just tighten up a little bit. I think she'll have this. She and her husband BJ are opening up a gym in Savannah called Titus over on the
my
East
wife's
Coast.
going to like that. My wife loves.
Yeah.
We got married in Savannah, and we went back there for the Savannah meet that Josh put on. And my wife loves Savannah, so now if there's a power gym, that gives more of the reason.
A little tightness there. Oh, no, it was just too heavy. It was heavy on the way down.
Yeah, and that's a situation where, like we talked about earlier, it was only a 5 kilo jump from her opener.
Well,
but
at this size of girls,
yeah,
that's a big jump.
Well, we talked about that earlier. A 5 kilo jump at this body weight, and even the weight she's lifting, that's like a 10% jump.
Yeah, that's
so.
a
If
big
you're
jump.
someone benching 500 pounds, that's like jumping 50 pounds.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a much bigger. Now, this will be interesting. Gabrielle Tucker, clearly the deadlift is her favorite lift. She's built for the deadlift. We talked about earlier, she holds a junior world record in the deadlift. The bench is typically not a favorite when you're a great deadlifter. Of course, my partner over here totally refutes that.
She missed this on her second. She also has she's got a close grip bench going. I mean,
and for a long arm lifter, that's unusual.
That's a long, she just made a distance even longer by having her arms so close like that. I'd like to see her move her arms out a little bit.
I know,
more.
we were discussing that yesterday when we were talking about you, is how you're actually not built for the bench press. You're actually built better for the deadlift anatomically. I mean, you've made yourself into a bencher, but you're not the traditional short-armed, just really wide shoulder, short-limbed
to show
lifter.
you anyone can do it.
Well, I hate to break it to you, Jennifer, but for the rest of us mortals, not anyone can bench double body weight without a shirt 70 times. I can stress, not everyone can do it. But it's nice that you have that mindset because I'm sure that motivates your training partners.
Yeah. Well, Jenny's she's taking a conservative jump. She's only going up 5 pounds from her last one, so I think she's looking for a 3 for 3. Look at her get into her arch there. She's really getting in her shoulders, digging in deep.
She's out of a junior lifter out of California. And her training partners, Jasdeep and Oscar, she said she wanted to shout out. She's looking to make the junior world team. Her goal today was a 159 bench, and this is 165, so she's already ahead of.
Feeling good. Oh yeah.
Whoa, that was an easy lift, Jennifer.
Oh yeah.
And the judges,
definitely had some
I believe
more,
that lift is good. Once again, I apologize.
Yep, they said lift is good. So
our light system is no longer up on our scoreboard, so we're having to wait for Gino. Elizabeth Picardi. Elizabeth, she was the one that we talked about, lifted the 114s last year, got 11th.
Yep, she's repeating
moved up
this.
a
She
class.
missed it on her second, so she's going to come back and get this on her third.
She told me her 176 was her goal, so this is well within. This was an attempt she was expecting to have more than enough room for. And you know, being the level lifter you are, sometimes it can be a technique situation. There should be no problem getting back on this, but this is the type of lift that could make a difference come deadlift time. 5 kilos for women in this class, that's 5 less kilos you have to pull to move up the stand in the deadlift.
All right, we'll see how
Very
she goes
colorful
here.
tattoos and hair. I like that. Now you look from our overhead view.
She's going to grind this out,
She's going to grind this out, but she was uneven from the start.
Yeah.
So I wonder if that's an anatomical issue or she just got under it wrong. But I think that lift should be good.
She's waiting to see.
What's the rule? Lift is good. I thought the lift was good.
All right. Nice job. All right, we got Susie coming up next here with 170. So that's right about 171, which is what you said that they were.
Yeah, that was the target that Matt had set. Now it's interesting here. Susie's going out without the aid of a belt. When you bench in competition, do you use a belt?
Not when it's raw.
Okay. That is interesting because we've seen quite a few of that. The premise, I assume what you mean by that is a lot of times you'd use the belt to hold the shirt down. Yep. But obviously competing raw, it's not as a necessity.
No. I mean, you really
it also
don't
appears
need
like
it to
she doesn't use
build
wrist
pressure
straps. Do you use wrist straps?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of wrist straps.
But, you know, if your wrists don't bother you when you do it, then you don't need to wear them. You know, they don't help you in the lift, really, unless you worry about buckling your wrists a little bit. But
yeah, well, and if you're handling weight much more than your strength, sometimes the wrist straps makes a big difference.
And let's see. She's going to power that through. Yep, that's what she had. That was a good call.
And this goes back to what we talked about earlier. Susie is typically a lifter who makes a lot of lifts. And now that lift, I thought I saw 2 reds. Was that lift turned down? That lift was turned down, Jennifer.
Oh, it was.
Yeah, we thought the lift was good, but as they cut across, I saw 2 red lights. So
yeah, I must have saw something on the side that we didn't
that's
see.
really interesting because that 2.5 kilos could make a huge difference with Marissa come deadlift time.
And Marissa's got a pretty good bench going here, so
now
she's already 7.5 kilos up on her bench. But
that squat that Marissa hit, I think, was the one that really put the nail in the coffin.
All right, let's see Melissa here. She's taking conservative 2.5. That was a long press call.
It was, and it appeared like she got out of the groove right away.
Yeah.
So
it was still moving. I mean, she was just very slow.
Yeah. So now we go to Melissa, back-to-back Melissa's Erwin. This is Melissa.
The same weight, which is
Erwin. Yeah, she's looking to go 3 for 3.
Yeah. So last 3 lifters have gone 171.
Yeah, it is fascinating to show how deep and competitive this class is. Jennifer's pointed out a few times we've had back-to-back-to-back same exact weight.
Yep.
And even when the weight changes, oftentimes it's only changing by 2.5 increments. We got Team Roar logo up in the top right corner. Make sure you shop and stop by teamroar.com. Josh Roar, our meet director, does some awesome video training and online training.
Come on now. Oh my gosh, it's still moving. It's
I
still
think
moving.
I think she might have it. I think she might have it. This could be the longest.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
That might be the longest bench press we've seen all week. And we're clapping, and the judges say the lift is good.
Wow, that's impressive.
I heard a guy years ago say if you put extra chalk on the bar, it might not have gone, and that was the classic lift there. She literally did not have another.
Oh my gosh, that was
she
crazy.
couldn't have put washer plates on the bar. I mean, that's amazing.
That was fantastic. Good job, Melissa.
When you're picking attempts, that really is the classic perfect attempt.
Boy. All right, let's see. Tina Tornado. She's just made very calculated jumps here.
Yeah, Tina's
187.4 here with no handoff.
Tina was telling me before the competition she has a pretty severe scoliosis that had caused some severe health problems in previous years. She said now she's 100%, but she's kind of ahead of what her previous numbers were because she's healthy. So she said really expect big numbers. 182 was what she told me she was going to bench. This is 187.
I don't know.
Now, I think that bar came back down, but it was very close.
See.
Let's see what the judges say.
Oh, they got it. All right.
There was one red.
Yeah,
so.
where just the head judge saw. It was very, like, subtle.
Mild.
Yeah,
I did think, though, the rule actually, again, I took the ref test today, so the rule says the whole bar, if it descends, if there's movement on one end, it's not a rule infraction, but if the whole bar descends.
Right.
Now, this is Marissa Inda, and this is a comeback.
She got crushed by this on the second, so let's see what she can do here.
No liftoff, Jennifer. No liftoff.
I don't know.
You think a liftoff would definitely aid her?
Yeah, I think it helped. But
well, you can speak to this. My thought with the liftoff, in addition to strength, it allows you to get tighter when you get a liftoff. So for me, the strength is a factor you're giving up, but it's also a matter of you have to lose some of your tightness to get the bar out of the rack. So, but then again, like we talked about, Kenneth Sandvik setting world records.
Yeah, and
just because one person can do it, though, doesn't mean everybody
sometimes
should.
If you have a bad experience with liftoffs, you just kind of say, forget it. And a lot of times, too, that you'll see that these with the liftoff guys, especially when you're doing lighter weight, they tend to really lift the weight up. And not that we have bad spotters and loaders, but sometimes because they're
used to a much heavier weight.
Yeah, they kind of, as a lighter woman, sometimes it's a little bit harder to get that hand out.
Well, and if you have a light female and the liftoff guy is so aggressive, it can pull her off the bench or pull her out of her groove. So.
Yeah, and that's kind of, sometimes you get picked up as the bar is coming out.
Yeah, which as a guy, that would, I can imagine how unsettling that would be if they lifted you off the bench. Eric Curry, as you're well familiar with, liftoff extraordinaire.
I think
he was here last night. He was here last night.
I said, Eric, you better be there. We had, when we were in Worlds in Sweden one year, it was, I think, 3 or 4 years ago, they had all female spotters and loaders for us.
That's cool.
It was pretty cool.
That is cool.
Yep.
Was that just a bench meet or the Worlds?
No, it was
full
a world meet.
And the women spotted all the women?
Yep.
Wow, I like that. I like that a lot.
Neat.
Yeah, that would be a good prime time to have all the...
And it was a good lift by Ashley here. She ground that out, man. She get it? I think so.
And 3 white lights.
Yeah. And it was funny because it was in Sweden, so there are all these beautiful blonde.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad for marketing. It's definitely not bad for marketing.
And they were strong and they were great. I just thought it was very, very cool. All right, so Shay's going to go for 204. She's breaking the 200-pound barrier here.
What's interesting also in the squat, one of the things to me when people talk about like spotting issues is the spotter height is critical to match the lifter, because if you have a really short spotter with a tall lifter or vice versa, sometimes it's difficult. So if you have females spotting females, you could also have it where they're more fitting their size. Yeah. And you might occasionally, when you have Bonica squatting, you might need a few extra spotters. That was just a hair too much, probably 2.5 kilos.
Seemed like she had a little loose on her chest.
She'll be credited with 198.
Yeah,
now Jennifer Millican. Now this is
big.
Up
a lot.
Well, this is big, Jennifer, because she's jumping 5 kilos, but we both felt she looked a lot better on her second than she did on her opener.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if she hits this. She only has 148 as a PR coming in, but she's clearly a lot stronger.
Well, yeah, I mean, 50 pounds stronger.
Yeah, and sometimes some of these lifts we have coming in could have been an opener just to qualify for the meet.
Yeah, and a lot of times the newer lifters, they're going to make big, huge gains right away.
Yeah, wouldn't you love for your bench to go up 50 pounds?
Oh, my God, I'm
next
so
meet?
happy if it goes up like 5 pounds a year. I'd be happy.
Now, let's see. Jennifer was a technician in the squat. I've seen her bench. She's got really good ability to fight through a tough lift.
Oh, yeah. She had great speed on the way down.
And very controlled. She's really been consistent across the board.
Yeah, she's happy with that.
And we picked her coming into the meet. That was my pre-meet favorite.
Yeah.
I was able to go 4-1 yesterday.
That's
Bill
Tenerelli.
Tenerelli.
Man. She's going 232.6 here.
Yes. And this is a lifter who
she's hoping this is going to give her a little extra.
Well, coming into the competition, Jennifer Kelly was the squat, bench, and total American record holder.
Okay.
So this is a very accomplished lifter.
Yep. She's got her game face on.
And she's closing in In order for her to do double body weight, she'd have to do 111 kilos. So she's within about 5.5 kilos, which would be about 12 pounds, 11 pounds of a double body weight bench. Only 3 women in history have done that without a aid of equipment. So this is really, and this is a young girl. Well, I should say young lady, but at my age, I can probably call her a girl. She's 24.
That's a young girl.
Yeah, that's what I think, but sometimes, you don't want to offend anyone, but she's talented at whatever age she is.
Yeah, for sure.
And I met her before and did a nice interview with her. Very nice, you can tell this is someone who's got the potential to be a superstar in our sport. Personally and lifting
no,
wise.
Didn't have it. Ooh, that's too bad.
She's capable of a big pull, too. She told me she was thinking maybe as much as 360 come deadlift. So.
All right, well, we'll see what she got. And rest up a little bit, eat a little bit while these guys come on out here.
Now we move to the bench press for, the bench press for the men.
Yep. So we're going to start off with Michael. So we were looking at him earlier.
Yeah,
he
see if you can find the shout out for his children.
To his kids, and it was cut off. It's Isabella and Salvatore.
All right, Salvatore and Isabella. We want to shout out for Daddy before his opening bench.
Oh, no, sorry. Those are his parents, not his children.
Oh, make sure we get that correct. All right, Salvatore and Isabella, his parents.
And his sister Rose, and his brother Sal. And his friends Paul and Eric, and the Power Militia crew.
Nice.
And the whole SMG powerlifting family.
I like that.
He's got a lot of support he wants to thank. Very nice.
Yeah, he said something nice here that he worked a desk job for many years, and at 29 years of age, he was skinny and weak and hadn't touched a weight before. And now he's at 33, 4 years later, and he's in the national championships. He went from a 135 deadlift to 405 in 6 months, Jennifer.
Wow.
And he said somebody told him that was good. I think that's an understatement.
Yeah, really. He's got some long arms here.
Yeah, that probably aids him in the deadlift, but not in the bench. But an easy opener for Michael.
Yep.
So Michael's parents, his brother, his wife, you guys got some room to cheer and some reason to jump up and down. The Power Militia crew, hopefully somewhere in New York. It says Westchester, New York. He actually owns a top-of-the-line powerlifting gym in Westchester, New York. That's interesting there.
Does it have a name?
I do not have the name. Maybe that's the Power Militia.
Might be.
Interesting.
I think so, because it says it just opened up an it must be SMG powerlifting.
And the interesting, his first competition was in 2012, so another lifter that hadn't been around that long. Now, Kristopher Hunt out of Indiana, he is the one coached by Mike Teixeira, and his first 2 coaches were Tim Piper and Judy Gedney, the famous IPL or USAPL Women's Hall of Famer, the first one, in fact.
Easy opener for Chris. Wants to say hi to his wife, Ashley, in the stands, and his mom and dad back in the Midwest.
Yeah, he was the one that's an ER doc.
Yeah, he's the ER guy.
So now we move to Jesse Norris. Now this is interesting because Jesse must have had an injury.
Yeah, he's
because
opening really
he's
late.
opening at 336. Now there could be 2 reasons. One, he has such a big lead, he might just want to make the Worlds. And 2, there could be an injury. Now I talked to Jesse coming into this, and I'm pretty sure he told me he was going to bench close to 400. So I surprised he's opening this light. He's done 440 in the past.
Right.
So he's clearly looking to just get on the board here. Let's see.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. I would suspect what's happening there was and this is smart, he's ensuring a total, and I suspect he'll take healthy jumps and maybe get closer or around 400.
Yeah. That'd be.
Because that looked like a warm-up.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, we see easy openers, but that looked like a warm-up. That didn't even look like, it looked like he was just controlling, like it wasn't even like he was trying to explode.
Walk in the park there.
Interesting, Jennifer. He's only jumping up 15 pounds. I really wonder if there's not, there maybe is an injury there. Because that's really conservative.
It sure is.
I mean, he's got a huge lead, and he's the best deadlifter.
Right.
He's opening at the highest opener. So.
Okay, so Benjamin is our a cappella singer.
Oh, we love that.
Yeah.
What's the name of that group? You told us.
It was 2020.
And he's out of Washington. He's one of the ones Aaron Ribick talked about.
Yes.
The Nationals will be in Spokane in 2 years.
Yep, and he has a no handoff also.
Coached by Hani, the strength athlete.
Yeah,
You're familiar
that
with
was
him.
easy. Threw that up. Yep.
Oh, let me jump in on Benjamin here. This was something that stood out to me. I highlighted anything that stood out to me. He's got a PR of a 750 deadlift.
Wow.
So when we get to the deadlift.
Hits his bread and butter right there.
Yeah, that's going to jump out at all of us. I mean, Jesse will be in that range, but that's a giant deadlift.
Sure is.
All right, now Matthew Treherne, for those of you who've been here earlier, he is a seminary student at Emory here in Atlanta. He is a youth minister. He's only been competing for 1 year. And his goal today in the bench, he told me, would be right around 363. And he's opening at 363. I'm sorry. His PR was 363. His goal was 402 today, so he's a lot stronger.
Yeah,
I
he made
misread
some
that.
big improvements there, especially only being it for a year.
And sponsored by Citadel Nutrition as well as RTS, Reactive Training Systems.
Nice.
Yeah, I would say that lift was good. That 402 is probably right around, I think maybe a little less today. I don't know if he has as much as 402, but he's definitely got more left in him.
Oh, yeah.
And Ashton Rouska. Now, we'll remember him as the 19-year-old, Jennifer, the teenager. Put on quite a show. If you'll see in our camera angle here, we've got him being coached by awesome Steve Goggins, an absolute powerlifting legend. He has been to 2 IPF Worlds back in the 90s, got the bronze medal. I believe it was in the 220-pound weight class in 92.
Now he's got glasses on.
Oh, yeah, so maybe Ashton's doing that so that he can see this big bench he's bringing down.
Do you see him jump out there? He says in his comments he just wants to have fun, but it looks like he's doing it.
Yeah, I think he's having fun all right.
Yeah, you see, I like the way he walks his shoulders back and gets them all nice and tight. That was a good camera angle on that. He's a pretty narrow grip guy, too.
Very explosive, Jennifer. Very explosive. Yeah. Now, that's a guy I think will bench 400 today. That was an explosive bench.
And these 3 guys are all opening for the same weight, too, the 364.
Yeah, much like we saw in the women's division.
Yeah.
I think that's more of a testament of how deep the competition is, because at the Nationals and Worlds, you have so much close competition.
Brendan put that his biggest powerlifting accomplishment was making it to Primetime.
Wow, and you talked about that earlier, that who told you that? There was a woman, Heather.
Heather Faas, yep.
And see, that's the thing when we were talking to Aaron, we really want, and for those of you out there watching, the Primetime is a new, it's actually not new to the IPF. The IPF had done it at some Worlds years ago, back in the 90s. There's even a rule allotted for it. This was a situation that when Josh started putting on the national meets here in Atlanta, he and I had discussed, and he wanted to do things that promoted the sport better for the collegiates. And I had suggested a Primetime, and he actually tried for the collegiates, but it got shut down. But Josh is all about, he wants this to be the best production. It's more than just the meet for the, each individual. It's for the whole sport.
Let's see how Brandon, he had a rush out. He was not ready. Oh, boy. Well.
It's interesting because he locked it out uneven, but that's no longer a rule infraction.
That was a really huge.
And the lift was good.
No good.
No lift. Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize again. I'm having to listen to Gino. He's in the main room actually announcing it.
Poor Brandon. He was trying to get his singlet up and his wrist reps. He wasn't quite ready to run out there.
And you remember, Brandon's the one that dumped the squat off his back.
Yeah.
So you can tell he's newer to the Nationals. A lot of this is when you come to your first one, there's pressure, there's nerves.
It's a big learning curve, that's for sure.
It's a whole different ball game. We got Slingshot, Mark Bell sponsoring this lift, and a huge supporter of USA Powerlifting.
Yeah, he's got a great podcast, Powercast. He talks about USA Powerlifting meets all the time on his podcast, and the lifters involved in it, and it's entertaining to say the least.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Titan Support Systems also sponsoring. Pete Alaniz has been, whoa, that was an easy lift.
Yeah, it was.
Pete has been a long-time supporter of U.S. and USAPL lifters. He's been a sponsor of mine for years, and Pete has been around for a long time and consistently putting up great equipment and bringing great lifters to the table. We talked about Mark Bell earlier. One of the interesting things, obviously, he competitively-wise competed in other organizations, but really has a lot of respect and has worked with a lot of the top U.S. and IPF lifters. Yep. And when it comes down to it, we're all trying to get stronger. And the Slingshot, for instance, is a very valuable piece of equipment. And regardless of what you're using it for now, in raw lifting, it's not as prevalent because it's predominantly more for the lockout, which is bigger.
I use the Titan Ram all the time.
Okay, so you do use it. Okay.
All the time.
I use the Ram myself. But a lot of the raw lifters are not using that as a performance aid. Maybe they need to listen more to you.
We do it with the board presses to work the top end strength.
I mean, it definitely is a huge difference because you can't go heavy all the time to the chest raw, obviously,
just
and this way you can overload.
It works it in the groove of your natural bench. I think they're fantastic.
Well, and look at Derrington Wright here from the overhead view, look at how he just looks compact, narrow
he's
grip.
all squished in there.
Yeah, he does look quite narrow.
Yeah.
But strong, Jennifer, strong. 3 white lights.
That's a good lift for him. It's a good way to start off.
396.
So Chris is going to do the same thing as Derrington here.
Chris
with
Dunn
the
out of
396.
Georgia.
Yeah.
32 years old. Chris Dunn was successful with 6'11" in the squat. And he is opening at 396, just under 400.
Yeah. Getting some moving up in the benches here. And
Yeah,
we got our David Ricks. He's still way up there in the bench, too.
I know. And David was one of those lifters I've actually known. I went as an assistant coach to the 1994 IPF Worlds. David was lifting, obviously, in equipment. And David was always one of those guys who didn't get anything out of a bench shirt. So as soon as the shirts went away for him, it's like,
I totally understand that.
yes. Well, usually the stronger you are, the less you get out of the gear.
See how he does. His head came up on that one, but usually...
Let's see, did the judges call that?
Usually the head ref's really the only one that sees it.
That lift was good?
It was good. All right.
Yeah, it's interesting how the head judge could see that, but I was judging the earlier flight. It's very difficult to be able to look at the feet, the butt, and the bar, and then see the head.
I sort of feel it's kind of a silly rule because it's pretty hard for the side referees to enforce it.
Yeah, and if the head judge sees it,
well,
that's only one
A
red.
lot of times the weights are in the way of you seeing the head on the side anyway. So anyway,
that's our
Danny
little soapbox.
Yeah,
we'll get off
I'm going to say I would say get rid of that rule, but that's all
Jennifer and Patrick will come up with our own rules, so see if we can get them implemented.
402. We're breaking the 400 barrier here with Danny.
This is a junior lifter out of Illinois, Jennifer.
There you go. Nice job. Easy opener for Danny.
Let's see. It appears like that lift was good. David Ricks, Superman as we know him. 5 times he's been an IPF World Champion in the Open Division equipped. He's also been Masters World Champion equipped and now Masters Raw Champion last year at the Worlds.
25 national titles.
Wow.
25.
57 years old, and he squatted earlier today, hit himself a very nice 705 squat. A personal record for him. Competing without the benefit of equipment.
This is something you'll see with a lot of veteran lifters. They'll go up and they'll tell the lift-off gate exactly how they want it. And that's something that I think every lifter really should do.
Yeah,
I mean,
I know I have to.
You have to set up, if you want a good handoff, you have to tell them how to do it.
Well, yeah, and you figure with all the lifters they're lifting off to, everybody's got a different style.
That's why Eric Curry's so good because, but this guy, I don't remember his name, but he, I think, was lifting off from Texas. He was pretty good.
You know, wow, it's interesting. It almost looked like David Ricks lifted his chin up. That's almost more of a shirted technique. You don't usually see people, like he wasn't looking at the bar at all. But it was an easy opener.
Right.
Now, you are the one who can comment on this lifter because I know you know the bench press and I know you know Ellis. Yeah. Tell us about an opener,
Ellis,
457.
This is a good opener. Ellis could be, I believe he's done 500.
Yes, 501 was what he told us.
So I think this is just a nice smooth opener for him. You know, with the raw lifting, a lot of us like to open really light on that first one and save some for those last 2 lifts.
Well, you know what jumps out at me, Jennifer, is we're in the Nationals. We're in the primetime session. Everybody in this flight's in the same weight class. And we just watched a tremendous round of benching, a lot of good benchers, a lot of great benchers. Ellis just jumped 55 pounds from the next. He's going to be with me tomorrow. Superman David Ricks just came by. Superman just came by to say hello. Yeah. He will be replacing you tomorrow, Jennifer. When you're lifting, David Ricks will be announcing with me.
I've been saying really nice things. I expect a return there.
So I'm blessed, and I get to announce with one superstar to the next.
Easy lift for Ellis.
But going back to that, Ellis literally took a 55-pound increase over the next highest bench press.
Yeah.
And to me, that's the type of stuff that blows me away and that people at home need to understand. You're talking the primetime group of the best lifters in the country. So we had a whole group of 93 kilos go today, probably 30, 40, 50, 93 kilos. We had a select group of the best put in the primetime, and then we took all of them and some great benches, Superman himself, and Ellis just came out with a 55-pound, shows how dominant you are when you're, I mean, a 55-pound jump in the bench press ahead of anyone else, and it was easy.
Really, the bench press is it's kind of like where you can have like a sneak attack. You know, if you can really get that bench going, it gives you a giant advantage
One
Among your competitors.
One, especially when you're as dominant as you and Ellis are, the reason why it's so, like you said, a sneak attack is because most benching, the separation is 5 kilos, 10 kilos. You know, in your division, typical bench press separation might be 2.5 kilos. When you can drop a 50-pound gain, 55-pound gain, and in your situation, sometimes you're 100 pounds ahead of the next bench presser. That lift, let's see what the judges say. That appeared to be good to me.
Yeah, look at there.
3 white lights.
Yeah.
Michael Garozzo.
Yeah, it's the only upper body exercise we have. I mean, the squat and the deadlift, although they're quite different, they are leg dominant exercises. So if you can make your upper body pretty dominant too, it's a huge advantage.
It is. It's a huge. Well, you've demonstrated that. I was talking to Donovan, your husband, and how some of the meets that you'll come off 7th place in the worlds in the squat.
All my friends are like, I thought you guys were going to win. What are you doing?
Well, and then all of a sudden the bench, you not only catch up, you jump past them.
My squat to me is like the bench presses for some others.
Yes.
Really is.
Lift was good for Kristopher.
Way to go.
But the thing that also you're bringing to the table that Ellis has the dominant bench and a very good deadlift, but
he's still got good squat and deadlift, so he's pretty well rounded there.
And that's the huge advantage because he's good in the other two. That bench means something. Part of why your bench helps you so much in the total is because you also have the top deadlift. Because if your deadlift was 14th and your squat was 14th, that bench wouldn't mean as much.
Yeah.
So, because you see those lifters, occasionally there's lifters who are in the bottom, and then they have a great bench press, but they're so far behind in the squat and the deadlift, they never hit a big total.
So
now, this is interesting.
Yeah,
Jesse only went up 15 pounds, and he should smoke this. I mean, he smoked the other one. Yeah, there's something there.
Yeah,
if you noticed,
he didn't look as real strong. He was real shaky on the way down.
There has to be an injury or something. That lift was good, right? Yes.
I would think so.
Yeah, there has to be something there, though, because that's 90 pounds below his PR.
Yeah.
And obviously, he was strong in the squat. So sometimes you'll see a lifter who maybe had an injury and couldn't train. He clearly was able to train the squat. Yeah. I talked to him earlier today. He didn't mention, I talked to him yesterday, actually.
Well, listen, we don't do that. We don't talk to people about injuries.
Yes. Well, that is true.
That's a no-no.
That is true. You don't want to talk about it.
No, you don't want to give your competitors an advantage of knowing a weakness.
Well, in defense, I did get sworn to secrecy that any conversations I had would not go public until the broadcast. Because, I did have lifters say, you're not going to tell my competition. And I have a very high integrity when it comes to the coaching that I don't want to give away.
Brandon missed this on his first, and it looks like he's going to miss it on his second.
And you remember his opener, he had trouble even just getting to the platform.
He might have a problem here.
You can tell this is an issue where this lifter's strong, but he's just not.
Well, I don't think he's real experienced.
Yes.
He seems a little miscombobulated, we'll say.
Well, remember, he jumped a squat, and then you said he almost didn't get to the bench in time. And there's really no reason to get timed out in the bench in a raw meet. I mean, it's not like your shirt's not on.
No, but putting yourself out here in front of these, it looks like hundreds, maybe thousands of people out there, and especially if you're not a real seasoned lifter, it can be a little daunting.
The Primetime puts it all on one platform. Everybody in the room is
watching you.
Which is what we want, obviously.
Yeah.
Benjamin Rice being your next lifter out of Washington. We talked about him from Spokane. He's going to be right in his home element when he gets to the Nationals in 2 years. Let's see what the lights judges say. Lift appeared to be strong.
Yep.
Lift was good.
Good second lift for him.
It was 2-1.
Oh, was it? Okay.
It was good, though, 2-1 lift. Again, those folks at home, we apologize. We don't have the lights anymore up on ours. We're going to try and rectify that. We have a system where the lights pop up for us as well. Now, this is the teenager, Jennifer, 19 years of age. He's out of Texas, coached by Gene Bell, being handled by Steve Goggins here today. And this guy is he's just demonstrating teen power. He looks so solid on his opener. As you talked about, a somewhat narrow grip, very compact. From our overhead view, you can really see the muscular development. I love this view for the bench press. And as we switch by, you'll notice it's a closed grip. And the interesting thing, Jennifer, very powerful off the chest, but you can see that closed grip makes the lockout difficult.
Well, when you're so close like that, you got such a longer distance to carry the bar. Yeah, and you really rely a lot on your triceps.
You're not giving yourself an advantage biomechanically.
That's all right.
But 374 for a teenager.
I wouldn't knock it.
Yeah, I mean, he's not far behind. Even other than Ellis, he's not far behind even some of these other top benchers. I mean, the highest opener other than Ellis was only 15 pounds, actually a little bit, 22 pounds ahead of
Matthew's
Ashton.
going for 386 here.
Now, Matthew's the lifter we talked about earlier that he told me coming into this competition, 402 was a big goal for him. So 386, 385 is a very healthy second attempt, but this will really tell us, Jennifer, is 402 there? I thought off his opener, 402 was a little out of reach, so we'll see. I think this will be within his reach, but we'll see how much more we think he's got. Wow, I was definitely on that it didn't look like 400. I thought he would have that. It actually looked like he wasn't comfortable with the liftoff, so we'll see if he can get I assume a repeat on that. I can't imagine him going up. Samuel Bernstein now, Jennifer, out of Pennsylvania, the junior lifter, coached by Joey Flex. He's looking to make the junior worlds, so we'll have to keep an eye on Samuel because he's got Danny Sullivan, who is right there with him. In fact, after the subtotal, they're 2.5 kilos apart, so the juniors is going to be quite a battle. Jennifer will have to keep an eye on Samuel Bernstein and Danny Sullivan, and they're coming up, 2 of the next 4 lifters.
Yep.
So it's fascinating how they're both in the open division, but they're battling for a world spot for the junior worlds.
Oh, yeah.
Minsk, Belarus next year.
Minsk, yep.
Have you lifted in Belarus yet?
I have not. They had the University Cup there not too long ago. And Gino was talking to me a little bit about it. And this was very nice, very well organized, nice
and
little
Russian
town.
Powerlifting fans, that's a former Soviet republic, very knowledgeable and very enthusiastic. Some of the loudest crowds you'll ever get. Oftentimes lifting and weight sports are more comparable to what we see in our country in football and basketball. They're very highly thought of.
It's so very fun too because usually each country has a song that they sing for their lifters that they come out and they got bells and flags and it's a noisy event and it's pretty cool to see.
Well, and one of the things, a lot of the lifters I was interviewing for this competition who've never been to the Worlds, I've been blessed enough to be able to compete in the Junior, the Open, and the Masters Worlds and coach at some as well, that you really get to see when you go to the Worlds. You're in a weight class and you've been through this 10 lifters, 15 lifters from 10 or 15 different countries. It's not like 8 lifters from 2 countries. Yeah. You know, they're really diverse. I mean, I always love it when you're at the Worlds and you see lifters from countries you couldn't maybe even find on a map. You know, we've had lifters from Morocco recently and Mongolia. You know, countries that traditionally didn't have powerlifting.
Yep, and SBD's actually done a really great job at outfitting some of these smaller world countries that probably don't have the money to outfit themselves and get them to meets, and they've been supportive in getting them there. So they've been a really good support.
Which
of
is
our
a
sport.
huge help in the Pan American, North American region. Rob Keller has done a tremendous effort to build that. I was able to lift in the North Americans this year in St. Croix. And I had coached in it maybe 6 or 7 years ago, and there were literally 2 countries. It was U.S. and Canada. And this year they had lifters from Mexico and Virgin Islands, Costa Rica. Danny Sullivan. Now, he's the one in the junior division.
Yeah.
And that lift is good.
Yeah.
Now, Sullivan and Bernstein, the 2 junior lifters, let's give you guys an update. Based off subtotal, they're only 5 kilos apart right now. Based off of the lift that Sullivan just hit, actually he moved ahead by 2.5. So Sullivan's at 467.5, Bernstein's at 465, and their opening deadlifts, Jennifer, are 2.5 kilo apart. So right now, when you do the forecast total, they're actually tied. What that does is it includes your opener. And let's see who's heavier. The heavier lifter would be Sullivan. He's the maxed out. So Bernstein, based off forecast, is tied but slightly ahead. If you're a Samuel Bernstein at home fan, you are looking for him to be able to make the Junior Worlds. Quite a competition.
So Derrington jumped 10 kilos.
A Texas lifter, I believe.
From his opener. So this is 419 also.
He told me 441 was his target. So.
Okay, well he got that quite easy, so that's good.
I don't know if 440 is going to be there. I would say he might jump 5 kilos, Jennifer. I think 429, maybe 7.5, but I'm leaning towards 5 kilos might be there.
All right, we got the GOAT coming up with 430.
For those of you at home who aren't familiar, GOAT means the greatest of all time. It's not a negative comment. He really is in his division, in his weight class. Yeah, like I talked about, I saw him win an open world title in 1994. So we're 22 years later. My powerlifting career has come and went, and he's still winning world titles.
Yep. So he's going to tell the lift-off guy again. Again, that's a good veteran move just to remind him how he wants that lift-off.
And so, we call him Superman. He actually wears a Superman T-shirt. He lived in Georgia for a while. When he would announce or judge some of our meets, you'd see him walking around in a Superman T-shirt. And it's very fitting. And really one of the nicest, and I say this about a lot of people, but really one of the nicest guys in powerlifting.
He really is. He'll do anything for you.
You wouldn't know that he's as great as he is.
He comes and helps out at all the local meets. He's a referee.
And you have to tell people that's Superman. That's David Ricks.
Yeah. Easy.
Whoa, that's why they call him Superman.
So it looks like we have a shout out
for Corey Lambrecht. Where is he watching this? He is okay. He is on Twitter, and he did a shout out for using the USA Powerlifting hashtag. Corey Lambrecht. We want anybody, if you're watching this, Jennifer Thompson or Trey Cunningham, and you can reach them, let them know. Shout out for what we're doing. Scott Dobbins is sitting next to me from Texas A&M, collegiate national champion, one of the best lifters in the country.
Ellis has gotten almost 480 here, so he should smoke this pretty easy, I think.
All right, Jennifer, I bragged about this guy earlier, but let me update. Now, earlier he took 55 pounds more than anyone else. Now he's doing 50 pounds more than David Ricks just did. Superman just lifted, Jennifer, and they had to put 50 pounds more on the bar for Ellis McClain.
What do you call someone stronger than Superman?
Well, I'll tell you, that lift is good, and I actually interviewed Ellis McClain before this competition. We did pre-meet interviews to get some backstory, and Superman came over. He saw me interviewing him, and Superman came up to me. David Ricks and I are really good friends, and he said, this guy, pointing to Ellis McClain, is a stud. And Ellis kind of smiled, and I said, now, Ellis, let me tell you something. Superman just called you a stud.
So we have to start calling him stud?
Yeah, so he's a stud. And let me tell you how great Superman is while we're dropping the weight back for the benches. When Superman met my mom, I lifted in the Masters Nationals in Atlanta, and my mom came to watch, and I introduced her to David Ricks. David Ricks had the niceness, whatever you want to call it, the nerve to tell my mom how great of a lifter I am.
Yep.
Superman, and I'm telling my mom, I'm like, no, this is Superman. And he's like, oh, no, your son's really great. So David Ricks really a special guy, great guy, and an honor to know him. Now, Michael Garozzo, we know he's got family all over. We talked about his parents, his brother, his wife. Come on, Michael, bring it home.
Oh, yeah.
Bring it home. This is a tough lift.
Oh, squeeze it, Mike. Come on.
No lift. But I tell you what, those people back in New York, what'd you call it? Militia? Something militia?
It's the Power Militia.
Power
crew.
Militia. Those guys back there, men and women, his family. Michael, you need to give him a big round of applause wherever you are, whatever you're drinking, do a toast to him. Because he performed admirably in an absolutely stacked weight class.
All right, we need to get behind Brandon here. He missed his first two.
You know what? We have not had a bomb out this session, and we don't want one. No, I'm saying we don't want one. We
jinx it.
We don't want.
Yeah.
I don't believe in jinx.
No.
I believe in power, strength, and this guy's got it.
Come on, man.
And I believe he's going to make this lift. Now, the key here is this was a situation where it was clearly technique. I mean, he's got the strength, but he's got it, like you said. He maybe doesn't have as much experience. He's got to get a good lift off. And a lot of times you just got to go back to basics and just stick with what got you here.
Oh, come on.
That lift is good.
Great.
And the lift is good.
Nice, yeah.
See, I don't believe in jinxes.
Oops,
sorry, I don't believe in jinxes.
One so badly, and
well, you know what I noticed on that one? I think on the second one, he dropped it so fast it was bouncing. His pause was longer.
Yeah.
I think that one, and he's being coached, I said, by former IPF fourth place in the first IPF Worlds, Ian Burgess. I think by getting the bar stopped quicker, as you know, you get a quicker press signal. Sometimes from you at home or in the crowd, you see a long signal and you think it's the judge's fault. The rule says motionless. If you free fall and the bar's not stopped, you're not going to get the signal.
All right, so we got our ER doc here, Chris.
Yes, Chris Hunt, Dr. Hunt. He's got people he wants to shout out at Henry County Hospital and St. Vincent Hancock Regional Hospital. His mom, his dad.
Nice. Push it. There we go. Great
I tell
lift.
you what, mom in Bloomington, dad in Greenwood, his wife Ashley. You need to
be proud of that guy.
Yeah, you need to clap your hands and when he gets home, give him a big hug because That was a great performance for Kristopher. 3 for 3. And, you know, we're talking about all these great benchers, but he just, you know, hit a nice 370 bench and 3 for 3. And he's one of those lifters who clearly making the prime time, that's a big deal.
Oh, yeah.
You know, that's a great accomplishment. This class was so stacked, Josh was having to separate. There's 13 lifters in the prime time in this class, but that's because I think there was upwards of 60 overall.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Now, here's Jesse Norris. We noticed he had a little hitch on his lockout. So let's see. There's got to be a issue. Yeah,
no.
Yeah, there's got to be an injury issue there.
That's too bad. Well, he got 2 in. You know, his squat's so dominant.
And the interesting thing will be, does that affect his deadlift? As you know, sometimes there's certain bench injuries that can affect your deadlift, whether it's the grip or your lockout. Sometimes it's not an issue at all, but it'll be interesting to see.
We'll see, 'cause,
he's opening at 727 in the deadlift. So
put him a bit behind.
But that huge squat and that big deadlift, yeah, I mean, if we look at openers now, it will be interesting. Ellis, because of his big bench, has moved into second. Dave Ricks, wow, based off of subtotal, and this is without that bench that he hasn't tried yet. Dave Ricks is actually, 27.5 kilos ahead of Jesse Norris. I tell you what, while we've been sitting here, Jennifer, David Ricks might be looking to pull off the huge upset. David Ricks could win the Nationals at 57.
I would love it.
Oh, my gosh. And can you imagine I picked Jesse Norris? I've known David Ricks for 22 years.
You're in trouble.
And I know. What was I thinking? But see, he's Superman. Why wouldn't I know he could win this? Now, that was interesting. They call that double bounce. It seemed like after the press he heaved or sunk. I don't know if the judges are going to catch that. Lift is good.
Well, it's just whether, I mean, you can sink it as far as you want.
But
as long
after the press.
Right, can't just go down after the press.
Yeah.
So, I don't know.
It appeared, now it's hard for us because we can't hear the press, but it appeared he did literally what is heaving where the bar drops down. We don't have a replay of that, so we can't actually see it. But all that matters is what the judges say.
Yeah,
now, this is the seminary student from Emory, Matthew Treherne. He's a youth minister, and he told me 402 was his target, but remember, he missed 385.
Yeah, it didn't.
It didn't look good, but I think this could be a situation, Jennifer, if he can get back in the groove, we'll watch closely to see what his setup looks like. If he can get a tight setup, lock, and get that arch in, because I almost think we'll be able to know by how his setup is if he's locked in, if he's going to have a chance. He looked unstable on the descent on the last one. Now he looks tight there. Let's see how the descent is. A little smoother, and no lift.
Just
yep.
too heavy.
And now we move ahead, Jennifer, to the teenager, the superstar, the shooting star we should call him, because as a teenager he is on his way to big numbers. As we joked about earlier, if Ashton's 19 and David Ricks is 57, can you imagine what Ashton will be lifting when he's 57?
Oh.
He's going to be benching 800.
Well, that's the thing is in powerlifting, I mean, we're just constantly setting the bar higher and higher. I mean, it's a neat concept.
Well, and with the raw lifting coming on the scene so predominantly and so successfully, we're really seeing, like you said, leaps and bounds. It's not obviously going to continue that way forever. It's going to start to slow down. But it's exciting to see numbers that are being hit just 2 years ago weren't even thought of.
Or numbers that were equipped numbers now becoming raw
Yes,
numbers.
yes, that's a good point. Slingshot, Mark Bell, our sponsor of this lift.
There you go. Nice.
Wow.
Easy.
I tell you
Left
what.
a little out there.
Ashton Rouska is putting on a show.
Yeah.
385 as a teenager.
He's having a day.
And you know what? He told us before the meet his goal was to put up a good fight for all those competing against him. And I think clearly,
He's doing that. Oh,
I know I've been in this sport a long time.
Here.
He has impressed me. He has impressed me.
Absolutely.
You want to hear how Ashton got into powerlifting, Jennifer? One day after wrestling practice 3 years ago, an assistant coach sent him a form to sign up for the Alaska State powerlifting meet, and his first meet he deadlifted 540 pounds. So
a natural. Clearly.
Yeah, I call that a prodigy. Now, okay, Jennifer, we got a battle going on here. Samuel Bernstein and Danny Sullivan are battling for Junior World title and Junior World spots. Literally right now, 2.5 kilos separates them at subtotal, and Samuel's jumping 2.5 kilos. So this would tie him, and he is the lighter lifter. This would put him in effect in the lead. Let's see. He's going to drive it up. Let's see if he can lock it out. And that will be no lift.
Looks like he started losing it towards his feet a little bit.
Yeah, that was interesting because we talked about earlier, when you stop, sometimes you can overcome, but rarely do you see a lift stop twice. Now, it happens. We saw one earlier that was a bench I think Melissa hit that was amazing.
Yeah.
But typically when it stops hard twice, that second time is too difficult to overcome. Now, let's set the stage for Danny Sullivan. So Samuel Bernstein, by that miss, he is trailing 2.5 kilos. He is the lighter lifter. Now, Danny is actually jumping 2.5 kilos. So this would open him up a 5 kilo lead heading into the deadlift where they are set to open 2.5 kilos apart.
Yeah.
So Jennifer, all of the attempts, this bench and the deadlifts are all going to be a battle. It's going to be close. We're going to have some excitement for the Sullivan fans and Bernstein fans around the country. And those of you
stay on our toes.
Yeah, those of you tuning in. Fortunately, we have such great graphics in front of us. You and I should be able to handle this.
I think so. All right, Danny just missed that too. So they both the juniors missed it. So they stayed remaining 2.5 kilos.
So that lift was no good.
No good.
So what we have is a 2.5 kilo gap heading into the deadlift. And they open 2.5 kilos apart.
Oh, so it'll be a good battle in the deads.
Yes, very interesting.
A lot of this is going to come down to the deads, which is always quite exciting.
Well, in the deadlift, you're right. But the excitement being that we're going to be able to see each lift. In fact, before the deadlift, we'll do a scoreboard show where we will update where everybody is standing so that the lifters who have family and friends at home can actually know, following along. I've had family watching me lift, and they said they couldn't really tell what place I was in. And so we want to actually keep you up to date. If you're at home, you can refresh your beverage, put some ice in your drink, get some chips.
Got some pipes here.
That's coming from Jennifer Thompson, calling them pipes.
Squeeze it. Nope.
No lift.
Yep, so he was close, and he was just a little bit at the lockout there.
So now we move to the last three benchers. Derrington Wright is your lifter. Derrington Wright out of Texas. Derrington here is looking for 429 pounds.
All right.
He told me heading into this competition, 436 was his PR, and he was looking for 440. So clearly he's a little more conservative, but I think when we saw his second, I remember that I thought 5 kilos was a good jump.
Yeah, a lot of times things feel a little bit different here than they do in the gym.
Well, and one of the things, now tonight is much better than last night, but one of the things you have to account for is most of us don't lift at 9 o'clock at night. Not all, some people do, but you're doing something that your body might not be used to. Some of these lifters might lift in the morning. Last night it was 2 a.m. or 1:30, so that's a whole different animal.
All right, let's see what Derrington here.
But this could be a big difference on the total. Let's see. I think his elbows went out too soon.
I think it was just a little bit too heavy. It was a good attempt. We just had the A7. I just met that guy.
Sponsor, tell me about the A7. I'm not familiar with that.
7 is in many countries the number for perfection.
Oh, okay.
And so the idea is that you're always striving for perfection.
I like that.
And they have the bench grip shirts, which you can't use in competition, but we were talking, those of us that have to lift in commercial gyms every once in a while, man, does it make a difference if you're not sliding all over that bench.
Okay, I wasn't familiar with that shirt. So it's a shirt
got
that
a
literally has grip on the back. Okay.
Yep. And they just have some other cool designs over there too. But
well, big shout out to the A7.
Yeah.
We like our supporters. Titan is sponsoring this, and I know Titan, Pete Alaniz, has long been a big supporter of David Ricks. So Superman here, let's get on this. This is 446. This will break the Masters bench record. This will also be a PR for David Ricks, and this will go with a 705 squat.
PR at 57. Come on.
And this will make him 6 for 6
this
after spending all week helping people from the floods in Virginia.
Amazing.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we call him Superman. I know it gets tiring, but he is Superman, yeah. Someday I hope to be David Ricks when I grow up.
There you go. Come on, David. Give it a throw. Throw. Oh, man.
What did I tell you about him? He is literally a better bencher without a shirt than he is with.
The way he touched his chest with that bar, I wasn't really sure. It sort of hesitated there, and then he just powered it
up. And look how easy it was.
Man, PR. That is fantastic. I love it. So LS is going to treat us with a 501.5 bench here.
So once again, we've been talking about how dominant Ellis is. Superman just did 446. Ellis is jumping 55 pounds, Jennifer, over the best benchers in the country in his weight class.
Oh, yeah, he is having fun with this.
For those of you at home watching, we've got a view of him getting ready in the staging area. The thing I love about Ellis, Jennifer, is he's a showman. You can tell this is a guy who he's not just strong, he's putting on a show. I mean, you see he almost struts to the bar. He's like, he's walking up there.
Yeah,
he's
that's
looking,
confidence.
he's looking confident. He's looking like he's in complete control.
Yep. Look at all the spotters that came out. They're all like,
yeah, they do have extra spotters for 501.
Usually when you hit that 5 mark, you got to get a few more out there.
And those of you watching at home, you got 4 big, beautiful red plates on the bar there.
It's pretty. Come on, Ellis.
No belt.
Good setup here.
Very tight arch.
Nice.
Looks like a good handoff.
Yep.
Somewhat narrow grip.
And nice. Left arm, come on, nice.
I think that's a good lift. It was uneven, but I don't think the bar went back down.
He's got
lift
that.
is 3.
Look at
Light.
That's awesome. Fantastic. That's fantastic. Good job, LS. Boy, was that impressive.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, now that puts him only 10 kilos behind David Ricks, heading into the deadlift.
So I got to brag a little bit about one of our, are we going to a
we're going to a commercial.
But I just felt like I needed a second pair of eyes to do my programming. And I started really separating out my blocks. So after a meet, instead of focusing on going heavy, heavy, heavy all the time, I started doing hypertrophy blocks, strength blocks, and a peaking block so that I could peak properly where I need to, which is on the platform. I've been lifting for over 20 years, powerlifting for 5, and I can tell you, it doesn't matter how long it takes you. That feeling that you get even when you put 1 pound on your bench is just amazing. So you have to be consistent, you have to be patient. My name is Marisa Inda. I am a 50.
We are back online. For those of you at home, we'll get that logo off the screen in just a moment. Jenny Lee was in such a hurry to get her opening deadlift done. She ran to the platform, and we weren't even ready. But her lift was easy.
Oh, yeah, she pulled it up.
At 281.
She's ready.
Now, we had promised a scoreboard show, and it was beyond my control, so I want to give you guys a quick update on what we're going to be seeing. In the 52-kilogram class, Jennifer, it looks like Marissa Inda is clearly in control. Susie Hartwig looks like she is going to be the runner-up, the one that's contending for second place. And it looks like in the 57-kilo class, we have quite a battle. Jennifer Millican, Lauren Rutan will be in the hunt. Kelly Lynn will be in the hunt.
Yep.
I think Millican's clearly the favorite right now.
Yeah, let's see how her deadlift goes.
That lift was easy for Heather Faas.
Yeah. Getting in a good one and getting these light openers in.
Yeah, it's always nice, as you can relate, when you get to the end of the meet, having an easy deadlift opener. No use wasting your energy after you've had a long day.
Usually don't even warm that much up for them because you're so warm from everything else. You just scoop a couple light ones in there. Usually make your opener pretty light and save it for the second and the third.
Now, Susie Hartwig here. Susie Gary is just a phenomenal squatter. She actually broke the American record earlier today, which also was her record previously.
She has the most interesting setup for the deadlift.
That is interesting, that jumping up and down. Dr. Fred Hatfield years ago, Dr. Squat, used to believe neurologically that was good. He would jump right before he deadlifted. And then this start position reminds me of Eric Nixon, the big deadlifter out of Indiana.
The little robot dance.
Yeah, marching to the bar. But I tell you what, Susie, whatever she did,
whatever works.
She smoked 314.
Yeah.
So now Susie is currently off of that lift. Obviously, she's in first at this moment because Marissa hasn't pulled. But based off of the openers, it looks like Marissa will have about a 40-pound lead, so she's going to be in control. Now, this lifter is in an interesting position. Kelly Lynn, after openers, will be 55 pounds out of first of Jennifer Millican. So Kelly's really going to have a gigantic pull in order to be able to win this competition. So let's see how easy this is. 314, very light for her.
Yeah, and these deadlifts are going to go fast. I mean,
yes.
We're already
we were timing it earlier. Well, we were timing it earlier, Jennifer, and in many cases they were doing 2 lifts in a minute.
I believe it.
You often will expect 1 minute per lift in competition, but with the way this spotter loader crew is, the scoring system, and raw, you're ready to go.
Yeah, and particularly women would just seem to be ready, willing, and just want to get out there and get it done.
No
and
use
so
waiting.
To be a little faster, I think. And there's not as much weight to change a lot of times.
Elizabeth Picardi is your lifter out of California. Very strong opener at 319.
No problems there.
She is currently forecast for 14th place, so she's going to be looking to maybe move into the top 10. Here's the lifter you're familiar with, Lauren Rutan. She's currently forecast for 6th place, and she's in a position here where she's opening at 325. She is in the 125 weight class.
See that weightlifting form coming into play there a little bit.
And you'd have to figure that being a former Olympic lifter, the deadlift is typically a good crossover lift for a former Olympic lifter.
Closest one probably.
They sometimes struggle in the bench, but really the deadlift actually, sometimes the deadlift is extra special when you cross over.
Our record bench presser.
Oh, this was the bench press that took 8 seconds.
In the meet.
Melissa Erwin, opening at 336. She is going to be forecast for 8th place in this weight class.
There you go.
When we talk about forecast, those of you at home not familiar, what that means is your squat and bench that you've already performed with your opening deadlift. Until the deadlifts are done, the openers, this gives us a base on where you'll be at. Once the openers are done, obviously we have a real-time scoring. We got some sponsors we want to talk about.
We got Shay Edwards coming up. She's opening up with 342.
That's a healthy opener.
She's been, just kind of towards the end of the pack, this whole competition, kind of in the middle to the end.
Well, and you remember, I think you noticed that where she gained ground was in the bench.
Oh, yeah, she gained a bunch of ground there.
She's moving up in the deadlift, so.
Yeah, clearly purple's a favorite color.
Yes.
Shoes, belt, and hair.
My wife's favorite color is purple, so I'm going to have to mention Shay is a good lifter for her to look at. In fact, Shay now has moved into where she's the 6th place forecast total, and that deadlift was easy enough.
Oh, yeah.
We could see her maybe trying to contend for the top 3.
Yeah. Tina's been posting a lot on the internet about her deadlifts and how much they're improving. So we'll see what she does here.
Yeah, this is the one where I think Tina was looking to deadlift upwards of 375, 380, and she just opened it very strong at 352.
Yeah.
Tina's forecast 3rd, so
Nice.
she's right behind the crew of Marissa and Susie.
Yeah, and Marissa is the deadlift record holder here, so
Yeah.
expect big deadlifts out of her today.
At this point, Jennifer, I think if Marissa hits this opener, this pretty much seals the deal. It would give her a relatively commanding lead over Susie.
Yeah, she should have this no problem. Yep, easy.
Wow.
She's got her Juggernaut training system socks on, JTS.
This is the first time I've been able to see Marissa in person, and you can see she is, like you said, making good progress, but she's talented technique-wise. She got 5th in the Open Worlds last year. You'd have to figure with her progress, she totaled 870 last year. Right now, that lift that she just did gave her an 860. So you'd have to figure she's going to be looking to medal next year. Now, this is who we think is in control. With this opening deadlift, she will put a commanding lead over the other women in the 57 kilos. Jennifer Millican out of Tennessee.
No problem.
And I think that probably seals it. She's going to need to make one more deadlift, but with as easy as that was,
shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, she currently has a sizable advantage over Kelly.
Interesting fact about Marissa, she was on the Ellen DeGeneres show. Did you know that?
No, I didn't. What was she on
does
for?
These pull-ups in a dance sort of way. She puts music on. She has these different types of dancing pull-ups.
Oh, that's fascinating.
And Ellen saw her on YouTube and had her on the show and gave her like this iPad contraption to wear while she does her pull-ups. It's pretty neat.
That is cool.
Yeah.
So we have a celebrity in our midst.
We do.
Now, this was interesting. I was noticing Ashley's grip came loose. That was Ashley's Svendbye. She pulled, but I was judging earlier, and some of the platforms, you had to get the bar in the right spot because there might have been an uneven spot.
Yeah.
It looked like the bar rolled in front of her, and then at the top, she lost her grip. So Ashley's going to need that lift to get back on the board because, of course, if you don't get a lift in, as you're well aware, Jennifer, you don't total.
Yep.
You are required
so
to get
just
one
repeating
lift.
That. I mean, that should be a weight that she can get just to get a good attempt at it.
Yeah, and she once she gets that, will immediately be in a position to move up. Now, this is the deadlifter we talked about, the junior world record holder in the deadlift. And look at that.
Easy stuff.
That was 380, Jennifer, 380. She told me, Gabrielle told me she would open with a junior American record, which that was, and she thinks maybe as much as 410 might be there, Jennifer.
That's great.
Yeah, wouldn't that be an outstanding finish?
That would be. All right, and then we're ending the deadlifts with Melissa Barber.
Wow, this is a nice opener.
Clearly a strength for her at 402 opener.
Yeah, this is a nice opener.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Conventional style. She's got 402 for the opener, the biggest opener so far that we've seen in the evening primetime format. It was a solid lift. It wasn't easy, but it was solid. She's not in a position where I think there's a lot more. I would suspect they might jump 5 kilos.
Yeah, probably not much. Then we got Heather Faas coming up.
Yeah, we moved back to Heather in the 114-pound weight class.
Right, so
she's out of South Carolina.
She is out of
We
South
talked about her husband, BJ, and her kids, Peyton and Wesley.
Yep.
She went 8 for 9 at last year's Nationals and got 5th.
Yeah, her daughter Peyton's done some powerlifting in the youth division.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, we actually missed. Jenny Lee is the next lifter. Actually, there might have been a card change. Heather Faas is next after this. So Jenny Lee is a junior out of California.
She has an A7 shirt on, which is one of our sponsors here.
Nice, A7. Yes, we want to celebrate them. Jenny was telling me her goal was to maybe total 800. She, with this lift, will do 766.
Oh, no.
So she's a little off what she expected, but she's only 21. So that's a lifter that has a great future.
Yeah.
She's the one that's only been competing since November of last year. So she's got a lot of room for improvement.
Sure.
Now Heather.
Opener in, so good.
Yes, Heather, the lifter we were talking about. You said Peyton has competed in the youth division.
Yeah, as I think 10, 11 maybe, 11 years old.
For those of you at home, again, watching, powerlifting USAPL starts at age 14, but the youth division allows you to lift from as young as 8, I believe. There's an 8, 9, and 10, and then 11, 12, and 13.
I believe she actually went to the youth nationals also.
Yes, they do have a nationals for the lower age groups.
Oh.
So Heather is a nice jump here, Jennifer. 22 pound jump.
330. She's got the music going. They're pumping it out hard out there.
Yeah, Gina rocks the house. She is in the 15th place spot in the open division.
Nice. Little bent over, but no problem there.
But it's interesting, that lift, Jennifer, was such a nice jump. She was in 15th place, and that moved her all the way up to 9th. She just moved 6 spots from one deadlift.
Yeah, and she has more. So we'll see where that puts her in the end.
And again, it goes back to the depth of this competition, Jennifer, when you can go from 15th to 9th on one deadlift.
Right, and she's only 2.5 below Susie, so in her deadlift.
Yes.
So.
And this will be interesting here because Susie now, this is the lift really based on what Marissa looked like. It doesn't look like Marissa's going to be in a position to be caught. But this is a lift Susie needs to make sure she holds off Tina. Tina is only 1.5 kilos behind her currently heading into these attempts. So this is strategy where Susie needs to get big smile.
Oh, that was easy. She's got quite a bit more. She wants it.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. How much more do you think? That was 336. Would you think they would jump maybe 7.5 kilos, maybe 10?
I would say she probably has 10, but
I think 7.5 is what they'll go. Matt's typically conservative.
They are conservative
and
numbers.
Tina is the lifter that she's battling, so it makes sense that she would put on a little less to get the spot wrapped up and get second to Marissa. Now, Elizabeth Picardi, we talked about her earlier as being in 11th place last year. This lift right here, if it's successful, let's see what the judges say. She's currently in 11th place. She went from 13th to 11th with that lift. So Elizabeth showing how tough this competition is. Elizabeth's total.
That moved her to 10th place.
Oh, it did move her to 10th.
Yep.
Nice. Well, it's interesting from looking at last year, Elizabeth totaled 650. Now she was in the 114s. This year Elizabeth totaled 777. She's put over 100 pounds on her total.
Nice. This is Lauren. She's currently in 5th place. And she's pulling 342 here. She's got that. There we go. Oh, tight with it.
Very strong. Lockout. Let's see. Looked like her hands were opening up. Did she get the down?
That might have been it for her right there.
And
we're not sure. That's a good lift. Yeah.
Good lift. We want to mention Lemon City Barbell Club up in the corner in our live broadcast. We also have sponsors throughout the day that have been popping up that we just want to recognize. Bodybuilding.com, the host for the live broadcast online. Deadlift and Donuts. That was a great sponsor. It's not Mike Lewinsky, Deadlift and Donuts, just because he's such a great deadlifter and likes donuts. It's not him. Slingshot, Mark Bell, and U.S. Iron Club. Some excellent sponsors. Now we have Kelly Lynn. Now this is one of the battles. She's currently in 2nd.
Right.
She's actually a good bit back from Jennifer, so this is more to get her to hold on to 3rd. She's only 10 kilos ahead of Melissa Barber.
Yeah, that's a pretty good lift right there, though.
So that lift is going to open up a lead. She's going to have a 22.5 kilo lead over Melissa. Melissa being the biggest puller in the class, but Melissa, as you remember, didn't have a lot left in her.
Yeah, it looked like she's not going to be able to do a whole bunch. She did jump 7.5 kilos, so I mean, we'll see where she's at.
It really looks like Kelly probably just locked up 2nd. Now we got Melissa Erwin. We have to mention how she had just an amazing bench.
Oh, yeah.
If you were here earlier, it really is the bench of the competition in terms of she fought it for about 8 seconds.
Stay with it, stay with it. Nice.
Very easy lockout.
Yep.
Melissa just moved. She was in 7th place. And this class, let's see what that lift, if that moved her up. That kept her in 7th, but she's really close. When you look in this group, the distance from 7th place all the way up to 3rd place is only 15 kilos, Jennifer.
Yeah, and Lauren got moved up to 4th place. Shay here is still in 5th place, but we'll see. I mean, she's making a 10-kilo jump here. First, her opener looked super easy, so I expect that she would make this 364.
But really, from 3rd to 7th in this class, Jennifer, only 15 kilos apart.
Yep, nice. Yep.
That was a solid lockout for Shay. Shay really has come on strong in the bench and the deadlift.
Oh, yeah.
So she's holding into that 5th place.
She is.
Tina is your lifter, and Tina would be in the 114s. And Tina, as we talked about earlier, she's the one trying to see if she can close the gap on Susie.
Right.
So Susie currently is 11.5 kilos ahead of her, but Tina's jumping 10 kilos. So this will cut it to a 3-pound lead.
Yeah.
Susie, of course, had the benefit of those record plates that get added into your total when she broke records in the squat.
Oh, yeah, she's got that.
Now, it's interesting on the front view, you could see she actually had a little bit of uneven where her hands were much closer on one side than the other.
Huh.
So if she can get that rectified, there might be a little more. But Susie's in a good spot because Susie's lift had room.
Yeah.
Susie's
It had some
lift.
room, yeah. They both have a little bit of room, so it'll be interesting to see how these thirds
Susie's
pan
jumping
out.
7.5.
And, you know, at the deadlift, they could change.
Oh, yeah.
So.
Let's make sure we note that. For those of you at home, in powerlifting, you're allowed 2 changes on your deadlift. The other lifts, you cannot make changes other than your openers. So where the strategy comes in is you put an attempt in, you see what your opponent is going to do. You're allowed 2 changes on your 3rd attempt only. 3rd attempt only.
So Ashley lost this in her grip, so no problem there.
It was opening, but I think that was a good lift. She didn't let go.
No,
Not
she didn't
good.
Her knees did not.
Oh, was it
knocked
the
out
knees?
on
It was
that.
interesting. I was watching the grip.
I was wondering if they were going to call that.
Yeah, it must have been the knees. Yep, Gina just announced that.
I was wondering if that was going to get called.
All
Because
right.
even from the front, they looked unlocked.
Yeah, and it's obvious if it's from the front than from the side it is. All right, up next, if you're a Jennifer Millican fan and you're at home, she's coached by Wade Johnson, Aaron Thomas. Basically, her goal today was to win. In my opinion, she's got the title off her opener, but this is really the lift that will close the door.
And
This lift right here will shut everybody out.
She also has a kind of neat powerlifting blog called Power Your Own Blog. So if you want to view her blog, you can.
Well, in her case, she's clearly got some good tidbits to offer. I mean, look how strong she is.
Oh my gosh, that looked like the opener.
And you know, Jennifer, what we've talked about all day with her is her form has been solid.
Phenomenal.
She's hit 3 squats. I think she might be 8 for 8. I don't think, did she miss a bench? I think she made 3 benches too.
I want to say she missed her opener on a technicality.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Yep, and then they went up.
Yeah.
So you're right. Man, you have a great memory.
So this is 387 American record for Marissa Inda here.
Yeah, this is also the open record, even though she is a master's lifter. So this would be the open American record, but it would also obviously be a master's American record.
So Gino is getting behind her here. They're getting the bar ready for her, prepped for her.
The interesting thing here, it looks like Marissa definitely has this lift, but for some reason, if she misses this, Susie will actually pull for the win on Susie's last pull.
Oh, nice. Oh, my gosh.
And the crowd goes crazy.
Oh, my goodness. She's going to be breaking that record again.
We just panned out to the crowd, and you can see the Atlanta Convention Center America's Mart is just packed.
Yeah.
And we're only on day 2.
Yeah.
Can you imagine when Jennifer Thompson lifts how packed it's going to be?
It's going to be awesome.
It
Jennifer
will be.
Thompson, Kim Walford.
Yeah, Kim Walford.
Eva. I can never say her last name because it's so long, but you can just call her Eva.
Januskowicz, I believe.
Yeah,
is correct.
Everyone knows who she is anyway, so you don't need to say the last name.
All right, this young lady I want to mention because I got some good stuff. Gabrielle Tucker trains horses for dressage, which is the
cool.
horse performance sport, and she sometimes actually rides the horses as well.
Oh, nice.
Let's see the lockout. Oh.
Darn it.
That would have been a phenomenal finish for her. She is
Yeah.
currently the junior American record holder.
Oh, well, she's got another shot at it. And
Yeah.
it looked more of just sort of shaky at the top, a grip issue. I mean, those are technicalities she could potentially come back and overcome.
All right, Melissa Barber.
All
now,
right.
she is currently in 4th, but she's tied for 3rd place. And so by making this lift, she will move into the top 3.
419 pounds, so it's a pretty good pull.
Yeah, based on what we saw in the opener, I think this is a little bit more than I would have thought she would
see.
jump,
You
but
never know. She gets-
deadlifters sometimes can reach deep, and technique-wise, sometimes you're better on your second pull.
No, I think when you have an audience like this, sometimes you can do
Motivation,
superhuman
enthusiasm,
things.
you're
Yeah.
right, adrenaline. Well, clearly, just the fact that she opened at 402, this is a great deadlifter. So if anyone's going to pull this, it's her.
Oh, yeah, look at, come on, hips, baby, hips.
Let's
Pull
see
it
if she
up,
can
pull
lock
it up,
it out.
she's got it.
Very good lockout.
Wow.
And that lift is
Come on, give it to her.
3 white lights.
Nice
So she
work.
just passed Shay Edwards and is now, we're going to do a replay here, Jennifer.
Okay.
Oh, we're doing a crowd shot. So you can see how the America's Mart Atlanta Convention Center is filling up. Josh Rohr, your meet director extraordinaire,
Yep.
has done such an amazing job promoting this event.
Yep.
You know, we are going to see bigger and bigger crowds. I can't believe the weekends won't even be bigger. You know, you figure you're going to get people on Saturday and Sunday who couldn't make it during the work week.
Right. Well, that put Melissa up into 3rd place, so
Yeah, good for her.
good job. Yep. And it looks like we're going to start back off with Jenny Lee. She missed it in her 2nd. She's going to try it again on 3rd. And then for USA Powerlifting, we clean the bar off between every attempt on the 3rd attempt.
Yes, 3rd attempt deadlift. The rules require the bar gets clean.
So they're going to take a little extra.
And for those of you at home, the benefit there is you have conventional deadlifters, which are narrow stance, and they usually have powder on their legs. The sumo deadlifters, gripping it narrow, will often grip it right where the powder is, and vice versa. So it's a situation where it's just better. Your 3rd attempts in any sport, you want to give the equipment the best chance for success for the lifter. So this Jenny Lee, 292 pounds.
Yeah. Let's see if she can pull it this time. Oh, yeah. Come on, baby. Woo!
And that was a solid lockout.
Yeah, it was.
Lift is good.
Good job.
We got A7 bar grip sponsor up in the corner. We also want to mention Lemon City Barbell. Team Rohr, Josh Rohr, I'm sure. Jennifer, you can back this up. Josh Rohr does some amazing training. He actually does internet training literally around the world. Josh has clients in other countries that he trains. And then My Strength Book. We've been doing commercials for them. If you watch the broadcast, they have an awesome commercial. I'm watching the commercial, and I'm thinking, man, I got to get this. I didn't know what the product was until they got to the end. I was like, okay, I need to get that. Like, it's a great commercial.
Kim Walford uses it.
Well, let me tell you, Kim Walford, in my research I discovered, she's the only American to have won every Raw Worlds that's ever taken place. The only man or woman. She's won all 4 of them.
Oh, boy, look at her pull that out.
Heather Faas, 347. Let's see what the judges say. No lift. Did that appear to you like she didn't lock out, or did the bar go back down?
I think it was a little up, down. She
Up,
got a
down.
yellow and a blue, so.
Okay. I thought maybe the bar went back down, but
Yeah.
it was a great fight.
Yeah, it was.
All right, Lauren Rutan, she's actually put on quite a show in the deadlift, Jennifer.
She is.
2 for 2. She's the one you mentioned as a Olympic lifting background. As we discussed, typically that is a good crossover event.
Yeah, we'll see what she's got here for her last pull. Oh, no, that was it. So she's going to take 5th place, it looks like, for right now.
All right, now Susie's coming up, Jennifer, and Susie's in a position where she's not going to be able to go for the win, but she is going for another record, 352.
Yep.
You already mentioned she has quite the routine to get set.
Yep. Everyone's got to have their setup, and hers is interesting.
What do you think, since you've been in this position before, what do you think's going through Susie's mind right now? Like, what are you thinking when you go out for a big deadlift to finish the meet?
Oh, I don't think too much. I don't want myself to think too much. I just say it's going. It's going.
All positive thoughts.
Yep, it's going. It's going no matter what.
She smiled her way up in the squats for a record. Let's see what she can do here in the deadlift. 352 pounds.
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah. Look at her. She looks a little surprised by that.
Well, and it's fascinating. It's fascinating how once the bar cleared the floor, it just accelerated.
Yeah, it looked a little bit tough at first, and then it just popped right on up.
We talked about on the instant replay, you'll see there is a little bit of a slow, and then it's just she's nodding as she goes up, looking at the spotter.
She did the Heather Connor pointing with the finger. That's
Oh,
her
to
signature.
be that strong that you can hold the bar and look at the spotter at the same time. Now this is
There you
Elizabeth
go.
Picardi.
Come on, Elizabeth, finish strong, girl.
This would be a great finish. Now that's going to be interesting on the
Yeah,
lockout.
I'm not
I think that
sure.
might not pass. Let's see what the judges
Just
say.
one. She's got it 2-1.
2-1. Lift was
Yeah.
good.
I don't know that the side refs really saw that lock-on there. I
Yeah.
think probably just the head ref saw it. So
And from
she's
our
good.
view, we're basically in the head ref
Yeah.
view. All right, now we've got Kelly Lynn. Now, Kelly Lynn is in a situation right now where she's in second place. She's not going for the win. Jennifer Millican sealed
She's
the deal.
just too far ahead.
But
yeah.
Kelly is in a position where behind her, Melissa Barber actually isn't going to catch her either. So Kelly's got second wrapped up. This really just comes down to adding to her total, potentially as an alternate for the Worlds.
Absolutely.
One of the things these lifters are doing, the winners are automatic, but then they rank the second and third place.
Well, they're doing the alternates by Wilks.
Okay.
So
the higher her
the higher
Wilks
the
is will
the
help
more
her.
Yep. Oh, a little back rub on that.
Yeah, she looked like she was rubbing her back, but
Yeah.
from what I saw, she was plenty strong.
Yeah.
352.
Right, so she's good there. So Melissa here, she just jumped up 2.5 kilos. She's currently in 7th place.
Well, Melissa, right off the bat, based on, we just rewatched the lift from Kelly Lynn, and you can see a very emphatic lockout. Now, Melissa here, interesting, Jennifer, she got 13th in last year's Nationals.
Oh, so
she's
she's
already
big
up to
improvement.
7th place.
Oh, yeah.
And that's a big progress, you know, when you're dealing the Nationals, going from 13th to 7th.
That's a big, yeah, a lot of times it's each year you just get a little bit better, a little bit better. There we go. Nice, nice.
Very strong lockout.
There we go. Good job, Melissa.
That gives her an
Yeah.
832-pound total.
Big smile on their face.
That is a PR too. PR
Yeah.
total. Replay of Melissa's lift. Check this
Replay.
out.
That moved her into 6th place, actually.
And watch how strong that lockout is,
Yep.
Jennifer.
She had it, and she got it there.
You're right. She went from 7th to 6th, so very nice. Now,
so
there are a couple
Ashley
lifters.
needs this one coming up. She's missed it twice
Yeah,
now.
it's been a grip issue, and she's the one that told us she deadlifted 400 in training, so strength is clearly not a problem.
She's just got to get her stuff together here. There we go. There we go. She's going to be upset with herself that she didn't do that the first time. That kept her in the meet, though. She had to have that,
And
you know.
it moved her all the way up to 4th.
4th,
I
yep.
mean, that shows how critical that lift was. She went from a bomb out to 4th, and you see the look her coach is celebrating up and down after she made that lift.
Yeah. It's scary when you miss those first 2 misses and it all comes
Well, yeah,
down to last.
we talked about that earlier. The pressure now, plus, like you said, you've also pulled 2 pulls. You know, you're on your 9th lift of the day. Now, this is Shay Edwards. Now, Shay, Jennifer and I have been noticing, she's really she built up in the bench. She's built up in the deadlift. She's coming on strong. It looks like she wishes this meet could continue.
Yeah, look at that. Nice, great, strong last pull.
And that is the perfect 3rd attempt.
Yep, it was just right there. She picked that number very well.
And that's going to move her up to 4th.
Yeah, nice job, Shay. Very
Man, that
nice.
is great, Shay.
Yep. Yeah, that's a big improvement from where she...
Yeah, in fact, we can tell you, last year, her total at this competition was 815. Jennifer, she just did 870.
Nice.
So,
very nice.
You know,
She's
that's
put some great work in this last year.
Well, and that's the nice thing you see when you see these totals gaining is how that shows how hard you work.
Yep.
I mean, that's a big 55-pound gain in
All
1
right.
year.
So Tina's going to go for 386 here.
Now, Tina is currently in 3rd place.
Yeah.
She's not in a position where she's actually going to catch Susie.
No.
She's just looking to solidify her 3rd place spot.
She's ending on a good note here. Strong deadlift.
She's the tornado, I believe we
She is
found
the
out. Coached
tornado.
by Flex, Joey
Yep.
Flex.
And did you notice that she has no belt on? Wow. Look at that face. She just stuck with it.
And the lift is good, 2-1.
Nice. Woohoo!
She's the one that had mentioned to me she had a scoliosis, and she told me she does not pull with a belt. That she doesn't pull at all with a belt. Look at this lockout. But watch how you can actually see how curved the spine is.
And she
Look
was
how
like that a little bit in her squats too, and that
Yeah.
makes sense now.
her hips are actually shifted to her left and her shoulders to her right.
Yep.
Okay, now Gabrielle is in a position here, Gabrielle Tucker, where she had this lift and it popped out at the top.
She's just got to be
So
strong.
let's see if
and
she
stay
can
with
hold on
Come
to it.
on. Nice. There we go.
And that lift
Yeah.
is 3
Yeah.
white lights. So
Nice.
Gabrielle, with that lift, is officially your junior national champion, and she will be the one going to the
Now,
Junior
let's
Worlds.
see. Marissa is going to do the same as Jennifer here, interestingly enough.
So
And
Marissa's
Marissa's in the other weight class.
and Marissa is going for this lift will be exceeding the American record in the deadlift that she set earlier today.
Well, based on her second, she should have this.
And this would be the first time she has pulled over 400 pounds in competition.
Yeah, come on, Marissa. Nice job. Unbelievable.
Wow. We need to see a replay of that. I mean, that is
Yeah.
such an amazing 400-pound deadlift by a lifter in the 114-pound weight
Well,
class.
she can come teach you how to do that at our camp this summer. In March.
Oh, yeah, she's one of the ones.
Yeah, she's going to be
With
there in March.
Bonica and Kimberly and yourself.
Yeah. It's,
What a great line.
That would be great. All right, here we go. I mean, this is the strongest I've seen her. She's a good deadlifter, but, man, she even had more than that.
Yeah, and look how big smile on her
Oh,
face.
yeah, she's excited. She's had a lot of meets where they were a little bit disappointing at the end, and it's really great when it's not.
Yeah, there's nothing better than making your last deadlift.
All right, so Jennifer is coming out with the same lift of
And we've
402.
talked about Jennifer has been so consistent.
Oh,
The
yeah.
only miss all day was an opening bench technical error.
She's just been a machine.
And her deadlifts have all looked well within
Yep.
her capabilities. So I fully expect her to make this lift, but this is a gigantic pull, 402.
Yep, there we go. No problem.
And that's a good way to describe it, Jennifer. No problem.
Yeah. Woo! I love
And
that.
that is your national champion. Back to
Yeah.
back, we saw Marissa Inda, your national champion at 114, and we saw Jennifer Millican,
Yeah.
your national champion at
We're going to have a
125.
strong women's team.
Isn't that the truth? And that's one of the things this meet is doing, is by giving more and more depth, it's going to create stronger and stronger teams because you're pushing each other.
Absolutely.
Watch
We got
this lift
Marissa.
and how Jennifer makes this lift with room to spare. So
Yeah.
you're telling me we've got a 125 pulling 400 with room to spare. Now,
Melissa's going to need everything she's got for this one.
because she worked hard on her second.
That's 430. 430. Oh, it's go. Oh.
She got it moving, though.
She got it moving, so that's good.
So to wrap up, our winner in the 114s is going to be Marissa Inda. Susie ended up second.
Yep.
Teen ended up third.
Good.
And in the 125s, Jennifer Millican will be your first place. Kelly Lynn ended up in second place.
Yep.
And the junior champion would be Gabrielle Tucker. So quite an interesting finish in the women's division.
Right.
And now we move to the men.
That's
we move to the
right.
205s. And in case you've been watching, it's early, but I really think there's going to be a shot for David Ricks to potentially pull off a gigantic upset.
We'll see.
Based on how Jesse looked in the bench, maybe there's an injury. We don't know. As you said, lifters don't want to talk
We don't
injuries.
talk about that. That's it's like asking someone how much you weigh or how old they are.
Well, you can't ask a woman how much she weighs. Now, us guys, especially heavy guys, I take it as an insult when someone says, "Have you lost weight?" So it's
There you go.
it's different when. But for David Ricks, the interesting thing is he has traditionally in his powerlifting career pulled out some of the biggest deadlifts for wins when people didn't expect him. He's won IPF Worlds people didn't expect.
This is some big openers. This is a 600-pound opener right here.
Now
He's
David
the
has,
first one up.
yeah, he's pulled 672. Interesting thing for David here, he has a thing at the lockout. When he's really on and pulling good, his lockouts are very strong.
And look at the shoes he's wearing. This
Yeah.
is so very unconventional to wear just a pair of running sneakers.
Well, and
in
yeah,
the deadlift.
he's clearly elevating himself, so he's
Yeah.
pulling from a higher position.
But hey, I'm not going to tell him what to do.
But if he can get a good smooth lockout, that's going to be interesting what the judges say. He was rocking forward on his
I wonder if he forgot his deadlifting shoes because that's so odd.
I think actually he pulls that way all the time.
Does he?
Yeah.
Interesting.
He's a whole different character. That's why he's Superman.
Okay. Well, there we go.
All right, now Brendan Greene. Now Brendan was the one that caused us some sweat in the bench press.
Yes.
Took him 3 benches to get on the
Yeah,
board. So let's see if we can get him on the board right away in the squat. Now he looks like a deadlifter, Jennifer.
Yeah.
So If there's anyone that
Those
can
long
pull
legs
600,
out.
long legs, long arms. Look at that close-up view, Jennifer.
Yeah.
Really can see how strong he is.
All right.
Oh, no, that might not be a good lift. It looks like he came forward. What did the judges say?
I don't know.
Yeah, what happened on that lift? Again,
went
technique.
Well, again, he was so fast, he got himself
Exactly.
messed up at the top.
Yeah. I was all ready to say, look, we finally got a
Well, it was
successful.
easy. He should just go up because obviously that was an easy opener.
Well, the only thing is he's been so inconsistent today,
That's
I would
true,
not
too.
go up.
Maybe
Only
just a
because
little.
he's been so inconsistent. If it was you or somebody of a higher caliber, David Ricks maybe.
Yeah.
But he has had so much erratic behavior, you just want to
Yeah.
get him on the board.
Yeah, you're right about that.
And he's so strong, it's almost like if we can rein him in, think how much more he could lift.
It's almost like he just needs to slow down just a
Yeah.
tad. Just to
But
kinda,
it's hard because you want that power,
Yeah,
so
you
it's like
do.
he's got the power. We just got to put him under control. Now, Kristopher Hunt, you know a little bit about him. He's an ER doc. Oh,
Oops. Ooh,
now
right out of the
that's
grips
going to
on
be a
that one.
problem, though.
Oh, boy.
When your opening deadlift is that unsuccessful and not close.
It just looks like a technical. And he's looking at his hand. I wonder if he ripped some stuff
But
off
that's the
there.
thing. If you've ever torn calluses,
It's pretty tough to keep
extremely
going.
hard to come back.
Yeah.
One of the old European tricks is to take an iron brush, like you clean the bar, and right before you walk out to the bar, once your calluses are torn, just scrape it like crazy. Your hand will feel like it's on fire, and later it'll hurt, but it will allow you to pull because when that hand's open, the problem is you want to set the bar down because you have an open wound.
Oh,
in
that
it.
sounds terrible.
Oh, it is. It's it is brutally painful.
All right, LS. 628 opener here.
Now, LS, this is interesting because he had such a dominant
Look at him.
bench
He's
press.
dancing up there to the music. You go, man.
He told me he's capable of 700.
I believe it. Look at that.
Wow.
Two
Remember how-
turntables and a microphone.
There, we got a singing. You should be part of that a cappella group.
No, not at all. That was bad. I like that he picked that song, though. I was listening to it on the way here, on the drive down here.
You know, with LS there, remember how deep his squats were, how strong his benches were? He's really good across the board in technique. Matthew, we talked about he's only been lifting for 1 year, and he is currently forecast to be in about 15th place.
Okay.
This is an opener of 633. Wide stance sumo.
There we go. Got a wide variety of music going on here. Uh-oh.
Now that could be an up and down situation. I think that should be red lights, 3 reds.
Yeah.
It appeared like the bar went back down and then
just
he
got
locked
a lot
it out.
of groove right there.
Yeah, now that was the case. He clearly had the strength.
Oh, yeah. It is an opener.
That's not as concerned as we saw with the grip that Kristopher Hunt had. That means more technique. Now here's the battle we've been talking about where it would come down to the juniors.
Yeah.
So Danny Sullivan and Samuel Bernstein are after openers going to be tied.
Yeah.
Danny, the lifter going now, is the heavier lifter. So let's judge who do we think has more left in him. I would say that lift probably, 17 kilos is going to be there, maybe 15.
I don't know.
I mean, I don't know his lockout. You have to know.
Yeah.
But it clearly he's got more in him.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, that was not a hard.
So we can judge when Samuel pulls, who do we think has more left? Because essentially they're tied.
Right.
So it's really going to come down to who can jump more. Now, right in the middle is Derrington Wright, 644. This is a guy who's clearly got some muscles. Is this past your bedtime since you're lifting tomorrow?
Much so, but that's okay. We'll finish hard. We'll finish up here.
Fortunately, tomorrow you don't have to lift early, so that's a
I
benefit.
know. All right, let's see what Darrington's got here
Out of Texas.
at 6:45.
Very
no
nice.
problem.
Remember, you talked about him in the squat. He looks down in the deadlift, too.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Kind of his thing. It's just a thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations, technique-wise.
All right, and here comes Samuel, so we're going to look and see how his opener looks
So, yeah,
compared to
we were
Danny.
estimating Danny maybe had 15 to 17 keys, and Danny's jumping 15 keys. So I think that's a reasonable. I think he'll make that. But not a huge amount past that, so let's see how easy Samuel's lift is. Of course, Samuel is the lighter lifter, so the advantage is he just needs to tie.
Right.
And he's opening heavier, so he will see Danny's pulls.
Right.
at least tentatively, depending on how easy this looks.
Right.
Now Samuel, if we can check real quickly to get an idea, he has pulled 672 before, and so this is 650, so this is getting up there. I mean, this is close to a PR, Jennifer.
Yeah. These junior lifters, though, they make big
yeah,
improvements.
he might have 700 in him today.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, definitely way
No.
almost.
He did what you said earlier. He
Yeah.
almost came up too fast.
Yeah.
He also was a little bit uneven.
But he looked like he had that so easy. He just got a little too anxious on that, really.
But now where the huge advantage goes to
But
Danny
yeah,
is Danny
that was
will
a
be
mistake. That was a mistake.
Well, Danny will be pulling after him on the next round
Right.
of deadlifts.
Yeah.
So the control that Samuel had has completely left him.
Right.
I call this like turning it over in a sport like football. Turnovers is a huge factor. When you turn the ball over, you can't score and the other team gets a chance to score. In the sport of powerlifting, our version of scoring is an attempt. You have 9 chances to put points on the board.
Well,
when you have a mistake,
right, he just got rid of his advantage.
Yeah, you're giving it at like a turnover. You fumbled it going into the end zone, and now it doesn't mean he can't come back because he clearly was strong.
Oh, yeah, very strong.
In
So
fact,
far,
he's going up 10 kilos.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Interesting.
So he's not worried about it.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah. Way
But
over it.
he's still going to be before Danny. So that'll be an interesting, you talk about a coach sweating it. To jump 10 kilos off a miss?
Well,
deadlift?
anything can happen. You just don't know. Gotta be prepared. You think you're under and then you're over, or vice versa. So we're taking some time to get this bar prepped after
Yeah, as
that.
you mentioned earlier, in the third attempts it's required. The lifters can request it on a first or a second, and the judges will have the bar cleaned. Also, if anything gets on the bar, they'll actually come out and clean it and have a break, like blood on the bar or any fluid on the bar. So this would be Chris Dunn. He's coached by Erwin, and he's out of Georgia, and he's got 650. That's a pretty nice opener, Jennifer, 650.
Yeah, I think he's good for it. Look at all his muscles.
I know, he does have the muscles. And he's forecast for 9th place, so this is a top 10 lifter in the country. Whoa,
Easy.
Jennifer, those muscles aren't just for
No
show,
problem
are they?
there. Yep.
Very, very nice.
Yep.
You'll see in the background on our beautiful view we have of the stage, you see all of our sponsors looking on the sides of our logo.
Yeah.
Team Roar, A7 Barbell, Lemon City Barbell, Titan Support Systems, bodybuilding.com, Slingshot. Please support our sponsors. Go to their websites. If you're here in the venue, stop by their booth. Now look at this. This is an overhand. We saw a lot of this last night. We haven't seen much today.
Cooperstein
Michael
likes that.
Garozzo, overhand sumo.
There you go. That's easy.
A little bit, 3 white lights, a little bit of a primer for you at home. In the deadlift, most commonly you see an alternate grip, meaning one over the other, to allow the bar not to pop out. But a lot of the Europeans in recent years have gotten the Americans to come over to an overhand, more of an Olympic lifting hook grip. The benefit, obviously, biomechanically, everything's lined up better.
A lot of times guys go to if they have bicep problems.
So that you're not having an underhand.
Yeah, so you're having to go to forced to go to an over and over, but it's quite painful.
I was just going to ask, have you ever pulled in the gym that way?
Well, I've tried, but man, it hurts.
Yeah, it sits right on your
lock
thumb.
Lock your thumbs in there right against that bar. It stinks.
Yeah, Brad Gillingham told me once, it feels like your thumb's going to fall off, but once you lock it in, you won't miss. So.
Oh, yeah, it's...
Now we got Benjamin Rice. How about this opener? 677.
That's crazy for him. I mean, he's the bottom 3 here.
Yeah, I mean, he's in a situation where this will put him in the top 10 in the total. This is where the deadlift can really make a difference. He might be able to move himself up several spots.
And that's easy.
Whoa, that was an easy opener. And you know what he did different, Jennifer? Much more control.
Yeah, he wasn't too fast that he lost it. Yep.
So now we've got
and then we got our
Ruska,
our
the teenager.
Phenom here,
Second
we should
from
call
the top.
him.
Yeah, I like
700
that.
he's opening with. That's quite impressive.
19 years of age.
Wow, Texas, they produce some pretty
Texas
good
hotbed.
powerlifters down there.
And he's coached by, coached at home by Gene the Machine Bell, IPF World Champion, and coached here at the venue by Steve Goggins. As we said earlier, bronze medalist in the IPF Worlds in '92. So he's coming by his strength with some great historical coaches, and he just looks like he's got the potential to be on top in this class for
Nice,
years to come.
easy,
Man,
no
Jennifer, that
problem.
was an easy opener.
Good form. No worries there.
And let's see what that does for Ashton's total.
Yeah.
That's going to put him in a position where he's going to move all the way up to third in the
Third
open
in the
division.
open, yeah. And Jesse's going to open with 728.
Now here's where it gets interesting. When Jesse makes this lift, and we fully think he's going to make this easily, David Ricks will be in a position where David Ricks would need to pull 655 off of this attempt for David Ricks to pass Jesse. So what we need to watch here is, does Jesse have a lot more left in him? Because I'm thinking 655 is about where Ricks maybe a little more could finish. So if Jesse can hit this with room to spare, he's probably locked down the title. And we know he's pulled over 800, so I think this should be easy.
Oh, I'm sure. Yep, there we go. Yep, no
Yeah,
problem.
Jennifer
Yeah.
said, there we go. But
There
that
we
was
go.
727.
Yeah.
I think that almost seals the door on David Ricks. Jesse's going to have to hit one more pull. Let's watch it. Remember we talked about earlier how controlled
Yeah,
he
he
is.
just walks up there, does his thing, and pulls it, no worries.
And just, he seems like he's not wasting any energy.
Right. While
You know-
we're doing the breakdown, we have our A7 sponsor, but they're also partnered with LVD Fitness.
Oh, yeah, tell me about
so
LVD.
I wanted to talk to you about them. They're a company out of Canada. Actually, it's kind of a cool story. Mallory and Josh had this, when they were in university, they had a project for a marketing project, and they did a clothing company, and then they made it come true. And they want to do something good. So when you order something from LVD, you get this little card that says how many families you gave clean water to.
Oh, that's awesome.
And so I'm working with them now, and we made this Jen Thompson shirt called Hungry for More, and the money's going to feed hungry families
What a
in
great-
America and Canada.
Wait, make sure you
So,
can see the logo.
We're pretty excited about this. You should go see their booth. You
Lift
can-
is good. 3
Lift
white
is
lights
good for Brendan. All
Greene.
right.
But
So he
that's-
missed out on his first, and he came back no problem on his second.
Got him in the competition.
Oh,
But
yeah.
that's a great sponsor and a great cause.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
that's
pretty good.
something-
It's, they really have great clothing. I mean, the shirts and everything are so soft, and the design is super cool, but then you're also knowing that you're doing something really great for others. So definitely should go by and see them. They partnered with A7. They made a shirt together with both their logos, which is pretty cool.
A7, one of our sponsors that has done a great job supporting us. Now, here's the ER doc, Kristopher Hunt. Now,
Yeah,
he
he
also
dropped this
had a
one.
grip issue on his
Yeah,
opener.
he
So
was looking at his hands at his calluses.
let's
so
see if he's able to lock this one in.
Come
You can
on,
see
Chris.
he's really cranking
Yep,
it in there.
There we go.
And
Oh, no, dang it.
no. And
Oh,
now
man.
you run into a position where it's also fatigue on your muscles.
Yeah.
Because as you probably know, have you ever had a grip problem? I don't know if you really
No,
ever have
no,
one.
not
If
ever.
I have, and if you have a grip problem, you end up straining so hard to hold it, you actually end up using more energy, not in your hands, but in your muscles, because as you could see, he had the strength. I mean, you put him in straps, he's
Right.
pulling 50 more pounds. Now, here's Superman. Now, this lift will not catch Jesse, but it puts him within shouting distance of Jesse's opener. So,
Nice.
based on my calculations, after this, he would need another 15 pounds. So let's see. As we talked about earlier, it all comes to the lockout for Ricks. The bar will definitely leave the floor, but he's had an issue in the past at the top in his lockout. It's
There we
almost a
go.
balance issue for Ricks.
Yeah, and keeps his eyes closed.
I know, and
on
I would think
everything.
that would make it harder to pull balance-wise.
I couldn't do it. I fall backwards.
I mean, literally, his eyes are closed right now.
They've been closed on every lift, yeah.
And now they
There we
open
go.
up.
Let's
He
see.
rocked back, but I think that's a good lift.
Yeah.
That's not illegal to rock, so
No.
let's see.
Nope, 2 reds there.
Now, what did they say? Maybe his
Number
legs?
1, They said number 1, so that's
Either legs or shoulders. But I
yeah.
thought his shoulders were clearly locked. It could have been the legs.
I wasn't sure about his knees, so
From our angle, I didn't see the legs.
Yeah.
We're from the front view.
yeah.
But the interesting thing there is he had the strength.
Oh, for
so
sure.
he could be in a situation. Jesse is jumping 44 pounds. If
Wow.
somehow Jesse's unsuccessful, David could backdoor him
yeah.
because he would only need 655. So now here's the guy that's put on a show all day.
Yeah,
Ellis
661
McClain.
here.
His form in the squat was impeccable. His form in the bench was impeccable. He's got a big smile. He's almost like doing a little dance or a shimmy.
Oh, yeah. He's having fun out there.
And he told me he's capable of 700.
Nice.
And that was
That
661.
was easy.
I don't know if he'll go all the way to 7, but I would say another 10 keys, maybe 12
He
might
may.
be there.
I don't know.
Let's see, what does that do? That puts him in second place in the open division.
Yeah, I think he was in second to begin with.
In fact, what that did was it opened a lead bigger off of Rick's because of Rick's miss.
Yeah.
So that's really what that did was.
Good.
And you know, it'll be interesting now. We're so focused on Rick's because of Ellis's success. If Jesse isn't successful, Ellis is going to have a shot at him. So there's still a battle here for the gold. Now he jumped 15 kilos off a miss, Jennifer.
Yeah.
Wow.
Nice.
This lifter's only been lifting a year. He's at the Nationals. He misses his opener, and he jumped 33 pounds.
He doesn't know to be scared.
I know.
Sometimes that's a good thing.
I know. Isn't that great? I would be sweating. That's amazing. But you know what? He's a local lifter. He's from Georgia. He goes to school in Georgia. Good for him. I mean,
absolutely. You like those hometown boys.
Yeah, and pulling it off. You know, now he's actually in a position.
So
he's
now
in 12th.
This is what we talked about. He's now in before Danny. They're sort of battling for their junior position here.
And so when Samuel hits this lift, which we think he definitely has the strength for, because he locked it out and fell forward based, it was too fast. When Samuel hits this, he will move ahead of Danny by 10 kilos, but he's a heavier lifter. So right off the bat, Samuel needs this to score and to move into first in the juniors. This is 23 and under age group going for the win. Uneven.
Oh, no. That
might also be turned down.
Dang. No.
And the interesting thing is he's got a lot more in him.
Yeah.
So what do you do now? Because he's not going to be able to beat Danny with that weight. He has to go up if he wants to go for the win. But then you're do or die the whole meet on the win.
Yeah. Well, it depends on what you came for.
Exactly. It really does. Is your goal the win or bust?
Yeah.
That's amazing. Because another strategy is you might think in the juniors, what if I get second and become an alternate? Like if you total, you're eligible. If you bomb, you're not eligible. Like if he bombs. So when we say bomb out, if you don't complete one lift, successful lift in each discipline, you don't score a total. So this is Danny. Now you and I both thought his opener was solid and that this would be within his realm. This will tell us how much more does he have.
There we go.
And I would
That looked just like the opener.
I would say we were right on. We said he had maybe 17 keys.
Yeah,
he jumped 15.
In a good position here. But, you know.
What do you think off that? Maybe 5 more?
Yeah, well, I mean, he might as well be conservative based on what his competitor's done so far. But you never know. I mean, any one game, you know, when we look at the Raw Worlds, it was Anna Castellano against Elia Strick.
Oh, yeah.
And came down the deadlifts.
Anna pulled it out.
And Anna missed her second, went up, pulled it on her third to win. I mean, so.
Well, and the advantage we talked about by Samuel's mistakes on his first 2 attempts, Danny will get to see Samuel pull.
Yeah.
So in Danny's position, what he can do is he can put a weight in. If Samuel makes, he can change it. But if Samuel misses, Danny could go to whatever he wants.
So he's in a good spot.
Yeah. It's always nice to be the later puller. Always nice to be the litter.
For sure.
Yeah, I wasn't there for that battle you talked about, but in looking and studying for this meet, I saw Ilya was undefeated at the Worlds. She had not lost. Her and Kimberly were the only two in the women's who had won every Raw Worlds. And then Anna, who was the champion in the class below the year before, went up and beat her. So that had to be an exciting battle.
I was commentating that, and
wow.
goosebumps. And
had to be
it was
exciting.
it was just one of those moments that you'll never forget.
Yeah. Well, and such a great way to finish on your third pull for the win. Now, Derrington Wright out of Texas, Jennifer, he's kind of flying under the radar. This is almost 700 pounds.
Yeah.
694.
His opener looks super easy.
Yeah, he's really looking like he's a guy of the future.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Looking down, as we talked about.
Yeah.
He's only 24, Jennifer.
Yeah, he looks young.
That has to give you hope for the future if you're a Derrington Wright fan.
Yeah. I must have had one unlocked knee on that one, but we got Chris Dunn coming up with almost 700 pounds.
Yeah, it's amazing how Derrington and Chris Dunn have seemed almost back-to-back all day. And this lift right here, Chris Dunn is in 8th, but what this lift would do is it would actually move him to within 5 kilos of Derrington for 5th. Nice. So that shows 4 spots between 5 kilos.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Go easy lift for him. He's got a
Yeah,
lot
Derrington
more.
and Chris are really going to come down to the finish because they both, to me, had more left in them. Now here is our overhand grip we talked about out of New York. We giving shout outs to his kids and his wife. That's probably his wife right there if you look on our screen.
Yeah.
She's coaching him. His wife and his team up in New York, everyone back home pulling for him. This is a big pull, 694.
Let's see what he's got here.
He's currently in 17th place in the Open, but this will definitely move him up because it's a 20-kilo jump, Jennifer.
Wow.
So maybe he's trying to get in the top 10.
Talk about shocking the neuro on that one.
He's got a lockout. Looks like it went back down.
Well, oh, man.
And his legs might be unlocked. I'm going to say that's reds, but let's see what the judges say.
Yeah, oh, man. That was a
We
nice.
threw 3 reds.
Yeah, everything he had on that one.
I believe that was a situation. It could have been knees unlocked and the bar went back there. Now you'll notice if you're watching here, this spotter loader is putting chemicals on the bar and is cleaning the bar. If there's ever any fluid on the bar, they'll clean the bar and then the refs will take.
You gotta take 1 minute.
Yeah, 1 minute interval for the bar to dry, and that'll give us a chance to kind of get ready for these next couple pulls. We're gonna have Benjamin Rice at 7:05. Oh, they must not have had to clean the bar because they're immediately loading it. So
only if it's a blood issue, so it must have been fine.
So Benjamin Rice here, Jennifer, 7:05.
Yeah, that's
and
impressive.
we were really impressed with how strong he looked on his opener. Let's see, Benjamin Rice out of Washington. Remember we talked, he had a 7:51 PR coming into this meet. So this actually should be within
this should be
his
all
limits.
Right then. Let's see where he is here. Yep, no problem.
Yeah, that's a really, really good pull.
Yep.
And that's going to move him up.
There, yeah.
And you know what? We just said that would move him up. It moved him from 17th, get this, to 6th place. He just moved 11 spots on one deadlift.
And he's got way more. I expect he'd probably move up a little bit more.
Could you imagine? He might go into the top 3.
Yeah.
We'll have to keep an eye on him.
Waiting for that deadlift.
Yeah, that's just fantastic. Yeah, looking ahead, he's actually only 12.5 kilos out of 3rd.
Wow.
It looks like 2nd and 1st he's not going to have a shot.
I think he probably definitely had 12.5 more kilos. I mean.
Now this is the teenager, and this young man, even though he's dominating the teenage division, he's actually in 5th in the open division.
Isn't that crazy? And he's pulling 7:22 here.
Yeah, the only pull bigger so far would be Jesse Norris. So.
There we go. Oh, nice. Easy. He's got some more.
All right, now things are going to get interesting here. Here's the deal with Jesse Norris. Jesse Norris is trying 771. If Jesse's unsuccessful, both Ellis McClain and David Ricks will have pulls for the win on their 3rd attempts.
Wow.
Even if Jesse is successful, David Ricks and Ellis McClain potentially could bump their 3rds up to go for the win. But if this is unsuccessful, it's going to open up a huge door. You're talking a 20-kilo jump.
That's 772 pounds. That's a crap load of weight going
And you
on
have
there.
to figure a guy of Jesse's experience, the only way you could take this big of a jump in a close battle is if you know you're going to make it.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a giant jump if you're not sure. So I have to figure he's going to have room to spare.
There we go.
Wow, that was a tough lift.
Yeah, that was about.
And it's no lift.
Reds. It had to be knees.
I like Jesse. He's a nice kid, but that is a mistake. That's a mistake because he just opened the door. He might lose the Nationals. Watch this replay. Let's see. What is it? Is his knees?
It was a red card, so it's either knees or shoulders.
Yeah, I have to give it. Now, this is just me watching the video.
Both side judges gave it to him, so they had to both agree it was the same
To me,
thing.
it looked good, but we're looking from the front.
Yeah.
But the interesting thing there, Jennifer, is he jumped 20 kilos when if he would have just jumped half that, he would have almost shut David and Ellis out.
He didn't need to go that high.
Yeah, and now both of them are going to have shots for the win. But it's interesting. LS is pulling first and forcing David into much more than he needs. So I'm wondering if David's not going to lower his attempt. because LS is going to 688, which we both think he's got.
Yeah.
David is going to 688 to pull after him, but David doesn't need that much.
Right.
He's actually only needing, let's see, David's a heavier lifter. He would only need 305, 672. So this will be interesting. Now, Kristopher Hunt, this is to stay in the meet, Jennifer.
Yeah, this is the last lift, so let's hope he can hang on to it and dig. Oh.
Yeah, it was clearly a grip issue. I mean, you could see he was trying everything he could.
Yeah, that's too bad. It sucks to end like that.
Yeah, that is a tough finish.
It sure
We
is.
know he had a lot of people pulling for him at home, so.
Yeah, fairly good meetup to them.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those situations that he had a good day going and just unable to record a deadlift. So now we move to Brendan Greene. Now, Brendan was interesting because he had trouble on his opener. He repeated it, and look at this, Jennifer. He is jumping 55 pounds. But you said it after his opener, and then he repeated it. He's got a lot more in him.
Oh, yeah. Well, it was probably not even what he wanted to do on this third. He was
Yeah,
sort of forced a little bit lower because of that opener.
Well, and he's certainly built to pull. I mean, look at the long arms, long legs. Let's see. He's a little bit bent forward, and the bar went back down. Now, he locked it out, but I believe that'll be turned down.
That'll be up, down right there.
Bar went back down, yep.
It looked like a hitch, too.
That's just a situation, Brendan, and for the fans out there, Brendan, he's just raw. He just needs raw, not in the sense of his gear. He just needs more seasoning. I mean, he's got plenty of strength.
Right. Samuel's got to get this, or he's out of this meet also.
Yeah, now this, let's make sure, with this lift, this is interesting. He's not even going for the win. He's doing what we said. If he makes this lift, it locks second, and it keeps him a shot for the Junior Worlds. He's not going for the win, and we both think he's got the strength. The interesting thing, Jennifer, he's been pulling a little uneven. So I wonder if he's setting up uneven or if that's a normal thing he does. Let's see if he can get the technique down, because he's got plenty of strength.
Yep. He's got to dial it in here. You got to really just pull it in.
We know there's some big fans, I'm sure, watching him at home. So move a little closer to your computer screen and jump up and down, make some noise wherever you are. We'll try and get Samuel in the competition. Let's see, he's got a start position a little bent over.
There you go.
It's moving easily. Oh, no
man.
lockout. And Samuel is out of the competition.
Oh, that's so disappointing.
So Danny Sullivan is your junior national champion. Now, David Ricks did lower his attempt as we expected. So let's set the stage here, because we got a lot of drama here. David Ricks, at 57 years of age, Jennifer, is pulling to move into first place.
That's incredible.
But the interesting thing is he's pulling to move into first place ahead of LS McClain. He's pulling more than he actually needs to beat Jesse Norris. Because Ellis McClain is actually right in the middle there, this lift is past what David needs, but it's a situation where you got to pick a number you think you can hit, and LS can't. I really think LS is in the driver's seat right now.
Yeah.
So this lift right now would put David Ricks at 57 years of age in the lead.
That's fantastic.
At 57 years of age, he would be in first place with Ellis McClain and Jesse Norris to follow. I can promise you this lift will get moving. It's all going to come down to, is he able to control the lockout?
Big breath and pull, man.
It's going to get moving. Let's see what position he's in.
Yep.
He's got it moving.
Nice.
He's got it at the top.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's good. Or his knees locked?
Yeah, he's
hold.
got it.
And that lift, I think, is going to be good.
Yep.
One red, that lift is good.
Look at him going crazy. Oh, man, is he excited.
18:29 is your total for
Unbelievable.
David
So
Ricks.
he is in first place right now.
Now, let me tell you how amazing this is. We're going to watch a replay. And look at that lockout.
Yeah,
let me tell you what you
shaking.
Let me tell you what you just saw, Jennifer. David Ricks just smashed the American record total by 30 kilos, and he's still got two people to worry about.
Unbelievable.
He broke the American record by 30 kilos, and they're not far off the world record.
At 57.
At 57. And tomorrow night, David Ricks will be joining me. I go from one superstar to the next. Jennifer Thompson tonight, David Ricks tomorrow.
Matthew couldn't quite finish that.
No lift for Matthew.
All right, let's see what LS has got.
We got a lot of drama here because LS, now here's the story. LS is going to need to change his attempt, which I'm sure he will. And what he's going to need to do is he's going to move that attempt up to be able to pass David. Since he's lighter than David, he just needs to move it up by 5 kilos, 312 and a half, which it appears like that's what he's doing.
Yep.
I'm sorry, 317 and a half is what he needs to move it to. Let's make sure his coach has got this in time. The rule says you have to get the change in before your name's called, so I'm quite sure that's what they're doing.
I don't know. His clock is going. Tammy Walker's calling a timeout.
Yeah, no, there's a mistake. Basically what happened was, I assume, they're trying to put the change in, and what happens is this score system is so fast, the spotter loaders can load it sometimes before the score table can get it to you. So Ellis McClain did move to 317 and a half. He's going to go for the win over Ricks at 700 pounds. In the meantime, we have Danny Sullivan and Michael Garozzo popping up. So those of you at home, when you change an attempt in the deadlift, it switches the order. And so we're going to have a situation where Ellis McClain gets pushed back 2 lifters.
Right.
Which in some senses, that can also be tough because you're hyped to go pull, and now you got to wait 2 minutes.
Yep.
But Ellis doesn't seem like he's phased by much.
Oh, no, he's over there jamming.
Yeah, he really does look like he's jamming.
Why is he going? He should not be going.
No, it's not Ellis.
Okay.
And Ellis looks upset. He looks unhappy. That's a guy who's so strong, he wants to pull right away.
Yeah.
All right, Danny Sullivan now.
Right, so
Sullivan is your national champion in the juniors, but of course he would like to add to his total 694 in the junior division.
There we go. Yeah, he's going to finish that. Finish that. Nice.
Wow. What an impressive finish.
Yeah, man, he's strong, man.
Now that's interesting.
I wondered about that. He kind of like
With
went
the
back
knees, you
and
think?
then unlocked and came back again. I didn't know if they would catch it. It was so slight.
We're going to watch a replay, and it's fascinating because from the front, to me, I thought the lift was good.
He was locked, but then he kept going, which slightly unlocked.
So you think he locked and unlocked?
Yeah, I think so.
We've seen that before, and that's one of those things where...
It's almost like he went so far back with his shoulder.
Here we go. Yeah, when you lock out too far and you lean back, sometimes the knees will come unlocked. Let's see. Oh, yeah, clear. You could see that. Yep.
That's too bad because that was nice lift.
Well, and the coaching trick there is, one, not to lean back so far, but to contract your quads, keep those legs locked until you get the down signal.
Yeah.
All right, the double overhand from New York. Michael Garozzo will be your lifter. Ladies and gentlemen, we're down to just 7 pulls. The Primetime is wrapping up, and we're going to have all kinds of drama and excitement. Ellis McClain will have a shot for the win, and Jesse Norris will be pulling for the win, 771, regardless of what Ellis does. Jesse's pull will be for the win. All right, let's get behind Garozzo. Let's see what we can do here. He's overhand.
He's going to grit it out, grit it out, grit it out. Oh, just can't quite finish it. Doesn't look like. I don't know. He's still going. No way. No way.
Didn't he pull sumo on his second attempt?
He switched.
He switched from sumo to conventional.
Oh,
I think his knees did come unlocked at the top.
Yeah, it was a little bit ugly at the top, but man, what an effort.
Well, those of you who are Garozzo fans at home, he pulled sumo.
Yeah, he
sumo
did.
Wide stance.
And then he went to conventional.
He switched to
conventional. He
conventional.
probably knew like he didn't have enough strength to pull that sumo twice, so he just switched it on up to conventional. I've seen people do that before.
It's an amazing accomplishment. Very few lifters can pull absolute maxes at the same level, sumo and conventional.
Yeah.
Most all of us have one lift that's better.
Oh, yeah.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Ellis, I think he's got this 700 pounds.
This
He's
is
ready.
700 pounds. This is for the win on body weight. Jesse will still have a shot, but this would also be the American record total because he's lighter than Dave Ricks.
Yep.
And look, he's dancing.
Yep.
He's
ready. He's
he
in
looks
his
like he's
zone.
in total control. His form has been impeccable.
Come on, Ellis.
We love Superman, but this will be exciting to see him lock it out.
Oh, yeah. No, he's going to lose it. Oh, shit.
Oh, my gosh. David Ricks just dodged the first bullet.
Oh, man, he's going to be so disappointed with that. Oh.
Wow. I tell you what, though, Jesse Norris is going to have something to say about it, but David Ricks is one step closer.
Yeah.
We talked about all day that he's 57 and he holds the spot record. Let's
Watching
see.
the replay. He's
Watch
right
that right
there.
hand opening, and he
Yeah.
still holds it in his fingers.
He just
and at
wasn't
the last
quite
second.
finished with his shoulders. So, I mean, the head referee was right not to call it yet.
But how amazing we could be watching history.
Yeah.
That David Ricks not only have the squat record before coming into this competition, but he could be the best in the country.
It was crazy because, that lift for Jesse looked not all that easy, so we'll see.
Well, Jesse's situation is going to come down to he locked it out. Is he in a position where he can
do it twice?
Yeah, and get it locked out past the judges.
All right, Derrington ending up with 722. He's gotten all his deadlifts so far. He's currently in 5th place.
We're only 5 lifters out from this exciting finish. You can see and feel the tension building. David Ricks is sitting about 10 feet in front of us. He's done lifting, and the last 5 deadlifters are wrapping it up. If you're at home, you are getting ready to watch history potentially.
All right, 722.
How big of a pull is this? Darrington Wright. We've talked about how him and Chris Dunn have been flying under the radar. This would put Darrington in 5th place
He
in
jumped
the
12
open.
and a half kilos from the second, so.
Yeah, that's a healthy 3rd attempt jump.
Yeah.
But as you said earlier, he's looked strong in the deadlift.
Oh, yeah.
The music's getting hyped. The crowd's getting hyped. This is such an exciting finish.
There we go. Pull. Oh, no. Oh.
Another situation, he got a little bit uneven.
Yeah, couldn't quite overcome that pull to the one side there.
And I feel like I've been saying this all day, but Chris Dunn is going to repeat the same weight that Darrington Wright just did.
He was just sort of following him.
Yeah, and this would put, if Chris Dunn is successful, this would move him up into the forecast of 6th place. Chris Dunn, 722 pounds.
All right, let's
His
see it.
final lift of the competition. Only 3 lifters left after Chris.
Oh, yeah, look at that bar bend.
A little bit forward.
Man.
Yeah, you can really see on the 3rd attempts, Jennifer, when
Max
you get
effort here.
when you get uneven, how difficult it is to overcome. And
Well,
what about the teenager,
Oh,
Jennifer?
my gosh, he is going up to
What did you call him? You said he's the, wasn't prodigy. Phenom. I like that. I think that's more fitting, the phenom.
Yeah, 733.
He has been phenomenal. 733 as a teenager, Jennifer.
That's just nutty.
I mean, nutty's a good word for it. The Teen 3 American record coming into today was 700. He's going for 733, and that's actually not coming into today. That's his left he did today. So he's actually looking for his 3rd American record in the deadlift. And he's only 10 pounds off the open American record.
That's crazy.
Open American record, 744.
Oh, a little too much.
All right, now Benjamin Rice, he has been fascinating. We went from 17th place to 6th on his last deadlift. And
he
Jennifer
made a 15-kilo jump here, too. I mean, he's not
when you
messing
talked
around.
about how easy that lift was.
Yeah, it was easy. So he's got 733. It says a change has been submitted, so maybe he's changing this up some.
Yeah, let's see. If his lot number low, he can't go back down.
Well, he went down to what Ashton did, but I don't know if he can.
No, but his lot number's before Ashton's.
He can't
That's
do
a
that.
mistake, yeah.
Well, they moved it back up now.
Maybe that's what it was. So now let's see. Benjamin, where is he? He's currently in 6th. This lift would move him, well, let's see when they total it. I believe this will move him into 4th. So he went from 17th to having a shot to move into 4th, Jennifer.
That's pretty
And the
awesome.
only lifters ahead of him would be Norris, Ricks, and McClain. Yeah.
It's not bad company.
Yeah, finishing 4th to those guys. Yeah, this guy, for those of you at home who are fans of this guy, he really has put on a show. He hasn't gotten the credit because he flew under the radar, but he's had a chance to finish in 4th.
He's clearly been waiting for the deadlift all day today.
And in an amazing class, yeah. Well, yeah, as this stands, when he's successful with this lift, he'll have the highest deadlift of the day until Jesse pulls.
Yeah.
Because this beats Jesse's opener. And, you know, he's been really, really spot on in the deadlift. Good technique. He just seems very in control. All right, Benjamin. Let's see what you got.
Nice. Come on. A little off to the
Yeah,
side
it looked like
again.
he got a little uneven and a little forward.
Too bad, man.
All right, well, we're down to the show here.
Last one of the evening.
Let's lay it on the line. David Ricks is in first. David Ricks has an 18.29 total. Jesse Norris has had a 7.71 deadlift turned down. He is coming back for this attempt. This would give him 18.46. It's more than he needs, but he obviously can't go back down,
right,
Jennifer.
So he's sort of made the bed there. But you know what?
You want to make a prediction? What do you think?
I think he'll get it.
I think he'll lock it out. The question is, will he be able to get it past? But I mean, think of the excitement. Gino's going nuts, but we got a 23-year-old, and this is a superstar.
Yeah.
And he's needing everything he can to beat a 57-year-old David Ricks.
Fantastic.
Either way, this is going to be one of the most amazing finishes in powerlifting history.
Yep.
Jesse Norris. Let's see if he can lock it out. He locked it out. I think his knees are locked. I think that's a good lift. Let's see what the judges say. Show the cards. Show the cards. Yes.
Yeah, he got it.
And you know who will, even though it didn't turn out for him, but who will have a big, thank you and congratulations will be Ricks, because Ricks will congratulate him. We're going to watch the difference here in the quads. He contracts his knees at the top, and look at those quads. They don't budge, right?
Yeah, he wasn't going to get unlocked this time. There's his coach yelling at him behind.
Man, what a great finish.
Oh, that was a great prime time for sure.
And thank you very much. I want to see right now, I believe we're going to be closing down and wrapping up. On behalf of Jennifer Thompson, the great lifter, she'll be lifting tomorrow. I want to thank you for your support.
I need to get to bed.
Yes, you do need to get to bed. I want to thank Trey Cunningham, our director and producer extraordinaire. And I'm Dr. Patrick Anderson. We want to welcome you to come back tomorrow evening. We've got more primetime powerlifting for the fans.
It's going to be great all weekend long.
Congratulations, Jesse Norris, Dave Ricks, Ellis McClain, a great finish in the women's division, Marissa Inda, and it was Jennifer Millican, your champions.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Good night.
Over and out. Good night.